Guin Saga. Volume 8. The Crystal Conspiracy. Those who know the Old Ones do not speak of the Old Ones, and those who do not know the Old Ones do not know them even though they see them. But there is a light in the south, and it leads those who are sent by the Old Ones to rest on the false thrones of the gods. From the Book of Prophecy. Chapter 1. Drifting Ship. Pottery. A cold drop of water hit my face. One more drop. It woke up the faint consciousness of the one who had been lying there unconscious, at the same time, a burning dampness in the throat and a violent pain in the body. Oh, there's a deep moan. In the next moment, the man was on his feet, as if he had forgotten all the weakness in his body, the burning dampness in his throat, and the dimness in his head. Although he was weak, he was still agile and supple in his movements. Oh! At once he fell to his knees, but immediately the young man with the dark hair and eyes, dressed in sailor's clothes, recovered as if he were bursting, and this time he seemed to be suddenly and clearly conscious of his situation. Water! He groaned, licking his chapped lips vainly. His eyes rested on the rainwater in the hollow of the deck. Suddenly, with the vigor of a beast, he ran at them, put his face in the hollow, licked the rainwater like a dog, scooped it up with his hands, drank it, boiled his face, and wept madly. At last he felt comfortable. He came back to himself and moved his right hand, touching his body here and there. There's no sign of her. You're alive. It was, of course, the Valachian Ishtvan who murmured. But what the hell happened, damn it on deck, Guin was. Right, Guin fell overboard, and when he tried to call out, the damn captain. And then that asshole captain. And then that what the hell was that? I thought the sky was breaking. Oh. That's right, Linda. Ishtvan seemed to be suddenly taken aback. He looked around, and what he saw was a devastation that was not easy. Guin, Ishtvan, and the pearls of Paro, Linda and Remus, set out for Argos on the Garm's Head, originally a den of vicious pirates, an old, battered ship that one would have thought would float well on the water. However, even so, what kind of heavenly wrath could have fallen on the Garm's Head, a ship that had at least the appearance of a ship? The thick main mast was torn in half and broken. Several other masts were also broken, and the sails were torn and hanging in shreds. There is also a large hole in the deck. It seems that the broken mast struck the upper deck and penetrated into the cabin. Oh! Ishtvan slowly cut the sign of Janus and murmured. Oh, my God! Lightning! Lightning struck the mast or something. And a big one, too. Dagon of thunder, if this is your mess, I wonder if I gave you a whole roasted black pig or sent you the curse of the doll. But if it hadn't been for that lightning, I would have been killed by that obnoxious captain, so I guess I'll just thank you for now. Ah! Ishtvan was walking along, looking at the damage, when he stopped dead in his tracks. There was something there that could not be seen for the second time. Lanos, the captain of the Garm's Head, was lying on his side with a sword raised high in his hands, looking as if he would never speak again, but Ishtvan almost mistook it for the captain. For Lanos was a blackened corpse from head to foot, like a piece of wood taken out of a furnace. Oh, tongue of flame of Dole! Even the unmoved Ishtvan was horrified and fell back, muttering. The lightning fell on his sword. Ishtvan had grown up working in the field since he was 4 years old, and did not have the nerve to throw up at the sight of 10 or 20 dead bodies. He frowned, spat, and walked away as if he never wanted to see it again. Some of the crew of the Garm's Head were lying here and there. Some of them were only unconscious, but others were unlucky and were caught by the broken masts, and others were caught under them, their heads crushed or their bodies bent over, so that it was obvious at a glance that they were dead. Of course, some of them may have been carried away by the waves while unconscious. The Garm's Head seemed to have lost all control and was drifting along with the waves. Ishtvan turned his dark, slitted eyes thoughtfully to the sky, which was clearing into a bluish purple as if the storm had never happened, and to the sea, where not a single island could be seen. I don't even know where we are anymore, or how much of it has been swept away. He tweeted. Well, that's assuming this ragged ship can still manage to move. Fortunately, the devilish crew of rogues have been sapped by this storm, and with their master like this, their spirits may not be high. Istvin, who had been mumbling and wandering about, haphazardly straddling the bodies of dead and unconscious men, finally found what he was looking for on the upper deck near the bow and ran. Beneath the planks and the wreckage of the torn sails were the ends of long silver hair, glistening in the sun. Janice. Softly, Istvin whispered. The waves didn't take you, did they? Oh, man. Until today, at the age of 20, I have lived in a dark world using only my own body as a weapon, and I have never known a single kind thought or elegant phrase. However, there was a sense of relief and compassion that pierced my heart in his blunt words. Hey, come on. I hope you didn't just drop dead. When you said Janice was always gonna protect you, you didn't mean it. Yeah. Muttering, he busily removed the canvas and boards. At last, the slender body of the princess appeared, but she did not move a muscle. Istvin gently took Linda up in his arms and placed her on her knees. He brushed away the mess of her long hair. Her eyes were closed, and her face was as white as the clouds. Her long eyelashes cast a shadow over her pale cheeks, and her breasts, clothed in the boy's clothes, rose and fell slowly, but they were quite feeble. Hey, Linda. Princess. The tomboy. Got you. You didn't get hit by that lightning, did you? Istvin shook Linda's body as if he were dealing with an animal. Water, yes, wait for me. Quickly, he put Linda down, ran down the stairs and came back up with a mouthful of water. He picked her up by the shoulders and brought her face close to his lips to give her a mouthful of water, but suddenly Istvin hesitated. Something strange, awe-inspiring, and bewildering that I had never seen before appeared in those black, lively eyes that could be like a naughty boy or a cunning snake. He was suddenly struck by a thunderbolt in the middle of a storm, and the scene of a moment when everything was going dark came back clearly to his mind. He and Guin are battling against the ghoulish-looking pirates on the raging sea, a ship in distress. That Guin fell into the sea and was momentarily stunned when he was distracted from the fight, much like a seasoned warrior. You can go to hell with me. Captain Lanos drew his sword while he was cursing. At the moment when the sword was about to be swung with a great swing, and was about to be flung at the young heart of Istvin, he heard the voice in a moment of glimpsing eternity, and saw the form of a silver-haired girl running towards him, daring to leave the safety of her hiding place. Istvin. Oh, Istvin, don't you die. Linda's svelte figure shone like a slender candle in the midst of the dark sea and sky, struggling against the darkness, her mysterious silver hair blowing in the fierce wind. Her violet eyes, smoky with tears and wide open, burned more fiercely than flames as they gazed only at him, at Istvin, who was inaccessible to the pride of the queen and the nobility of the prophet. What a girl she was! No one who had seen her at first sight would have doubted that she was the iris of the earth, the pale holy angel made of fire and light and heat, and no one would have hesitated to lay down his life for her. No one would have hesitated to give his life for this girl. The more she was in danger, the more she possessed a soul of light that burst into fierce flames of supreme purity. She was still young and her soul was almost that of a child, but already she had no equal in the fierceness of her passion for and hatred of others. If only the man who could face it from the front had the courage and strength to accept her single-mindedness and earnestness, her love would become something that could not be compared with even the whole world for the man who would receive it. It was no wonder that Istvin's sallow face had a strange, solemn expression on it. Then he turned his face away as if he had made up his mind, brushed his lips over Linda's slightly open lips, and gently poured water over them. You! Linda groaned and jerked away. Istvin gently scooped the hair into his hands. In his strong palm, the silver silk thread glittered and shone. The Lady of Light, Istvin muttered, staring at Linda. That's when Linda opened her eyes. Oh. At first, he blinked as if he couldn't see anything, but finally his head seemed to become a little clearer. He stretched weakly. Guin. Oh. Istvin, it's you. Oh. You okay? Yes, what on earth has happened to me? Oh Ishtvan, you were right. As you can see. Ishtvan replied somewhat blankly. Lightning struck the mast and then the captain's sword. Well, I guess he deserved it. At any rate, thanks to Dagon the Lightning Man, we managed to survive. Though I can't say it's made things much better than before. Oh, it's so bright. A sky like that. You want more water? I'll get you some. Or do you want to stand? Ishtvan. Guin. Above deck we're safe, at least for now. Some of the men have been taken out by the waves, but I'm not sure about down below. We'll have to wait and see how the rowers are getting on. It's a good thing we found out first. And the sword. Hey, Ishtvan. Where's Guin? I was hiding in the lifeboat watching. Guin was taken by the waves and that nasty captain took you, Ishtvan. Linda turned pale and stumbled. Hey. What's wrong with you? No way, Guin just like that, into the ocean. Linda stood up, grabbing her throat with both hands as if she was suffocating, and leaned over the railing. The blue sea is now calm and serene. No, right? Guin climbed up on the ship, didn't he? Isn't that right, Ishtvan? No. Ishtvan said sullenly, realizing that he could not begin to make any secret of it. It's over. No. Linda's voice sounded like a deafening scream. No, it's not. No, Guin, no. Ishtvan, bring the ship back. Find my Guin. My Guin wouldn't drown in the ocean. He's not a normal man. He could swim for days and days waiting for help to come. Come on. Save Guin, Ishtvan, come on. Linda. Ishtvan's voice finally became angry. No one knows how long I've been out since then, half a day, 2 days. We don't know how long or which way the boat was swept away. And, Ishtvan, there are big cannibals in the sea around here. If you fall in, you'll be. Oh no, Linda screamed. She put her hands over her ears and cowered. Because Guin is so strong. That no matter what, even when he's really on the ropes, he'll get through. He'll always make it through. There is always a destiny, a fate, a destiny that must be fulfilled with the protection of the gods. Guin is not, that's not gonna happen. He's not like other people. Yes, in the forest of Ludo, he suddenly appeared before us, leaping from the towers of Staffra's castle into the river Kes, fighting with Mongols' army. Even when he was caught in the fight with the Mongols, he always came to our rescue, even during the horrible time when Shem almost killed us all. You know, I don't necessarily remember Guin helping you guys from one to the other, a helpless Ishtvan said. Aside from the sacred feelings he had just expressed, when Linda said something that made him depend on and admire Guin so much, he couldn't help but feel compelled to say so. I think I once helped you and Guin, and when Guin couldn't make it in time, I snuck into Mongol's army and rescued you, princess. You seem to have an unnecessarily good memory when it comes to Guin, even too good, and a tendency to forget things about me. Is there a reason for that? What? It's a little unfair, don't you think? I'd like to know why you've decided to be so ungrateful just about me. Come on, Ishtvan of Wallachia. Linda's face was wet with tears, and for a moment, she was angry, forgetting even the despair that seemed to drain the strength from her body that Guin had gone missing in the sea. It's not like that, I've already told you 100 times. Still, Mr. Ishtvan, Guin doesn't go around ingratiating himself with everyone, saying that he did this or that or helped them. Guin always acts like it's nothing and makes the most noble self-sacrifice for us. I know exactly what would have happened if you hadn't been there, but you always say you did it all, you did it this way, you did it that way. I don't think I'd have the energy to say thank you. Good for you. I'll never be as good as Guin, and I don't want to be, Ishtvan said in disgust. In the first place, he's a monster, but I'm a human. He's a leopard, so it's not surprising that he's less human, but I'm a real person. Guin's not a monster. I'm a monster. And a very fine one at that. Oh, how dare you say that, Istvin of Wallachia. Gwyn's in the water and we've got to go back and look for him now. Without Gwyn, we don't even know if we'll make it to Argos in time. Greetings. I'm not sure I'm up to the task. So let me ask you, who helped you find this ship and who helped you escape the city of Paro through the tiger's mouth of Mongol? First of all, from what you're saying, it seems that the only reason you're helping Gwyn is because you need her help to get to Argos in time. That's some guts. Well, maybe princes and princesses think that their lives are worth nothing more than serving their own noble lives. But still, aren't you a little too cash, huh? Well. Linda couldn't take it anymore and started to cry. How dare you? How dare you? I wish the captain had killed you. Fuck. Ceto's scaly thorns, for fuck's sake. Istvin raised his hand and stared at Linda as if he wanted to slap her. Linda shrank back involuntarily. But Istvin suddenly changed his mind. Well, I know you're worried, and I know you're sad. There's no need to take it out on me. Stick out your bottom lip and say it. Well, without Gwyn, you'd be completely dependent on me and you'd have no worries. I'll make sure you get to Argos or wherever you're going. You'll be better off without that conspicuous man. Maybe that's why he decided it was time to leave and went back to where he belonged. Well, I wouldn't worry too much about it. Istvin, how dare you do such a terrible thing? Linda frowned and tried to yell at him. At that moment, he noticed a hand tugging at his sleeve and turned around. Oh, my God, Suni. Thank God you're all right. Go away for a while. The little Semitic girl seemed troubled, but then she went away again, as if she had something on her mind. Linda was still trying to say something to him. Istvin, who had turned his head in disgust, suddenly looked perplexed. Remus, his arms crossed over his chest, was leaning against the wreckage of the mast, looking down at it with amusement. He had exactly the same face as Linda's, but lately he had become more boyish, and there was something cynical and cold in his slender face. Her dark purple eyes had a strange, foolish gleam in them, and her mouth was slightly twisted. It was probably an expression and a smile that Linda had never had before, and which would have been inappropriate if she had. Oh, shit, oh, shit, oh, shit, oh, shit. Istvin clicked his tongue and muttered. Recently, he had begun to notice that there were moments when he was suddenly taken aback by this boy, who was 6 years younger than him. When did that little brat learn to look people in the eye like that? He was always whispering behind his sister's back. Istvin muttered in his mouth. Somehow, he had a premonition that he would soon come to hate this boy. Oh, Remus, what a surprise. Linda screamed. If you've been noticing me, come on. What's wrong with you? No, it's nothing, Remus said, leaping lightly from the pedestal of the mast. That's weird. You look an awful lot like Nerys when you look like that. I've never thought of it that way before, a gleam of light. Yeah, Remus said disinterestedly. That's not the point, Remus, it's a disaster. Gwyn's. Linda coughed as she suddenly remembered. I know. But now's not the time for that. Oh, my God. You can't even say that. You don't give a shit about Gwyn, okay, fine. Then I'll help Gwyn on my own, okay? I didn't say I didn't care. Rem said very calmly. Now's not the time, I said. Look behind you, Linda. The people on the ship just woke up and decided that whatever happened to this ship, it's our fault. What? Linda turned pale. Just below the upper deck where they were, 2 or 3 dozen sailors with their hair disheveled like ghosts had somehow sneaked up on them. You want to continue with the water? Istvin drew his sword with ease. Oh, yeah. You want in on this? He looks at Remus with amusement. Remus already had the long sword in his hand. How's it going? Your brother is growing up pretty fast. Let's see what he can do. Istvin chuckled. The ruffians who had surrounded the lower deck came silently, slowly, to the upper deck. Their appearance did not change when they knew that they had been noticed. Their eyes were all glittering with a strange, mad, vengeful glow. Linda. Get behind me. There was not the slightest flutter of agitation in Istvan's voice. He had expected such a thing from the beginning. It's no use telling these people what to do, but I think it's in order to at least try to tell them what to do. He mumbled to himself and stepped forward with Remus and Linda behind him. Hey, you guys. He put a kind of unique crack in his voice. You still want to do this? That leopard you said was a curse fell into the sea and is gone. Your captain got struck by lightning and died. I say we're even now, don't you think? I don't care how many dozen of you come at me with your pirate swordsmanship. But as you can see, this ship is already drifting without knowing where she is or which way she's heading. If she's lucky enough to make land, that's good. If not, there's no telling whether you and I will survive. If that's the case, rather than killing each other for no reason right now and wasting our strength and time, we should make a quick move and take the Oath of Janus and the Oath of Dryadon until we land or something, and cooperate for the time being, and who knows how many more chances we'll have to survive. Don't be so naive. I used to be a pirate on the Rent Ocean. I know the rules of the Sea Brothers. What do you think? Don't you think that's more practical now? Boo! On the lower deck, a man with an eye patch and a large lamp with a crooked back threw up violently. Wait! I told you to listen. Istvan still tried to persuade him. Look! If he thinks I'm afraid of you, he'd better come to me first. I may be young, but I'm the demon warrior of Rent. I don't have the guts to be cowed by you. But I want to follow Lyre. I'm in the middle of a destiny that needs to be fulfilled, and I don't have time to waste here. So I'm offering you a deal. You'd rather have me kill you here than send us back to Rygor, get a big reward and leave feeling good about it. Ha! A tall, dark-skinned one spat. Obviously, they thought something else was better than that. Don't hurt the kids. The black man opened his mouth for the first time in a quiet voice. Listen, especially don't scratch the surface. It's the only way you'll be able to sell it. Sure thing, Loudy. The pirate screamed in pain. I'll give the right of first refusal to whoever takes this young man's breath away. Otomo. He's mine. They did not try to shout. They were saying to each other in whispered, hushed voices, as if they were afraid of being heard, even in a clear, bright sky. This gave them a much more daring feeling than the loud ranting and raving of the crowd. Damn, they don't know what they're talking about. Istvan spat and took back his sword. Look, Remus. As long as you keep Linda safe, that's all that matters. Don't think about it. I'll handle this. I'm used to this kind of thing. Apparently, after the captain and the deck officer were killed, that big black guy claimed to be the leader of the rest of the ship. I'm gonna hunt him down. Now, don't you ever leave Linda's side. Okay. Remus didn't say a word. Istvan glanced at Linda. Linda was pale, but not shaking or flinching. Don't worry, Lady of Light. Istvan closed one eye. I'm gonna get you through this, and I'm gonna get you back to Argos. Linda, still pale, nodded noiselessly, and picked up the dagger that had fallen at her feet and held it up. Come on down, lad. On the lower deck, the pirates are shouting encouragement to the pirates. You're afraid. Come on down. If you don't come, I'll come. Drop the sword, and I might just save your life. Come on, man. Istvan was not to be provoked. He knew the advantages of being on high ground and knew how to fight in such a situation. If you want to come, come to me. I don't mind at all. There. Ollie. Go. First in line. Loudy made a move on him. It was a large, half-naked man with a fierce look on his face that stepped forward. But the storm, the lightning, and the waves had taken a heavy toll on the senior crew, Istvan guessed. The captain and the deck officer were already gone, as were the empty-headed scoundrels who had tried to take over the captain's place when he had taken them on. Loudy is in charge, but if he's killed, there's no one who can lead. They're a bunch of cronies anyway. All we have to do is kill him and the rest will fall apart. K.H. Suddenly, with a monstrous shriek, an ant came rushing down the short staircase separating the upper and lower decks. He is wielding a huge club in his hand. Ha, it's so stupid. Ishtvan sank down and went to the top of the stairs. He dodged a flying ant club by ducking back, and drew his sword with a recoil. Gaw! There was a spray of blood and Ollie fell down the stairs. The one-armed little man then sprang at him, and Ishtvan easily put him down. He's tough. What are you doing? It's gonna take all of us at once. Lottie rasps. No. He's got the stairs up. Damn, they're sloppy. Lottie shouted at him. It's only one of the young ones, isn't it? As he was saying this, he came at him with his sickle, swinging it wildly. Ishtvan drew back. If Ishtvan's slender sword were to strike the iron chain attached to the sickle, which he wielded with great force, it would easily break. If he tried to rub it on his face, hands, or anywhere else, the flesh would gouge and fly away. Oh, shit, I got a problem. Unlike a cudgel, he could not jump into his hiding place, and Ishtvan fell back slowly. Lottie, get it over with. The pirates shouted with joy. At last, a big black man, his sickle whirling, climbed the stairs and leaped to the upper deck. Immediately, the rest of the crew rushed to the stairs. Say your prayers, kid. Lottie ranted with a huge smile on her face. His teeth were pointy like a shark's. I'm going to suck those kids off. Ha! Ishtvan rushed to avoid the scythe that came from Loudie's hand. A blast of cold blade wind came at him. Each time, he drew back, until at last, with Linda and Remus at his back, he was driven too close to the port side to go any further. And looked. Car being run off the road. Ishtvan whispered to Linda as he ducked and dodged the swishing blades. The dagger. Give me the dagger. Linda was panting as she pressed the handle of it into Ishtvan's left hand, which was behind him, and he saw it. Immediately, Ishtvan raised his left hand and threw the dagger at Lottie. Oh! Quickly, Lottie splashes the dagger with his chain, and for a moment, the chain goes astray. The next moment, Ishtvan's sword stepped into his chest and gouged Loudie's heart. Wow! The pirates have gone wild. But while Lottie was chasing them down, the pirates came running to the upper deck one after another, and now about half of them were on the upper deck and surrounding them. No longer can one man regain the highly advantageous position to face the many. Take it. Do it all at once. With shouts of anger, nearly a dozen men with ferocious mien came rushing at us. Ishtvan was fully expecting it. Immediately, the upper deck was filled with shouts, sword fights, and screams as they fought to the death, dodging to the right and dodging to the left. Yikes! Linda was screaming, screaming and 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 screaming. Ishtvan, Ishtvan. Oh, Guin, Guin. If only Guin were here. Guin, help me, help Ishtvan. It's one man against 10. Although Ishtvan had cut down 3 of them, he had enemies in front of him and behind him, and he could no longer look back at the boys and girls. Blood dripped from his shoulders, his feet, and his cheeks, but he did not even notice that he was wounded. He writhed like a wolf, leaping and jumping, wielding his sword in every direction without taking a breath. That's when, kid, there was a tremendous rant. Look at me. I'm gonna kill her. Linda, Ishtvan gasped. Damn it, Remus. What are you doing? I told you to stay away from Linda. A huge, smooth-headed black man grabbed Linda by the shoulders and held a half-moon knife to her throat as she struggled. Put down your sword, boy. The big man yelled. Ishtvan gasped for air. Good, Dabo. I'm not going to let them kill my daughter. You're a doll. Ishtvan looked Linda in the eye, scornfully. Linda was staring at Ishtvan with desperate eyes, her mouth covered by the black man's shiny, thick arm. As soon as his eyes met hers, Ishtvan relaxed. All right, God damn it. He shouts and throws out his sword. You're on your own. All right, I unfurl the sword. Yashikita. Don't kill me, you bastards. Don't hurt him yet. The man who brought bad luck to our ship. I'm gonna have to slow down and think of something interesting to do with you. Osa, Hiku. Tie him up. Ha! Ishtvan spat at him as if he were mocking his own failure. Even after all this, he had not despaired in the least, nor had he lost his will to fight. He was simply doing as he was told, hoping for an opportunity to fight back. Remus asshole. Ishvan snarled in his mouth and did not make a sound even as he was twisted upside down and tied to the sailing line so tightly that he deliberately screamed. Come on, she's all yours. Black Dabo was ranting and raving. Look at you, you're so pretty. This hair, it's like real silver. Oh. Suddenly someone frowns. That other kid, and then that little monkey-looking one. He's hiding in there somewhere and he's shaking. That's when the victorious pirates said it. Hiya. What? Suddenly they shrugged their heads and looked up. It's raining. No, you're too slippery for that. There's a strange smell. Oh, my God, kid, there it is. Someone shouted and pointed upwards. Istvan and Linda couldn't help but look up. And breathtaking. Remus. Of the 3 main masts, the one that was left broken. On the very top of the hill, when Remus climbed up, stands a tree with its branches firmly planted. His body was fastened to the mast by a rope, and in his hand he held an urn. Remus also turned it upside down, and downward flowed a slippery yellowish liquid. Wow, this is oil. Suddenly a small figure jumped on the mast and started to climb up very quickly. It was Suni. Suni was carrying one urn on his back and one in each hand. The luggage did not hinder the movement of the small ape-man. Suni climbed up the mast smoothly and handed Remus the urn he had brought with him. Again Remus sprinkled it vigorously over the ship. The heads, bodies and decks of the people were covered with oil. Then Remus quietly took out the flint from his hiding place and the cloth of hodgepodge. He puts a cloth on the Suni and begins to light it. What? Oh, you devilish little brat. You're gonna set me on fire. You're gonna grease the place up. What are you doing? Stop. Hey, somebody grab that little fucker. Immediately, the pirates rushed to the mast, leaving Linda and Istvan behind. Suni slid down the stairs. She quickly took out the blowgun of the Semites. As soon as they were hit in the eyes and face by the poisoned arrows, some of them who had tried to climb up the mast fell down screaming. You! Stop it. If you do that, you'll be burned at the stake with the rest of us. Your friends are going to burn to death, too. There's nothing you can do about it down there. They're ranting and raving. To that. Yes, indeed. Remus's voice rang out with a triumphant crack. We're gonna die. But you're all going to die with us, along with this ship. I'd be happier if we all perished in the fire than if we were all caught and burned to death. If you can do it. Just as he was about to say it, Remus let his mouth drop. There was a great shout from the pirates. They tried to escape by themselves, and some of them even threw themselves into the sea. But the fire did not spread immediately. With a grimace, he pulled back the long-stemmed hook and carefully rekindled the fire, which had gone out with the force of the hook. Bring me the arrow. Shoot him down. No. If that kid gets shot and his hand catches fire, this ship will be on fire in no time. Fuck, what a kid. The pirates were so taken aback that all they could do was look each other in the face and make merry. Surrender. Remus' relentless voice continues to crack. Surrender. Swear on Dryden that you will never harm us and that you will find a way back to where you came from so that we can reach our destination in good time. And I'll put out the fire. I'll make you a promise. You'll be much safer and have more treasure if you side with us and help us than if you take us hostage or sell us out. If you bring us to Rigor on time, then I promise you a new ship and 100 runs for each of you. If you don't like it, it's over. You and I will burn together here and make this ship a burning tomb for us all. Pick one. Shit. As soon as the pirates' attention was diverted from Remus, Istvan slipped through the rope, retrieved Linda, and jumped into the bow. He whistled and muttered to himself. So this is that Paro chick you thought was growing white feathers. Lure's golden sword, that's quite a ball. You're as wise as Alexandros Iason. What a big joke and what nerve. When Remus. Linda groaned. She seemed to have forgotten to be frightened by this dizzying turn of events, and was almost unconscious that she had been reclaimed by Ishtvan and was being held tightly in his strong arms. Maybe Guin was right after all. Maybe he'll make a good king, Ishtvan muttered. His dark eyes were filled with reluctant admiration. The pirates, it seemed, had finally succumbed. Those who had originally been the heads of the pirates had all been killed or damaged in the disaster, and all that remained were a handful of men whose strength was all that mattered. On top of that, the natural resoluteness in Remus' voice and demeanor makes it clear to even the pirates that the boy is serious, that he is serious, and that he would rather burn his ship and himself than be humiliated by being captured and left to his own devices. Wow, okay. They put their heads together and whispered to each other, and finally Debo shouted loudly at Remus. All right. I give up. So don't set me on fire, kid. Do you swear you won't touch me after this? I swear. Swear on Dryden. The people cut the sign of Dryden by themselves and swore an oath. And... Good. Remus nodded and began to untie the rope. Phew. Without thinking, Ishtvan, with his sword still in his hand, breathed deeply. Do it first. Because... No. I was on a pirate ship in Lent. I know it well. The oath to Dryden is more sacred to sailors than the oath to Janus. Even the worst of them can't break that oath. At least, not on the sea. Ishtvan chuckled. Thank God for that. You can thank your brother for that. Don't act like he's my sister, Ishtvan. Linda and Suni, who had come around to the aft deck, peered at Ishtvan's hand, their eyes wide. Ishtvan. Hey, what are you doing? Like. Ishtvan was not in a good mood. It's been at least 7 days since the Garm's head began to drift, and probably more like 10. Dates no longer had any meaning. The same is true of nautical charts. The maps and charts of this era were neither precise nor reliable, and they were full of blank spaces, but now that there was no way of knowing which way the ship was heading or how far it had been swept away in the first place, even these unreliable charts were better than nothing. Day after day, not a single island nor a single ship could be seen in the surrounding ocean. All that surrounds the Garm's head is a calm, blue sea. If it had been a sightseeing voyage on a throne ship, it would have been the most splendid and majestic view, a marvelous version of Dryden, which might have filled people's hearts with awe and made them stunned. But to the Garm's head, which could no longer control its rudder, and its passengers, who had to reach their destination as soon as possible, it looked neither majestic nor sublime, but only blue, ghastly, and merciless. Having been struck by lightning twice, losing 2 of its 3 sailing poles and having its sails torn to shreds, the Garm's head had lost more than a little of its original performance. On top of that, more than half of the rowers were killed or injured by water flowing into the hold or by fragments of boards during storms. If the sails were no good, they could at least try to control the direction by rowing, but this was not very effective, and about half of the rowers who were unsuccessful had their oars broken or were carried away by the waves. What's it like down there? Ishtvan asked, not resting his hand on his work of making something strange. What's going on? They're getting together and playing tricks. No, I think it's safe to say for now. Debo and the others are in the cabin, and they've been banging away. Remus is. I'm with them. I don't know what that means. Linda frowned in disapproval. The other day, I was happy to see that she had changed her mind a bit, but it seems that the pirates have taken an odd liking to her. He said she had guts or something. And she's talking to those filthy people, asking them about their ships. I didn't think you had it in you to get along with those lowlifes. Suni. It's not like that. Ishtvan replied absent-mindedly, scraping the wood with a small knife. When you're going to be king, it's a good thing to learn how to be a good servant. If I were you, I'd let him do what he wants. I'm sure he's got his own ideas. That's what I don't like about you, the twin sister said angrily and sat down beside Ishtvan with her sunburnt knees together and her pretty mouth agape. Suni sits down next to Linda. Whenever I think of how long she has been pretending to be something she is not, she always follows me around, hiding behind me. He used to follow me around, hide behind me, and cry whenever he was teased or bullied. We were born as twins, the two pearls of Paro, they called us. When we were born, fortune tellers said one of us would be the great king of Paro and one of us would be the great soothsayer. We've always been together, we've never been apart. Mother told me that when we were separated for some reason, we cried and cried from the time we were babies, and we never stopped until we were together. Linda continued to gently pat Suni's small head in a lonely manner. I always thought that I was the older sister, and that she was weaker than me, and that I should take good care of her, and that we always felt and thought the same way about everything, and that we were just like two pearls in the same oyster. When we were smaller, when I had my hair cut like Remus's, we used to switch places with each other and fool everyone around us, even Nerys and Beck and Lord Rhea. When we wanted to, it was hard to tell even your mother from the outside. I knew that Remus and I would not be born alone and die alone, like the rest of the world. We are always one, born together and destined to be together. We'll die together, I promised. That sounds like a child's idea of a good time, Istvin said softly, stretching his bowstring with his hands. Indeed. Princess, whether we're born together or grow up together with the same face, we're all alone. And whether we die together or not, you're a child, aren't you? If you can't tell the difference between you and Remus, you're probably just blind men at the court of Paro who can't see the shape of a soul, who can only tell a man by the color of his eyes, the length of his hair or the shape of his lips. To me, from the very beginning, you and Remus look like two sisters who are nothing alike. It's rare for twins to look this much alike. Remus is not your shadow and you can't replace Remus. And apparently you're right and he's been pulling his ideas out of thin air lately. That's no mystery. She'll be 15 soon. She can't be stuck with her big sister forever. I've seen it myself. Men can betray you. First their father, then their mother, then their brothers and sisters if they have brothers. The more he betrays, the more of a man he becomes. Well, you should be glad your brother finally betrayed you and started to become a man. On Lure's wild horse. Don't be silly. Remus didn't betray me, Linda shouted angrily. But her voice was somehow weak, even for her. We'll see, Istvin said softly. Then he said in a casual tone, as if he had just thought of it. By the way, about Guin, she hasn't said a word lately. Has she finally given up on him? No, I don't. Linda's lips trembled. Suni glares angrily at Istvin. Istvin looked away, but for a moment there was a complex light in his dark eyes. Linda turned her head and blew her lips. She looked not like her usual self, but like a small, abandoned child in need of protection, frail and helpless. But she jerked her head back and her mind raced. Linda hugged Suni's shoulders tightly, looked at the surface of the sea, and said in a clear voice, just the opposite. I've been thinking. Guin is special. That's why he'll never die or disappear from our sight. He came out of the wind tunnel at the last moment when we thought we were doomed. Istvin. I can't help but feel that our fates are bound together by some mysterious thread of yarn. You know the power of my prophecy, and as long as I don't feel like I'll never see Guin again, he's not dead. Maybe Guin never dies. And as long as he's alive, I have a feeling that he will always come to our rescue when we're really trapped. Because Guin is our guardian god. That's why I stopped screaming and crying. I decided to believe in him and wait patiently. I'm sure he'll come back to me. Hey, Istvin. You remember, when we left Nosferus, I predicted a sea course to Argos that would bring Guin many perils. And it seems to me that so far, Guin alone has suffered the hardest part of the journey. But the horoscope didn't show a star that would separate us. I believe in Guin. My horoscope. That my fate and Gwyn's are one. Linda blinked and brought her tears back to her eyes. Istvin looked at Linda with a very strange cross-eyed look. It was a complicated look he'd never given before. You think I'm destined to be with Guin? He said to himself in secret. What's my position then? Damn, this problem will have to be settled sooner or later if he's alive, if not dead. Because it's true, the girl is right, and even with my better-than-human sixth sense, I can't help but feel that Gwyn's dead over Yarn's yellowing beard. Without realizing it, Linda put Suni on her lap and began to tell him to look away, while she looked into his worried round eyes. Oh, it seems like ages ago that we were fighting against Mongol's army in the desert of Nosferus and staying in the village of Shem. But that was only a few months ago. It seems like 10 years ago that I was living peacefully in the crystal palace of Paro with your mother and father and Neris. It makes me wonder if it ever really happened. I must have aged 10 years in the last few months. I wonder if I really was a princess of Paro. Wasn't it all a dream? If that's how you're going to grow old. Ishvin did not seem to be the least bit moved by Linda's remarks. You'll be over 100 years old and as old as Loto by the time you get married. Hey, monkey girl, keep an eye on that end for me. Suni. I don't have anything to help you with when you call me a monkey girl, Linda said angrily. But I couldn't contain my curiosity. Hey, but, what is this? He looked down at Ishvin's hand. The thing that Ishvin had been working on for a while was finally almost finished. It looked like a trap or a catch net, made from a piece of wood and a bowstring. It's a trap to catch a yarn tail, Ishvin said softly, and tied a white fluffy thing made of feathers and cloth to the back of the net. It looked like a bird. Well, that's cute. What is that? This is a decoy. Here, take this. Ishvin made Suni release the end of the vine he was holding. With a cracking sound, the basket-like object flew high into the air. A long vine held the basket to the wreckage of the mast. Watch this. You pull this out. Ishvin pulled on the thinner vine which he kept at hand. Well, Linda and Suni rolled their eyes and looked up. In the blue sky, an imitation bird, tied to its cage, spread its fake wings, and when Ishvin pulled the vine, it flapped its wings. Nice. But what are you going to do with it? A decoration. I'm a pirate from Lent, born in Wallachia, I told you. Ishvin is in a slightly better mood. This is the way I learned it from my grandfather. Well, this looks good. You two, come here. You can't be in there. Ishvin put Linda and Suni under the canvas that he had prepared for them. Hey, what the hell is this? Yes. Hey, princess, do you know what kind of condition this ship's in now? What do you mean? Because we're heading for Rygor, aren't we? Yeah, I guess you could say that. Ishvin pulled the vine and made the fake bird flap its wings. There's no malice in what the doll does, I'm sure. Otherwise, it's like saying a black pig is slimmer than a grass rabbit. Oh my god, you're so full of shit. Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, whether we go to Rygor, back to Paro, or wherever the hell it is we're going to port, that's no longer our immediate problem. And those fools are drinking themselves to death. There's a good chance we'll all end up as mummies in drifting coffins. I didn't say anything to you because I couldn't do anything to worry you. Well, because such. Linda's face became breathless. I don't mean to scare you any more than I already have, but how much water and food do you think we have on board? I've checked everything properly. There are 25 senior seamen and 28 rowers on board, including the 4 of us. The food supply is reduced to 1 meal a day per person, 2 gatis and 2 dried fruits, and we can barely last 10 more days. Water is even worse. The last storm broke 2 water tars and they flowed out. We still have 3 large dowls of wine, but they're guzzling them without a second thought. They'll probably never get enough food. They're all morons. They do nothing but eat, drink, and guzzle. If you limit food and water, they'll take up swords and come at you, even if they know they can't survive otherwise. Ha, pig of a dole. Ishvin threw up. They're all just bastards without a captain or any kind of control. They don't even have the ambition to take over as captain and run the ship. They're just eating and lazing around like pigs. Ha. But, then, That's why I'm doing this, because I have to do something. They'll be quiet if you let them eat all they want, drink all they want and whip them. If I don't do something to get them to land in good time, we'll all end up here. But what does this mean? Shoo! Ishtvan fought back. They gazed upward with bated breath. Their eyes were caught by the fluttering of a pure white decoy bird, fluttering between the blue sea and the sky. Before they knew it, a seabird had appeared around the ship. The bird circled around the mast several times, as if it was annoyed by the fluttering of the fake feathers, and then, as if it had suddenly gained courage, it quickly swooped down to meet the bird. Immediately, Ishtvan, seeing the right moment, pulls the vine in his right hand. Bang! And the ring rebounded, and the trap successfully held the seabird firmly in its jaws. All right. It'll be brilliant. With a look of pride on his face, Ishtvan pulled down the trap and grabbed the flapping bird with care. Hey, what do you say? Should we eat him when we're done? It'd be quicker if you twisted his neck. It's not bad. No. Linda covered her face. It's not a pretty bird. Don't kill it if you can help it. Let it go later. But then what? Yeah, that's why. I'm gonna check this thing out and try to deduce which direction and how far we have to go to find land. You can't do that. It's like a seal. I can. I think it makes a lot more sense than your fortune-telling. It's an old trick of Valachian sailors. Ishtvan began to examine the bird, gently holding it with care. It's the kind that flies rather far. So you can't expect to find an island or something like that nearby. How it feeds, how it grows, how it tears its wings, what's in its droppings. Crumbs of stone and sand stuck in its claws. So, unless he's a very adventurous or lost fool, he'll tell you where he's usually at, how much he flies around in a day, and therefore where he is. I can tell you approximately how many tads it is in a radius of the land. Really? You know everything, don't you, Ishtvan? When Linda looked at him with genuine admiration, Ishtvan was inwardly very flattered. But he didn't look like that at all. It's all about surviving. He continued to examine the bird in a curt manner. Suni, too, rolls her eyes and clings to Linda, peering at Ishtvan's hand. Hey, how'd it go? Did you find out anything? Yeah. Ishtvan furrowed his brow, raised his hand and released the bird. The bird flapped its wings a few times, as if flustered by its sudden freedom, and then quickly ascended, disappearing into the blue and purple sky. There doesn't seem to be much reasonable land nearby. We're right in the middle of the ocean. If we're lucky, we'll make it to one of the islands before the water and food run out, but even then, even if we replenish our water and food there, it'll be the same thing all over again. Not if these idiots are running the ship. Well, I'll set another one. Again. Oh, if I catch a bird of the kind that only goes out to sea near land, I think it would be better for me to leave the boat unattended. That's why I'm checking. You should always pack your things so you can jump into the boat at a moment's notice. I wasn't born with a boulder in my hand to be mummified with those lazy bastards. I have to be the son-in-law of the Lady of Light and become the king of a kingdom. But if I did, those people would be. Let them do what they want to do. Listen, tell Remus in secret that I'll be off this ship when the time is right. I'll leave you and Remus behind without mercy if you don't. Look at those pirates. Even if we take the sacred oath of Dryadon and everything is fine for now, it's only because we can't violate our oath and incur the wrath of the sea god on Dryadon's territorial waters. If we take even one step on land, they will come at us as if there is no reason to keep the oath of Dryadon anymore. So, our best bet is to land somewhere first, and then look for another ship or something to get to Rygor. Wow, okay. Linda clutched her chest with both hands in a reassuring manner. If only Guin had been here. Then you wouldn't have been the only one who had to worry about that. What? Ishtvan chuckled and said as he pulled on the vine and set the trap again. Don't worry about it. I've been through this kind of predicament many times before. I'm alive, I'm fit, my brain works fine, I'm not so weak I can't move. I have a sword in my hand and my strange instincts haven't weakened a bit. So long as that's the case, this isn't even a predicament. There's no point in staying here. We'll come back later. Let's just go downstairs. I have a favor to ask Suni. Linda asked what was the matter, but Istvan laughed and pointed down. So they led him down to the cabin. The rear deck was in ruins. Only the decoy bird of the trap set by Istvan was flapping its white wings in the strong sea wind. At that moment, a bundle of sailing lines, piled up in a circle in the corner of the deck, moved restlessly. A black head peeped out from behind it. Then came a sunburned face with ragged teeth, followed by short limbs and a skinny body. I heard it. It was one of the pirates, a small man named AI. He twisted his miserable face, stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. He then pondered over something, but as he did so, he nodded with a clap of his hands, as if he had come to an understanding, and walked to the stairs. Then he turned a little, put his hand on the dagger at his waist, and looked up at Istvan's trap as if he wanted to smash it or not. Then he licked his lips again, and the next moment the little figure disappeared into the hold. Only the cries of the sea birds and the flapping of the sails in the strong wind broke the monotonous sound of the waves. And yet, with a strange, tense atmosphere at the bottom, the surface of the sea was as mellow as the surface of the sea, and days passed by in idleness, uneventful days. Several times Istvan caught the bird in the trap. However, the results were always disappointing, and when Linda asked him with interest how it went, he did not give her a satisfactory answer. The atmosphere on board still seemed to harbor a strange tension and hostility. The pirates acted as if they deliberately ignored the presence of Istvan and Linda, and taught Remus how to spit with amusement, or they would spend a lot of money to play bacca, and they would be merry until late at night. Istvan had been brought up, and if he had wished to join them and act like one of them, he would have had no reason to do so, but for some reason he did not do so from the beginning, nor did he approach them at all. He spent his days alone, pretending that he did not know how to do anything, carefully observing the direction of the wind and the condition of the sky, looking at tattered charts, and otherwise wandering about the ship, looking for this and that, and examining the birds that had been caught in the trap. Obviously, he had something on his mind. Linda was spending her time chatting with Suni on the upper deck, as Remus had been lingering with the pirates. She taught Suni about the customs of the Central Plains and taught her the language. By now, Suni was able to speak easily, even about very complicated matters, although her pronunciation was somewhat difficult to understand, and she had learned to comb Linda's long, lustrous hair and to braid it. Suni, I love your hair, princess. Suni was completely devoted to Linda with her small, loyal affection, but she was also fascinated by Linda's fair skin, even though it was tanned, and then her shiny platinum blonde hair, and she was happy and wanted to brush her hair tirelessly. I wish Suni had hair like a princess. But you've had a lot of sun damage, Linda said as she was being comfortably served by Suni. I used to grow my hair down to my waist. I cut it off when I was sick and I was so sad. If I ever get back to Paro, I'd like to grow it back. Can Suni go to Paro too? Oh, my God, you idiot, Suni, what are you talking about? Of course you are. Suni, I love you, princess, and I'll stay by your side forever. We'll always be together, Suni. The little squire and master sat together on the deck, letting the sea breeze blow over them and talking to each other without boredom. Hey, Suni. Do you remember when Suni and I first met at Staffaro's castle all those years ago? For the first time, the princess saved me from the torque. There was a scary man. Yes, that's when, Suni. You were so scared when I told you about Guin and how all he could remember was his name and the word Aurra. Why was that? Suni freaked out. I wouldn't do that. I did. He said something in Shem's language, and he was very surprised. You knew what an Aurra was, didn't you, Suni? Tell me about it. Suni, I don't know. I don't even know Aurra. Well, Suni. Linda was at a loss. Because that time. Surely, princess, you must have mistaken me for something else. No, I'm not. Suni, you. Linda's brow furrowed. Hey, Suni. Think about it. Maybe that's how you'll find out about Guin, where he came from, why he's acting like that. He doesn't say anything, but I know that he's in a lot of pain over it. Suni loves him, right? So don't tell me I'm mistaken, just think about it. You know something, don't you? I'm sure you've heard of Aurra, haven't you? I don't know. Suni shook her little hairy head and resisted stubbornly. I don't understand what you say, Suni. Well. Linda was bewildered and angry, but she had enough self-control to think that in Suni's resistance, there might be a taboo or a fear too great to be spoken of. But this stubborn and incomprehensible attitude of hers, which Suni had shown only on this subject, stirred up in Linda a growing curiosity, awe, and longing for Guin's secret. Linda's curiosity about Guin's secret, her awe, and her longing for Guin, who was not here, were stirred up. Trusting and waiting is the hardest part. Linda could not help but tell Suni that even if she knew that she did not understand, even if she taught her with words, Shem's brain itself could not understand such a thing when it came to such an abstract story. I really want to go back to the ship and search for Guin blindly, but because I didn't, Guin might have died, and I might not be able to see him again, even though I could have saved him by turning back. But I can't do anything by myself, and here I am, adrift on a pirate ship, looking out at the sea. That's the most unhappy and patient thing I can think of. I believe in Guin and my psychic abilities. But even that is easily overshadowed by the power of the doubt of what if I'm wrong. I'm a weak, timid, and useless child at a time like this. A princess. Royal blood is no more than a crumb of sand before the power of a yarn. Sama. Princess Sama, don't cry, Princess Sama. Suni calmed her down and rubbed Linda's back with his small hand. Fashijini. However, Linda quickly regained her self-control and smiled at Suni as if she regretted it. Even when I lost my country, even when my parents were killed in front of me, even when I thought I was going to be caught and killed, I didn't cry like this with a burning feeling in my heart. To tell the truth, I didn't have time to cry when they broke into the palace, but that's strange. I've never really cried over the deaths of your father and mother. Maybe it's because I've only seen it from afar and I don't feel it. Maybe it's because I think that if I go back to the crystal one day, my parents will be there waiting for me. I can accept it because I feel it's Yarn's destiny. The loss of my country, the fate of all things. And yet just the fact that Guin isn't around for a bit, even though I know she'll come back to me sooner or later, makes me feel like my heart is on fire. I can be calm and relaxed and let it happen. It's like everything is where it's supposed to be. But without Guin, I'm so anxious and worried. And Ishtvan is. Linda suddenly paused. Her smoldering violet crystal eyes seemed to be caught up in some kind of foreboding that she could not quite understand. Perhaps Linda herself did not know what to do next, not even a little. The day seemed to dawn and dusk at random. But there is always an end to every day. On the 4th or 5th day after setting the trap, Ishtvan caught another bird, released it, and came down to Linda's cabin, trying to look as if nothing had changed. Remus was there at that time. Hey, Ishtvan whispered to him. Apparently, there's an island nearby, a rather large one, possibly all the way to land. We'll look again tonight or tomorrow night, unload the boat and make a run for it. Be ready to make a run for it so we don't get distracted. Well, are you sure? By the nymphs, wife of Drydawn. The bird I caught wasn't the kind that flies far out to sea. The one that swims in the shallows near the beach to feed. And it was a young bird that hadn't been home very long. That means there's land close enough to fly to and fly back, even if the bird doesn't have much strength in its wings. Wow, Remus said calmly. Tonight? No, it could still be a lost one. Let's get another one and see if he's a shorebird too. Tomorrow night. Keep your eyes open. Okay, look. If they find out, it's the end of the line. Remus, go visit them as usual. Just don't let them know you're doing it by mistake. I know. I'll make it work. Remus smiled faintly. Linda gazed at Remus with a vague, inexplicable look in her eyes. As an older sister, she couldn't help but be happy that her reluctant little brother had suddenly grown up and become strong. But at the same time, it was a very sad and unconvincing thing, like a parent who has begun to realize that their child no longer needs their care. Remus seemed to have done very well, and until late that night there was a great deal of hooting and shouting in the pirates' quarters. The pirates did not know which way they were going, so the rowers stopped rowing long ago, threw down their oars, and lazed about, leaving the ship to drift aimlessly in the wind. But even the rascals are aware in their hearts that they are running out of food and water. But instead of trying to cope with it, they are more lazy and fool themselves by indulging in gambling in order to disguise their anxiety. And so, after a great deal of merrymaking and wrangling, when it was about to turn white, we fell asleep, drunk and piled on top of each other. It was just as dawn was about to break. Land. And the guards, fearing lest they should go on the reef during the night, kept watch one by one, in shifts. They were afraid only of running aground. I can see land. It's an island. What? An island? If I'm wrong, I'll break your neck, you son of a bitch. The pirates, rubbing their sleepy eyes, leapt from the filthy, boozy floor and climbed on deck. Of course, Istvan and the others were the first to jump out. Oh. What about this guy? It's an island, man. That's a lot of money. Yeah, man. They clung to the port side and made merry with each other. The shadows of the islands are already clearly visible on the horizon at dawn. In the midst of the sky and the sea, which seemed to be a mixture of indigo and akane, lay the deep green island, as if it were smoldering, and as if it were whispering to them. Thank God. There's water. There must be a clean spring. It's food. It's a woman. Sails can be fixed. The pirates, inwardly, were just as anxious as they were furious. A frenzied one. Fuck, it's probably deserted. There it is. He's got that look about him. Each one of them can't help but feel a sense of relief as if their inner strength is being drained away. What about the wind? It's a breeze. Raise the sails. All the way up. Rowers. What are you waiting for? Let's row to that island. Don't slack off, or the whip will blow. Istvan went down the stairs and quietly went back to his cabin. His mouth tightened into a stern expression. Istvan, that's amazing. An excited Linda followed him and noticed the look on his face. What's wrong with you? Your idea was right on the money. Now we're saved. Why do you look so embarrassed? Thank God, he said. Istvan saw Remus' face behind Linda's and frowned at him. When a man thinks he's lost his whole life. Just when you think you've lost. Don't try to explain, kid. Your sister's a woman after all. Congratulations are in order. Well, that's terrible. We should have taken the boat out last night, Remus said quietly. Now, when we land, they'll probably land too, and it'll be a battle between them and us. I was naive. I didn't expect the island to be so close. Well, it's not like I'm done with Yarn's bald head yet, Istvan said with a terrible frown on his face. Considering the state of the tide, the wind, the fact that the number of rowers has been reduced to half, and the distance, it will probably be midnight before we can actually set sail for the island. Then it's dangerous to go up to a strange island in the dark. We'll probably spend the night waiting with the anchor down and come ashore tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, we'll wait for them to get drunk and come ashore soon. A little risk is inevitable. And yet, as soon as they know we've escaped, they'll be after us in the morning. On land, the Dryad's oath is no longer in force, and now that the ship is gone, their only hope of making money is to capture us and sell us or ransom us, Remus said. But, for one thing, there's no way I won't let you, Istvan. I mean, Remus chuckled lowly. Just as they're about to launch the boat, they'll blow a hole in the hold. Or they'll set the boat on fire. Dead men can't do evil, Remus. Istvan stared at the boy's face, sobbing. In the still dark cabin, the face in the dim light is that of a pretty, beautiful boy who looks like a woman. However, the smile on her fresh lips had a cold, ruthless brightness that sent shivers down the spine of anyone who saw her. On the dark throne of Dole, even I wouldn't think that far ahead. Ishtvan said in his mouth. You're not so bad, Your Majesty. Ha! Oh, my God, that's... Linda gasped. First, yes, the Dryad's oath binds us even as we let them. We'd be cowards if we raised our swords against them while they were still breaking them. I wouldn't let my twin brother do such a thing. What are you? Oh, save the cowardice talk for later. Later. Ishtvan blocked it. I've got to figure out a way to do this. Remus shrugged and said nothing more in return. But in his eyes there was a faint, irritating light. And he went up to Ishtvan and put his mouth to his ear. Then here's the next best thing. Tonight, they'll try to drink all they have left and make a racket. I'm going to go in there and put some sleeping pills in their drinks. Yeah, that's good. I was just about to tell you to do the same, Ishtvan said. On second thought, I know I'd be better off doing what you suggested in the first place. They're not the kind of people you want to kill, but don't say that in front of Linda. Besides, I'm a sailor. Linda's right about the Dryad vow. Anyway, the gods aren't to be ruffled. Remus looked at Ishtvan with dark, glowing eyes and nodded slowly. The rowers must have rushed into position. Soon, the boat began to speed up and move through the clearing. That's the night. Shoot, don't make a sound. A stealthy voice was whispering to the others. Slowly lower the rope, you'll hear a big bang when you drop it in the water. Take your time. Needless to say, it was Ishtvan, Linda, Remus, and Suni. The island was just ahead of us, and now it was sinking blackly into the depths of night. The crew of the Garm's Head had also fallen asleep in a drunken stupor, after a long night's merrymaking, waiting to cast anchor and come ashore tomorrow morning. All aboard, all right, Remus, row that way. At first, you put your oars in the water quietly. Hold on while I cut the rope. There was the sound of small waves breaking against the belly of the boat. On the waves, like a dream, the pale glow of luminous insects spread like flames scattered on the water. The boat glides away from the Garm's Head and approaches the island in front of us. It's bigger than I thought. If we can get into the mountains in the middle of it, the question is, do people live there? Chomping. Ishtvan says, while you are rinsing the water for sure. Linda hugged Suni and looked up at the black mass that was closing in on her. I don't like it, she whispered softly. I have a bad feeling about this island. I wouldn't want to go ashore if I could help it, but I'm in no condition to talk about it. But there's something about this island. It's bad luck, I know it. Time passed in silence. Then, with a thud, the tip of the boat struck the beach. They stepped on firm ground under their feet for the first time in a dozen days since they left Paro. Chapter 2. The Island Where God Lives. Hey! I heard a low whisper in the darkness. Another voice, similar to the previous one but a little lower, answers sleepily. Are you sleeping? Remus. Yeah. I wonder if it's dawn yet. It was Linda whispering to me. Hey! What's wrong? Linda. Remus says in a sleepy voice. On the beach of the island, they found a small cave, more like a hollow in the rocks, and landed on the island, where they hid themselves and waited for the morning. Off in the distance, the black figure of the Garm's Head can be seen anchored. I really wanted to go further into the interior of the island, but it was the first time I had set foot on it, and not knowing what dangers it held, or even who it belonged to, it would have been suicide to go deeper into the dark, unknown forest. The crew of the Garm's Head have been given a sleeping potion in their wine, so they will not wake up until the sun is very high in the sky. So Ishtvan's plan was to wait here in seclusion until it became light, and then, as soon as we could see our feet, we would set out to explore the island. Until then, Ishtvan would stand watch, and the children would rest for a while. The Ishtvan is huddled at the entrance of the cave, his black shadow floating faintly on the pale moon and stars and the glow of the sea that reflects them in the night without a single light. Linda let out a deep breath and rolled over, careful not to disturb Remus and Suni's sleep. Gun. There's nothing I can do about it now that I've told my companions, but ever since the moment we landed on this island, Linda, the seer, has been seized by an abnormal surge of energy that even I can't describe. I can't even describe it. If only Guin were here, if only Guin were here. As she lay still and listened to the whisper of the earth and the murmur of the night, it seemed to Linda that this excitement was gradually taking clearer and clearer shape. There's something about this island. Or perhaps that's just another way of saying that there is something on this island. I have no idea what it is, but it's something. Why it is extraordinary, what it is, whether it is good or evil, even that is not clear to me, as much as I would like to say that it is rare for Linda, who is said to be the best predictor in Nakahara. That's why you'd better watch out for this island, Linda couldn't say. In any case, there is no other way for them to escape, even though they say so. If they stranded themselves in a small boat and wandered about the sea, the waves and winds would soon overwhelm them, and to remain in a pirate ship would be a path of destruction more obvious than fire. Of course I know that. I know what I have to do, and I know that the only way to get through this is to fight. But, oh, why am I so anxious? Anxiety more strange than anxiety, a clamoring feeling in the chest has never happened before. That's why I'm frightened. Oh, Guin. If only Guin were here, I wouldn't be afraid of any unknown danger. Linda lay still, hugging her body with both arms, trying to hold back her anxiety, searching for the source of her anxiety, and pining for her precious, lost guardian god. Though Istvan is here, though I may, perhaps, like Istvan, there's something in me that tells me he's not good enough. I know it, I'm tied to Guin somewhere deep down. With Guin, there's nothing to fear. But Istvan is. Linda gently lifted her head and looked at the mercenary huddled at the entrance to the cave, keeping watch. Then he got up gently and walked towards Istvan, taking care not to disturb the healthy sleep of Remus and Suni. Istvan, on his knees, with his sword between his knees, gazes silently towards the sea. He does not turn to look at the presence behind him. What's the matter? You can't sleep, he said. I told you to keep your strength up while you still could. Yes. But I'm not tired, I'm not tired. Well, why don't you come over here and sit down and look at the ocean? Linda hesitantly sat down a little lower on the ground beside Istvan. It was elevated, and beyond the cliffs I could see a beautiful view of the sea glittering with luminous insects. In another 10 days or so, the first faint glimmer of dawn will appear. But still, the sea, glittering and pale, lay still in the darkness, and even the distant figure of the Garm's head, seen from there, seemed to be anchored in silence, with no movement in sight. It's beautiful. Linda was silent for a moment, then whispered in an exhaled voice, as if afraid to break the overwhelming silence. It's too beautiful for words. It's too divine, it's hiding something, it's telling something, it's too big, it's too scary. It's beautiful, Istvan said softly. I'm afraid I'm too preoccupied with how I'm going to get through this, how I'm going to get through this sea and get you guys back to Argos, to just sit around and watch the sea. I can't just sit back and watch the sea. I'm sorry, Linda said quietly, after a moment of silence. Istvan looked at Linda with a startled look. I'm always saying and doing unthinking and selfish things, and I'm always causing trouble for you and Guin. I'm sure I grew up in that crystal palace surrounded by people who listened to me and treated me well, so I must have been lacking something. So every time I say something that I don't mean to say, I end up offending you or making you feel bad. I feel like I'm really bothering you all the time and making you feel like a burden, and I'm really sick of it. It's no wonder you don't like me or think I'm a stupid girl. I don't know what you're talking about, you idiot. Istvan made some kind of terribly perplexed and panicked sound. He's been quiet again for a while. What makes you think I don't like you again? He mumbled in a strange, hushed way. It was as if he was afraid to ask himself what he would say. Because you're always getting on my nerves and calling me stupid and ignorant and naive and ungrateful. Linda said miserably. You think I don't know the least bit about my faults, and that I don't have any. But that's not true, really. I'm Sure, I'm just not very good at it. Linda. More and more, Istvan turned his face away from Linda and tried not to look at her, as if he were trying to be mean. I'm a little bit outspoken, but that's just something I say when I'm upset, and I never really think of you that way. Well. Linda's murmurings were low, but awfully eloquent. Istvan's breathing quickened slightly. For a few moments neither of them said anything, as if they were afraid that whoever broke the silence first would have to open the curtain of tension that resembled this battle and bear the consequences. They stubbornly kept their faces turned away from each other. However, it was Istvan who suddenly broke the seriousness of the moment. Well, I've been thinking about something rather trivial. I think I told you and Guin about the Lady of Light that was foretold when I was born. Yes, Linda said, somewhat relieved. I remember. Well, I mean, now I'm wondering if I should have told you to do that. Why? Linda's voice was too quick. I mean, Istvan licked his lips softly. That's why I was worried about you. Because of what you said, Linda, because of what you said about me, because you're a princess, because you're a. I'm a princess who was forced to leave her country. Linda sucked in her bottom lip and said furiously, I have nothing more. Even if I were to go to Argos in good time, I do not know whether I could really come to my aunt's aid, rely on her mercy, and march up to Paro with an army. The people of Argos are a prairie people, and they are very sympathetic, but even they would not risk all their country to fight for the helpless children of another country, merely because they are of a little blood. Even if, with my aunt's help, we could raise an army to retake Paro, we would have little hope of defeating Mongol, and if we did regain our country, we would be indebted to Argos for the favors he had bestowed on us. We are too young and powerless to believe that anything is certain anymore. Just because we have holy blood from a holy family doesn't mean we have more than a fisherman's child living peacefully in the middle of nowhere. I don't know what I can pay for the power you and Guin are giving me, let alone what I deserve. The only thing I'm sure of now, me and Remus, is the life in this body. And I don't know when I'll lose that if you don't protect me. That's what we've become. No father, no mother, no country, no treasure. How can I call myself a princess? We're just orphans, yes, helpless orphans who can't do anything without you. I didn't think you'd be thinking about that, Janice, protector of the truth. Istvan almost said, as if it had come out of his mouth. But Linda suddenly burst into tears, and I panicked. Linda was crying with abandon, throwing away her pride and stoutness, as if the tears she had forgotten for so long had finally regained their flow. She was, after all, only 14 years old, and for all her age and her previous circumstances, she was a miserable girl who had been subjected to so many harsh and constant trials for so long that she had never had a moment's peace of mind. Her youth, her pride and her natural compassion had barely held her together until now, but now that stronghold had fallen. She looked awfully small and frail, and she squirmed with embarrassment. Istvan was dismayed. It was bad. Uncharacteristically, and almost frightened, he spoke. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that, I didn't mean it like that. I swear on Janice, on Saria, on Iris. So please don't cry. Linda, hey, Linda. He stretched out his hand in bewilderment and placed his stubby hand on the shoulder of the girl who was still squirming, trying somehow to soothe and soften her heart. But as soon as his hand touched Linda's skinny shoulders, which were covered with only a thin layer of clothing, he jerked away from her as if he had been touched by a roaring coal fire. Linda stiffened, too. Her sobbing had stopped. Linda put her hands to her mouth, and with swollen, weeping eyes stood still, panting for breath. Then she turned her head slowly and looked at Istvan with eyes full of astonishment and dismay, as if she did not know what she was going to find there. Her long eyelashes blinked fiercely, and her large, violet eyes of dawn looked wide and gentle, filled with an inexplicable passion, expectation, and tender thought, a womanly, gentle, overflowing thought. Istvan, she whispered in a faint, somewhat sweet voice. Istvan. Linda. Istvan gulped down his spit. Linda. He hesitated. Then he pulled the girl into a tight embrace. Linda didn't blink. She closed her eyes and turned her face up. He cupped her tiny chin in his frail fingers and licked her lips, wincing like a child seeing the world for the first time. Istvin. Finally, when he lifted his lips, Linda closed her eyes and whispered dreamily. Istvin, do you love me? Tissaria, it seems my heart has been touched by the arrow of Thotha's love. Istvin whispered in Linda's ear. It's not because you're the princess of Paro. It's not because I'm looking for the Lady of Light, Linda. You're beautiful, more beautiful than anyone. Oh, Istvin. That's all Linda could say. Tears began to well up in her eyes again. But they were not the painful, bitter tears of earlier, the tears of exhaustion from toil and patience. The tears were sweet and softened Linda's stiffened heart. Didn't you, at that time, when that rascal captain swung his sword over me on the Garm's head, cry out, Istvin, don't die, and jump out of your hiding place? Istvin looked down at Linda with a curious look in his eyes and whispered against her cheek with his hands. At that time, I was happy in the thought that it might be the last time. I'm sure you'll be able to understand why I've always been so irritated, angry about you, why I've always been so worried about you and how you feel about me. Oh, Istvin, we're alive. Linda's voice was filled with a proud crackle of joy. We're here, and so we are together. Yeah. Istvin, even if I never regain my country again, even if it becomes clear that I am a lone orphan who will never be wrapped in purple and gold, will you still think me pretty? Instead of answering, Istvin hugged Linda's slender body tightly. Will you always be with me? Will you protect me, and will you always be with me, no matter where I go or what my fate is? Yeah. Istvin's eyes, black and gleaming with merriment, took on a solemn expression, and his mouth, which had been set in an ironic smile, tightened. I swear it. In my honor and in the honor of Janus, my one and only God, I will stand by you. I will never leave you. I will protect you, no matter what happens to me. Yeah. I don't care what happens. He took a slender sword from his belt and held it at his feet. Then he drew it free and stood before Linda, his arm out straight, holding the sword toward him, its hilt out toward her. My life is yours, Linda. If you doubt me, push the handle now and take my life. In the name of the holy Janus, Linda answered. And she took the sword from his hand with a solemn gesture, and put her lips to the hilt, and laid it down and gave it back to him. In the 20 years since I was born, I have never offered this sword to anyone but myself, he said. I will never again offer it to anyone else. Linda didn't say anything. She just stared at Istvin. I'll make sure you get to Argos safely. As I've told you many times before, when I get to Argos, I'll be. If we could just get Paro back. Linda whispered enraptured. You promised a long time ago that if you took us to Argos, your reward would be to make you a holy knight marquis, and you said, if I get Paro back, you'll make me Lord Crystal and let me sit on my left. What if? Istvin was about to say something. But he suddenly stopped talking, drew Linda close to him, covered her lips roughly with his, and did not let go until she had surrendered herself completely to his breast as if she had lost her strength. I didn't take a holy vow to you to make you Lord Crystal. Don't forget that, he said, somewhat roughly. Linda laughed, a laugh that had a touch of triumph in it, the kind of riotous wisdom and confidence that even a girl of 14 knows as well as a mature woman. I know, Istvin, she said, tracing Istvin's lips with a slender finger. And one more thing, you don't want to tell Remus about this yet. You know. Yeah. Linda muttered, somewhat hesitantly this time. Yes. I've always wanted to tell you. If a king is wise, he'll kill his brother and his brother's son, and leave the best of the litter and send the rest away. You're twins, you're a woman but a sister. And you're very smart for a woman, too smart. Until now, you've been Paro's two lovely pearls, protected in the shell. But from now on, Istvin went on to say that perhaps his experience, which was very rich for his age, had taught him how much a man desires, and how he will not hesitate to give up his parents and brothers for the sake of it, and also how, in Paro, which is rich and vast and hides many useful secrets, The princes and princesses who have been driven out of their country are nothing but possibilities in themselves for all the countries of the Middle Land, which are always looking for an opportunity. And how they are nothing but possibilities themselves. But Istvan suddenly stopped talking. He did not know whether this was out of sympathy or concern for the anxious, deafening look on Linda's face as she looked up at him, or whether there was something else on his mind. Anyway, he suddenly grabbed Linda by the shoulders, turned her around, and said in a very different tone, "It's almost dawn. I really can't stay here and kill even a Tarzan. Go and wake up the men and tell them to get ready to go. How's your body doing without much rest?" "It's okay," Linda said reluctantly. Obviously, in the last half a year or so, there had been a change in her that she could not conceal. She had lost some of her childish stoutness and strength, and her face had become softer, more feminine, and somewhat her expression had become soft, feminine, and somewhat fragile. Seeing this, Istvan stopped her as she turned to go, and gently placed his lips on her forehead. "Don't worry about a thing," he said. "I'll do whatever I want. I'll always be there for you, protecting you. Do you understand? My Lady of Light." "I understand." Linda smiled and walked into the cave. Istvan's face had a complicated expression as he watched her go. He had not missed the slightest hint that he had sensed in the darkness behind him, just after he had told Linda to wake the others. You were standing there like a skeptical tear," he muttered into his mouth as he slipped his sword into his belt. There was a strange dark light in his eyes. You need to think it over, Istvan of Wallachia. But let's not forget that the main problem now is how to deal with these pirates in front of us. It's a fool's errand to look too closely at a lion in the forest and get bitten by a snake underfoot. That said, he twisted his lips into a lopsided smile. It was a strange and fateful, or rather, ironic, interlude, carefully planned by Yarn, the god of fate. For, at the same time, another kiss was about to be performed in the far-off crystal palace of Paro. Amneris, princess of Mongol, with her golden hair, white forehead, and green eyes, was called Lady of Light by Aldo Neyris, Lord of the Crystal, Linda's cousin, who held her in his elegant hands. As Istvan had whispered to the princess of Paro on the rocks of this nameless island. And so Linda and Amneris, two beautiful girls who had once met in the sandy tents of Nosferus, who had been born with the destiny of being enemies to each other at every turn, were now, although they differed in age from 18 to 14, they were both consumed by love for the first time and were about to enter into their own destinies. And while the men hold love in their hands, their eyes are already looking past the immediate difficulties and straight to the prospect of the future. Once again, the day was about to dawn with a new crisis on this strange sea and island. This island seems to be much farther south than the explorers thought. It became apparent almost as soon as the ruthless, youthful lure came up to the surface. The trees of the island, seen in the bright light, were of an annoying dark green, tangled together and stretching upward, where the ivy was spreading its domain. The color of the sea was also the color of bright, transparent green balls, and from a certain point on the rocks they suddenly changed to a blue-green deeper than the trees in the forest. That's funny. Looking down at the rocky cave by the sea, which revealed only a few steps, and walking up the narrow path on the ledge, looking down at the sea, Istvan murmured. "What?" "Quickly, Remus will hear you." Garm's head. "I can see it from here, but there's no sign of them moving. I'm sure he's still drunk and asleep from the sake heap," Linda said under her breath. "No, but some of them don't drink much. They should be waking up by now and noticing we're gone. First of all, it's probably getting pretty hot in the cabin by now," Remus says. "I wonder if they unloaded the boat from the port side over there." Istvan looked at Remus, frowned, and said softly, "But I don't think they have the right to do that. Unless there's one pirate who wasn't crushed by the drugs and woke up the rest of us." Istvan stared at Remus in dismay, considered the possibility carefully, and then shook his head somewhat weakly. "I don't think so. If that were the case, they would have taken action sooner. Damn it, I should have put a living staff on the holy Aurra to teach her tactics, made a hole in the bottom of the ship when we got out, set fire to the oil barrels, and cut off all future worries. Oh, if you burn that many people alive, we will never be able to receive Janna's blessing again, Linda said, shuddering. Remus looked at his sister strangely for a moment, but did not say anything. Watch your step, Ishvan cautioned abruptly, as if trying to change the subject. From the looks of this grass, there might be a grass snake lurking. I'll keep an eye on his head. What's the matter, Suni? Oh, my God, this ivy is moving. Suni screams and jumps. It's a bloodsucker. Well, if he's here, then this island is apparently pretty far south. Ishvan cut off the red ivy that had come wandering down over the head of Suni, and said, Ishvan, although it is called ivy, the leaves are higher up, and it looks like a thin red snake. The cut-off part of the snake lies between the grass and the rock at the foot of the tree, and struggles feebly. The sky was rapidly turning into a thick forest beyond the ledge. The twins and Suni could see that Ishvan was becoming very cautious and nervous. This was because, compared to the rocks, the rich green trees, ivy and grass were also more likely to harbor and hide dangerous creatures. To them, who had traversed the deserts of Nosferus and the oceans, the forests and mountains here were like a different world. They were surrounded by the sounds of life, the buzzing of birds and insects, the growling of beasts, the rustling of the wind through the trees, the buzzing of wings, and even the sounds of a secret struggle. The bright colors of the Baltic bird's feathers flashed across their vision for a moment, and then the blazing scarlet flowers and leaves of the flaming tree, whose thorns are poisonous and are found only in the south, appeared, tinting the soothing green. A carnivorous Turk bird, larger than a Baltic, flew away with a small burrowing rat trap in its beak, and a ruby-eyed grass snake emerged from the undergrowth, chasing a small sapphire-colored lizard, which disappeared under the trees on the other side. Here, the world was alive and full of life, struggle and death. There was never a moment of silent stillness. The dizzying smells of grass, flowers, insects, birds and beasts are all around them. It was more alien to the city girls and boys of Paro and the Semites of Nosferus than any uninhabited desert, but to the Valachian-born mercenary of the southern seaside, it was very familiar, perhaps even somewhat like his own. The animals and plants are rather close to the inland areas of the Lenten Sea, Ishvan mumbled to himself as he took in his surroundings. In the forests a little further from Wallachia, grass snakes, blood-sucking crane, those birds and toros are often seen. The trees and flowers look the same. If this wasn't an island, but a peninsula leading inland, everything would be fine now, if only we had a pioneer's house somewhere. Well, at least I don't see any traces of what looks like a red street anywhere. And Remus. Oh. That means we can't rely on that guy too much. They followed a path through the forest for a couple of days, and then took a rest to eat what little food they had left and to drink water. The way was not very smooth. Istvan, at the head of the way, had to watch out for snakes and other things, and had to cut off the blood-sucking ivy that kept coming down from above, and underfoot, even without these dangers, were deep grasses and jagged rocks that made it difficult to walk. But a little while after they had begun to go on again, the trees and grass at last began to thin out, and as they did so the ground beneath their feet became much steeper. Once again, they found themselves on a path leading to the top of a mountain rising in the middle of the island. You can get a pretty good idea of what it's like from the top of the mountain. Ishvan made Linda and Suni keep quiet because he was tired, but he himself was not able to keep quiet at all, and sometimes he wanted to reveal what was in his mind. But be that as it may, what I don't like is the condition of this road. Look, the grass is worn and there's a broken tree in the middle of the road. It's wide enough for a beast path, and from the look of this broken tree, I don't know, Istvan. I don't mean to scare you guys. There's probably something around here. What is it? Linda seemed to tense up. She was remembering. The first time, when she was about to land here, she had felt an unidentifiable uneasiness that had frightened her. The seer of Nakahara. Wasn't that exactly what she had meant? Hey, what's something? A bear bar. No, there's no bears around here. Or a leopard would be smaller. No, the way this tree's broken, it's got to be something a lot bigger. It's so big. Great and mighty. You know Friantia and Rhodes in the south? There's a great big gray beast there called Elkin. He has a long tail around his face instead of on his rump, and ears as big as sacks, and the niggers of the south grab their ears and walk on their heads. Ha! Remus shouted doubtfully. Istvin grew pale. This is the right head of Janus, the keeper of the truth, and I'm telling you a story that's not a lie. I've seen it with my own eyes, an animal 10 times the size of a horse, a house, a very rich man's house in motion, and a man who rides it climbs down with a ladder on his head. It's true. Are you saying that this Elhin is on this island? I didn't say that, you dumb kid. But it's no wonder something that big, has forced its way through here before. But I don't know, usually I can tell by the air where a monster that big is like the master of the island. There's something tense in the air, and the birds and little things are always scared and watching. But on this island, grass snakes and Baltic birds are completely carefree. And the droppings and the hairs and the scales, if there's such a big guy walking around, there's bound to be a little something left of him. A monster that big. Linda shuddered involuntarily. They say it's lurking somewhere in this forest, watching us even now. Yeah. That could be it. Istvin says somewhat awkwardly. Well, that guy might have died a long time ago, and even if he's a big guy, he might be a quiet guy who won't do any harm, and you won't have to go through so much trouble from the start. Suddenly, Istvin's face tightened. And then, suddenly, he's... Get down! He cried out and, hugging Linda's and Suni's bodies beneath him, fell to the rocks nearby. Remus rushes after him. Then a silver thing passed over them, and stuck itself to the trunk of a tree, and shook and shook. Wow! Istvin, looking around quickly, suddenly sprang out, plucked it out, and ran back to the rock. It was an arrow with a long feather. There are people on this island. Sho! Istvin restrained the children with his hand, and took something like a piece of paper tied to the handle of the arrow, and opened it. Ha! Just say something to get it out of your system and throw it away. What's wrong? What is it, Istvin? Don't worry. It's not like there's a bunch of scary savages living on this island. Istvin grimaced. Well, it's a bit like that. This is the arrow lance pirates use for their longbow. And you'll see it charred black in the middle of this paper. That's their death sentence, that we've broken our agreement with them and will kill them when we find them. Pirates, but it seems they've woken up and come to this island. No, maybe that whole thing was just a trap to fool us. Are you close? I don't know. These long-distance arrows can travel a long way, and they're probably shooting blindly all over the place. If they were really close enough to shoot at us, they would most likely shoot at my arms or legs first to make me unable to fight, and then start cooking again. Or maybe he saw us moving from somewhere and figured out that we were around here and shot at us. What are you going to do, Istvin? I'm in a little bit of trouble. Even the vivacious, red mercenary frowned. This is real hide and seek. They may be, but we can't move fast enough. But if it becomes a war of attrition, the other side is stronger. Well, wait and see. I'll have a think about it. When I said this, his brow wrinkled and he made a difficult face, and he pondered for a while. Linda, Remus, and Suni, who had clung to Linda, said nothing, but waited with bated breath for fear of disturbing his thoughts. Istvin chewed his lips and thought about something, not even talking to himself as usual. That was how serious he was. At last he made up his mind and looked up, but he did not look very confident. Hey, Sal. You're good at tree climbing, aren't you? Climb up to the top of the tallest tree around here and see if you can see anything moving around you. Lots of people, big beasts, things like that. Suni, go. Watch out for the blood-sucking wigglers. Watching Suni climb up the tree. Anyway, if we're stuck around these woods with no visibility, we're just waiting to be spotted by a bunch of guys. That's how Istvin explained it. Even if half of them stay on the ship and only the other half go ashore, there should be 25 or 6 of them. And they're all strong men, I'm the only one who can take them on, and the rest are 2 children and a monkey girl. At 25 to 1, there's no chance of a fair fight. If I'm wrong, it'll be 50 to 1. I can't do anything about this unless I use my head a little, use the logic of the earth, and take them out one by one. Suddenly Ishvan sat up and looked around. Oh, crap. Linda and Remus both shrieked involuntarily. There was a strange sound that could not be described as a rumbling of the earth, and at the same time the earth shook and moved. What is this? Ishvan, the monster. No, no. I don't think so. Ishvan panted and strained himself with his sword as a staff. Oh, it stopped. Hey, Suni, are you there? I'm coming. The hairy face of Shem's daughter peeped out from the treetop, and then she slid down the trunk skillfully. It's shaking like hell. I'm surprised. I was afraid you were gonna fall. Hey, did you see anything? Lots of moving things, but no OM. So many ohms, so little Suni could see them. I don't smell no around this many trees. Do you see anything that looks like a big sandworm or a big desert wolf? There weren't any. Lots of birds, lots of snakes, lots of birds. There's a... Suni pointed to the top of the mountain where they were aiming. There was a smoke. From behind the mountain. What? That's strange. Could it be that the men on the boat went around behind the mountain? And then there's this big black mouth, the mouth of the mountain. What? Ishvan screamed in disbelief. Wait, I'll ask him. Linda asked Suni to speak some Semitic and Nakahara's words. Okay. It seems that Suni is saying that there is a large cave entrance opening near the top of the mountain. It's quite possible that the cave is the lair of the creature. What about that smoke? Either they live on the island, or they're on the boat, or else. Maybe this mountain's about to erupt, you know. Remus said it calmly, and the people were taken aback. They were beginning to be taken by surprise and to fall silent for a moment whenever Remus said something. That's him. Istvan thought about it. I don't know. I can't see the smoke from here because of the foliage, and at least there's no sign of lava around here. But then, what about that rumbling? That's... Istvan stuck. Well, that's a story for another time. Anyway, it's not a good idea to just stand here. Let's go. I've got a plan. Like what? We're not there yet. Anyway, we'll lure them ashore, up. If we can, we'll let them collide with the beast. Then, in the meantime, we'll go around, come back to the shore, and take the ship. Even though you ran away. Yeah, if we're lucky they'll all come ashore and there'll only be a dozen of us on the boat. Anyway, there's nothing we can do if we stay on this island forever. But to do that... Remus was about to say something when... Who? Ha! A piercing sound cut through the air. Watch out! Get down! Istvan rasps and twists his body and cuts down the arrow with his sword. That's them, damn it, they're already here. Ishtvarn, come here, you're at a disadvantage here anyway. A silver arrow whistled past his nose. When Istvan stooped low, ranting curse words. Go. Far away, and then, gradually, closer. Finally, the entire island began to shake and shudder as if it were grabbing the entire earth and slamming it down. Get down! Istvan's screams were drowned out by the rumbling of the earth and the tremendous noise, as if everyone was screaming for help. The flapping of birds' wings, the roar of beasts, the crunching and falling of trees. Danger! Get down, get down! Linda! Suddenly, his strong hand grabbed Linda's body, which was about to fall down, and he grabbed the trunk with one hand, supporting himself somehow and protecting her under his body. Oh! But after a few long, frightening, soul-destroying minutes that seemed like an eternity, the roar of the earth suddenly stopped, just as it had started again. And stopped. Istvan gasped. Linda! Are you okay? Yeah. Something. What happened to my brother? Suni is. Istvan, finally remembering, looked around. I'm here. There is a soothing call, and Remus and Suni rise up from the grass. Oh. That's good. Linda was the only one I could reach. Istvin, who had never done so before, and had no intention of doing so now, somehow or other, said in a way that sounded like an excuse. I've seen something like this before. But this one was much bigger and lasted longer. Jesus, it's like the earth is alive and irritated because my back is itching. How the hell? Linda muttered, looking around weirdly. It's creepy. I mean, no animal I know of would be big enough to cause an earth tremor that loud. But I don't think the mountain's going to erupt like Remus said. How do you know? Istvin said solemnly. I think you foresaw it. Remus said curtly. Yes. For a moment, Linda snapped and looked like she wanted to say something to her brother, but then she went back to her timid expression. I don't feel the slightest sign of an impending great cataclysm, such as a mountain erupting. But my mind was vaguely restless, as if I were feeling the irritation of something very huge underneath me, pointing to the earth. It's as if I can subconsciously feel the anger of something down here. Anger at being prevented from peace and rest. Will. What does it mean? Something, yes, a will to go somewhere. Linda suddenly stopped speaking and looked at Istvin with a look that seemed to hang on to him. Hey, Istvin. Please. Come on, let's get off this island. We're not supposed to be on this island, as I thought before. When we first landed on it, I only had a vague idea that there was something, or someone, on this island. The two earth tremors were the lightest of all the tremors. If he really wakes up and wakes himself up. Calm down, Linda. Istvin shook himself as if troubled. We want to get off this island as much as you do, but that's not going to happen, so we're in trouble. Anyway, there's nothing we can do until we take the ship or find some other way. Or, oh, yeah, I forgot. The arrows. They're at. You were frightened by the earthquake and once you got back to safety. Remus said. They're sailors. They know from experience that if this is a sign of an eruption, it's a big deal. But eventually, they'll see what's going on and they'll come back up. And this time, we'll have a pretty good idea where we are. Suni. Suni climbed up the tree again, and came down in a flash. Oh, no. The forest is full of ohms. They weren't here before, but now they're all over the forest. He's got his head down and he's tightening the circle. Istvin pursed his lips. All right, we're no match for them here. There's only one way to go, up, Remus said. But up there. Avoid that cave and go around to the other side of the mountain. We'll stick to our plan. Oh, they've woken up from the shock of the earthquake. Hyun. The silver arrows cut the leaves again. Dangerous. It's a lousy blind shot, but it's a dangerous one. All right, kids, stay low and try not to let the opponent catch you moving. Don't move with too much regularity, but follow me slowly so as to blind them. Don't raise your head or make a sound when they put an arrow through your nose. They don't know for sure where we are yet. They're trying to poke us out with blind arrows like smoke in a fox's hole. Don't get into his hands, or he'll run. On the count of 3, jump out. Ready 1, 2, 3. Istvin stooped down and deflected the arrow with his sword. They were no more than rabbits being chased. The direction from which the arrows came was not constant, nor did they come in torrents. But even so, they could not for a moment be distracted or unmindful of their surroundings. In the order of Istvin, Linda and Suni, and Remus, they rushed through the forest, dodging arrows as they went. They caught their feet in the tangled roots of the grass, frightened the birds, and cut off the blood-sucking vines that leaned over them. Birds fluttered about, and unfamiliar rodent-like beasts scurried from their safe roosts. If it had been true that the disturbance caused by these intruders, who had entered this probably unexplored part of the forest, should have been enough to give the persistent pursuers a good landmark, the earth tremor had been a blessing in disguise. The birds, frightened by the second tremor, had left their nests and fluttered about the forest with a strange shrill cry, filling the air with black and red shapes, as if to heighten the uneasy atmosphere. What a lot of birds. Beautiful. Linda gasped, looked up, and mumbled faintly in her mouth. Then she strained her voice a little more. Oh. Ishtvan. No, I can't run anymore. Idiot. Come on. Ishtvan stopped and grabbed Linda's arm. You're the princess of Paro. Do you really want to end up here in the hands of those nasty pirates? One more breath. One more breath and the forest will fall. Remus, though he himself was gasping for breath, could not help muttering secretly that it was not known whether the cutting of the forest was for good or for evil, for the help of the gods or for the work of the dolls. It was only when the trees were thick and the undergrowth dense that he could hide himself in them and run away as if he were a grass rabbit or a crested fox being pursued. Moreover, the pursuers are apparently wary of entering the forest where they do not know what is going on. However, if the trees are cut off either by a meadow or by a stony crater field, it will open up a terrific view of the landscape. First of all, if I were a pirate, I'd leave 5 or 6 men at the entrance to the forest, let them go ahead of me, and hide 15 or 6 at the edge of the trees. Remus, however, did not dare to raise an objection, but continued to run as a silent guard. My lungs burned and groaned for fresh air, and my throat churned. My legs, chest, and abdomen ached violently, and I could not keep my eyes wide open for sweat was pouring into them. And still, from time to time, there will be a humming sound that will frighten them and frighten their companions. We're almost there. Ishtvan, grabbing Linda's arm, yelled. Almost there. Come on. However, Ishtvan's speed was also significantly slowed down because he was protecting Linda. The black man. Suni shouted. At least Suni, the daughter of the Semites, who was running around in the desert, might have hurt her feet thanks to the roots of grass and branches of trees, which were thornier than the sand, but she did not seem to be overwhelmed by this kind of running. The black man. Behind you, come. He's coming in the trees and the wood. I know. The pirates, not having found them completely, realized that the animals were moving in the forest, near the mountain tops, and finally ventured into the forest. The buzzing of the arrows, which had frightened them at intervals for some time, had ceased to be audible. They must have been afraid that the trees and the treetops would intercept them and cause them to shoot at each other, so they replaced their bows with swords and machetes in pursuit. Damn it, if Remus is at least 20 and can use a sword 2/3 as long as I can, there's no need to run and hide. Ishtvan. Hey, don't talk to me. I'm tired. I can't run anymore. I can't. Run. Come on, run. Idiot. What happened to Ishtvan? You can't tell me you've given up on your dreams of a Paro revival. Hey, look. The mountains. Even though the animals had been hunted down for so long, I couldn't help but stop and remember. Suddenly, without warning, the forest was rent asunder. In front of them, as if looming over them, rose the summit of a towering mountain. The craggy brown rocks, here and there covered with grass, and higher up with the green and gray of mosses, but even so, the path to the summit, through the rocks, was too unguarded, too plainly visible. The short grasses and rocks, the starry grasses and the shadows of the bushes in between, were exposed as if to cut off the hope of the fugitives. Of course, they did not stand idly by and watch these events. It was seen by them in a moment. It's a cave, Remus shouted, pointing. At the point where the rocks and the summit of the mountain, which suddenly and sharply strikes the sky from between them, meet, probably about a motad in a straight line from here, there is a big black mouth. The mouth of the mountain, as Suni said. Although the entrance seemed to be blocked by a rock, it was indeed a huge mouth that opened blackly to the sky, as if to mock the whole island as a human face. You're giving me the creeps, man. Ishtvan muttered secretly, and then turned round with a sobering thought. Look, we need to attract as many of them as we can. If there's something living in there, it'll come out and take care of them. We'll just go around to the side. Now, don't you ever stray from me. If you get separated, it's over. His hands gripped Linda's arms tightly, his fingers almost digging into her smooth white arms, but she didn't even notice. Suni anxiously clutched at the hem of Linda's dress. No matter what happens, keep your body upright. When you hear the arrow, fall forward into the grass. If you don't, you'll miss your mark. Suni's good. What? It's hard to aim at someone like you. All right, then. You go ahead. Straight ahead, to the mouth of that mountain. Stop right there and wait. Okay, Without hesitation, son, he started to speak. Oh. Linda's breathing quickens in fear. Immediately, arrows shot from the forest, and threatening shouts sprang up in pursuit of the agile Suni. Ishtvan, too, grabbed Linda's wrist and pulled her to him, and ran out without looking. Remus, however, did not follow. Instead, taking advantage of the fact that the 3 men ahead of him were too busy dodging arrows to look back, he crept back into the forest, and, climbing up a large tree which he had already spotted, he hid himself between its 2 branches. But Ishtvan and his men, not having time to see it, ran through the low grass, and now they were pursued from behind by arrows. Aurra! Aurra! Doll! While being frightened by the wild ranting of the men, they were striving to reach the cave. There were no more roots of grass to hold them back, no more branches of trees to blind them, no more blood-sucking ivy to hinder them, but the path was steeper than before. Their steps did not move slowly, like those of a man caught in a nightmare, as if they were trying to go on with their feet caught in a sticky ID. Only Suni was already making his way up the hill, a little more than a motad, with great speed. The stones and the black soil were much easier for the desert child to run on than the forest. Wait, Suni, you might be in danger if you go too fast. Don't go to the cave, wait for me. When Ishtvan, frustrated by Linda's tendency to fall, finally carried her on his back and rushed to the small, rolling figure of Suni, he shouted, "Come on!" Suni's voice cracked. At the same time, Suni's body began to roll down the hill. Oh my God! You've been hit. Ishtvan, who put Linda down, stopped in his tracks. Pirates! The black, sunburned face, the brutal, toothy grin, the short, curly hair. And suddenly there came out of the shadows of the rocks, clothed in their skins, their saggy trousers, and their thick sashes, victorious and gladdened. God damn it! A groan escapes from Ishtvan's mouth. You ambushed me. Oh, I've been waiting for you, rabbits. You betrayed Dryden's sacred oath. That's what I'm saying, you scoundrels. Ishtvan reciprocated and quickly counted the number of his opponents. There are 15 of them, that means there are 10 in the forest. If we only went halfway up, we'd have 5 bows, 2 machetes, 1 club, and the rest swords. You sell people out, you beat them up, you do your black-hearted tricks. If that were true, you'd be the ones who incurred the wrath of the Dryads and sank the ship with a hammer. Dude, you poisoned my drink. A small man stepped forward, smiling and ranting, laughing so much that his mouth was up to his ears. I already knew what you were up to, and I've been paying attention to everything you do. I knew from the start that you were trying to steal the boat and get away with it. You sneaking around, you filthy Igrek dung beetle. Ishtvan spat at him. I'll cut your head off first, and then you can thank me. Ishtvan of Wallachia, whose mouth is bigger than the mouth of the Kess. Can't you even count how many of us there are? Counting them is like counting mole hairs. I don't care how many hundreds of you there are. You've got to be kidding me. The pirates are smirking. Ishtvan drew his sword easily and whispered to Linda behind him, protecting her. Hey, behind you, how many? I wonder if 5 or 6 of them have come out of the woods yet. Dodge him and run into the woods. I heard Remus is late. Even he's better than nothing. Look, I'll take care of them. No. Linda's cry was unexpectedly strong. I don't want to be separated from anyone else. I don't want to be separated from you anymore, Ishtvan. Linda, this is not the time. Ishtvan was annoyed. Can't you see their nasty laugh? I'm not a prude. The eye laughed and laughed. It's more disgusting that you think you're the only one who can get away with it. Don't hurt the sweet girl. You're the only one with a black circle. Amako's always nice to us. You know what I'm talking about. You can't sell it for a lot of money with a scratch on it. They laughed and laughed and laughed, and began to pause. This girl. Oh, let's have him do one of Garm's death dances. We'll see how long that cheeky mouth of yours lasts. Come on. Come on. Ishvin glanced back and saw that the number of pirates coming out of the forest had increased to nearly a dozen, and he knew that it would be impossible to get Linda alone to flee into the forest. I can't help it. I'll do what I can, damn it. On the other hand. That's what I thought. Remus, who had been hiding in a tree, saw that his pursuers had gone out of the forest, and he began to slide down the tree quietly. Ishvin's not much of a strategist if he can't anticipate something like that. Linda's foresight, too. His calm, dark purple eyes shone brightly, calculating something. All right, that's the only way. It'll take some time, and it's risky, but they're only pirates with self-made swords, and Ishvin will be able to hold his own. It's best if the rest of them are still on their way to land. Alexander said he would peck out his hind legs to get away from the scorpion in front of him. Seemingly having made up his mind in an instant, he was so preoccupied with Ishvin and Linda that he did not seem to notice Remus's absence, and he ran out of the forest behind the circle of his pursuers, taking a circuitous course all the way. Apparently, he was unnoticed. This was because a fierce battle, 1 against 25, was now underway. What Remus was looking for was the cave of the Black Mouth. He ran as fast as he could, gasping for breath, until he reached the entrance of the cave unnoticed, hesitated for a moment and spat, then looked at the fierce battle raging below, Janus in his mouth, and drew his dagger, just in case. And then he drew his dagger and held it out, just in case. He boldly stepped into the cave. Oh my God, that smells amazing. Put your hand over your mouth in a panic. I knew there was something in there. Something. All you have to do is to lure it out, and if you are not good enough, you may become its prey first. He was so nervous that he clung to the wall, and step by step, Remus walked into the stench. The stench was a combination of sour, stale, and awful, and something akin to the smell of death made him want to vomit. Finally, my eyes became accustomed to the darkness of the cave's interior, which had seemed all black. It seems to be smaller than expected. However, although the ceiling is low and the width is narrow, it seems to be stretching far into the depths. The shape of this hole, if this is indeed the nest of something, it's porta-potty. Something suddenly landed on his neck, and Remus jumped, somehow blocking the scream with the palm of his hand. I wonder if the movement caused some kind of ripple in the cave. I felt something slowly begin to move in the darkness. Yeah. Come on out. Come out, follow me, and I'll go to them and I'll feed you a lot. Come on. Holding back his fear, Remus took another step forward. He was indeed in a hurry. Even if he could successfully lure the monster away, it would be too late after Ishvin and his sister had already fallen into the hands of the pirates. However, even though he could feel the movement and presence of something, he could not sense any sign of it coming out and trying to engulf Remus. Biting his lips, Remus raised his right hand high as he picked up his sword and began to speak a spell. Of course, it can't be compared to that of a royal woman, but in Paro, the kingdom of the mages, all royalty are taught the simplest of magic tricks from childhood. It was the only 2 wives Remus could have, along with the other one. The area around Remus's outstretched hand began to glow pale and white, and then the cold, pale light of the devil's fire lit up, blurring the deep darkness as if to blaspheme it. Just then, "Ah! This is it." From Remus's lips came an astonishing, inarticulate cry. "Ah!" Linda was screaming like a maniac. Ishvin. Ishvin, oh. Somebody. Linda knows very well that on this godforsaken island, there is no help that can come from anywhere. But how could he stand by and do nothing when he saw his lover, alone, fighting against 20 pirates right in front of him? Linda, run. Run to the woods. Stepping left and right, cutting through the pirates, Ishvin shouted without looking back. Linda princess. Suni also desperately tried to pull Linda's hand, but Linda stubbornly refused to move, grasping the dagger and refusing to leave Istvan's side at any cost. Call, daughter. Come on. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and tried to grab Linda, but Istvan caught up with him from behind and stabbed him. Come on, you idiot. Let's get out of here. No, no. I'm not leaving you. This is not the time to be talking about this. Istvan ducked and dodged the huge axe that was about to blow his head off, and with a blow he slashed his fat belly. Blood started to spurt out. Oh, oh, oh. Linda twisted her hands together and moaned as she hugged Suni, who was also wincing. Remus, where's Remus? Oh, please, help me get Istvan. Remus, God Guin. Oh, Guin, please help him. Princess, look out. Linda was pulled by Suni and fell to the grass with a scream. A huge man with a horrible expression tries to grab her. In the meantime, Istvan's bloody, slender body moves agilely. Ah! Ah! Linda felt her strength slacken and could not stand up. Princess, run! Suni screams. Now Linda knows that if she doesn't, she'll be a hindrance to Istvan. And yet, she felt as if her whole body had lost its strength, and she just couldn't get up and start running. That's not right. Knowing that this was not the time to be talking about it, Linda couldn't help but wonder about herself. Why am I so afraid? I'm so afraid I can't keep my eyes open. Even during the Black Dragon War, when your mother and father were killed, even in the desperate hour of Nosferus, I was always so brave, and I never cried when Remus the man cried. Maybe it's because Remus isn't around. Or oh, Guin, help. I'm afraid if anything happens to Istvan, I won't survive either. Oh, Guin. You little doll minion. There was a wild cry of wow. Linda was terrified, but she was also afraid not to look, so she barely looked at him. And what she saw. Istvan is overturned when his ankle is caught in a leather whip that one of the pirates pulls out. You little shit. Go fuck yourself. The one-eyed one suddenly swings his sword, but while rolling over, the sword of Istvan catches him with a sharp sound. Istvan's sword catches him with a sharp sound. His leg was jerked again, and Istvan cried out in great pain as if his leg would be torn off. Oh, my God. Whoa. Hey, Luke, don't kill me yet. Hello, brother. This is for dragging me around so much. I'm going to have to make him do the Garmheld dance no matter what. You motherfuckers, you fuckers, you. Kia Istvan. Suddenly, Linda's shoulders were grabbed from behind and lifted lightly. Look, look. I've got a sweetie. A terrible foul stench choked Linda's chest. Linda was held up in the air, flailing her arms and legs, and tried to stab him in the back with the dagger in her hand, but was easily knocked down by the hand knife. A gleaming half-moon knife is gouged into his throat. Come on, brother. Put down the sword. That idiot. Istvan gritted his teeth. But when he saw Linda grabbed by his strong hands and looking into her frightened eyes like a rabbit, he gave a sharp grunt and threw away his sword with a pop. All right. Let's do it. Oh. Stop it, stop it, stop it. Linda screamed for her throat to go out, and struggled in vain again. A man's strong hand groped her breast. She was horrified, but more than that, the gleam of the blade about to fall on Istvan seemed to threaten to cut through her own body. Princess, princess. What the hell? Shut up, monkey. Suni tries to jump and is brushed away. When she heard Istvan's faint moaning, Linda was finally beginning to scream, half fainting. Guin, Guin, help me, Guin, oh Guin. Linda's vision suddenly blurred as she thought she saw fresh, dark blood, not bloodshed, flowing from the body of Istvan, who lay in the middle of the circle of pirates. Oh. Linda thought in a strange, almost enraptured dreaminess. No. I'm going to faint. No, I've already fainted because, you see, I'm seeing things. And there was no sound, and from the forest. Oh, my Guin, 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 my Guin. One after the other, he literally grabs and smashes those who are doing wrong to Ishtvan. 1, 2, 3. Ishtvan, oh my god, don't die, don't move. I'm bleeding. Ishtvan, I love you Guin, if only Guin would come, how beautiful you are. In the green woods and grass, yellow and black fur, so beautiful it's funny. A leopard is beautiful, but it is beautiful. Look, they're all packed up. Guin, there's nothing to fear, nothing to be afraid of, nothing, nothing. Darkness has come upon her. But it was only for a moment, perhaps. Her body was thrown out into the grass, and Linda lay limp and blind. Soon there was the sound of something much larger being thrown out of the ground, and a strong hand picked Linda up. Linda. Linda, are you okay? Linda. Oh. Linda opened her eyes halfway and murmured in fascination. Am I still dreaming, Guin, or am I your ghost? Have I died and passed from the realm of yarn to the Hades of Dole, where I met you when you sank in the sea of Corsair? Hold on, Linda. I'm alive and I'm here. We got rid of the pirates. Yeah. Linda shook her head unsteadily. Suni's apparently small hands grabbed each of the water bottles and put them to her mouth. She took a sip and suddenly her head became clearer. And... alive? Suddenly Linda jerked up violently, which made her swoon, and stared at her with incredulous eyes, at the familiar, immensely reassuring leopard head, the yellow eyes, the round ears, and the strong, scarred, tanned body that followed. And the strong, scarred, tanned body that followed it. Gee Guin. Oh, yeah. Holy shit. It was Ishtvan, standing behind Guin, who said it. I'm beginning to believe that this husband of yours is indeed Silenus. What do you think, huh? Even Yarn himself couldn't do this, with his goat's hoof. Oh, that's all I could say to Linda. She stared at Guin in horror, as if to say that if she touched her, she would burst into flames and disappear, still unable to believe it. Oh why? Why? Well, that's the thing, I don't really know either. Guin put his hand gently on Linda's shoulder to reassure her. At that time, after I saw that strange ship of light, I fell into the sea and was swept away by the waves, unable to breathe, and I thought it was really the end. I felt faint, but just before I fainted, I saw it. I thought that the boat was sliding through the water as if it were on the water, and it caught me as I fell on its deck. The next moment, the doorway opened, and a figure of a man or a woman, who I could not tell whether it was a man or a woman, who seemed to be covered with light all over his body, appeared, and I heard him say this as he lifted me up. In the name of Aurra. I tried to ask him back. But by that time, I was losing consciousness. Aurra. Without thinking, Linda reflexively looked at Suni. Then I saw Suni shrinking back and muttering Alphatu's name. There was certainly a hint of fear in his eyes. However, when Suni noticed Linda's gaze, she became frightened and turned her eyes away. And then I found myself stranded on this island. I can only think that the ship of light rescued me, brought me here, and then left again. I examined the island. There's something odd about the island itself. Oh, I forgot. Ishtvan, are you hurt? Oh, yes, it was. Linda screamed when she found out. Ishtvan, are you all right? It won't make much difference to me if I'm injured or not when the guardian deity comes back. For some reason, Ishtvan was in a somewhat bad mood. Where did they hit you? Does it hurt? No big deal. Side and leg, but, a wound like that's not unusual. There's nothing to worry about. Oh my god, you don't have to say that. Linda screamed in frustration, but when she finally saw the blood clotting, she realized that she couldn't be bothered. Just let me see. I'll fix you up. With some difficulty, I set about treating him as best I could. By the way, Guin. Ishtvan, with a big smile on his face. This can't go on like this. They're not going to give up now anyway. The ones we've killed here are me, and that's barely a dozen. There must be 5 or 6 more injured, but even so, there's no way there's 10 more. The reason they pulled him up so easily was, of course, because they wanted to go back to the ship and ask the rest to join them. 20 men on a ship is enough to take on 30 men, and 5 or 6 or 2. Or not. I'll leave it all to you. I've got Silenos who can rise from the dead. Ha! Oh, come on, that's not fair. Guin saved our lives. If it weren't for Guin, we'd all be dead by now. They wouldn't have killed you. Ishvan received it. All right, I'm sure you're happy to have your precious Guin save you. You should have jumped in the water with him. Though I doubt that ship of light running through the water would have saved you as well as Guin. Terrible thing. Linda bit her lip, tears of sorrow welling up in her eyes. It must have been so heartbreaking, praying to God, that Janice heard him, and Guin appeared here. By the way, I don't think you can see the other end of the pearl, Guin said. Oh. Linda looks aghast when she realizes. Remus, what's going on? I think they got me. Such. Just kidding. I don't know, the kid's not that out of it, not like his sister. Also, Ida. You jerk, you can't walk if you're tied up so tight. Ho ho. Guin looked at Istvan as if something was wrong. I hear your opinion of Remus has changed quite a bit in the short time you've been here. It's the kid who's changed a lot. I've never seen a kid change so much in such a short time, with Janice's holy eyes that can see into people's hearts. I suppose it's time. By the way, we'll have to move to find Remus first, then. Staying here would be like waiting around for a bunch of pirates, and besides, a strange light flickered in Guin's eyes. And apparently, this place is too close to that mountaintop cave. That's what's bothering me. You mean the Black Mouth? Linda screamed. Guin, did you go over there? What lived there? Living, or maybe that's not the right word. Guin said lowly. Honestly, I don't know what to think. Or, Linda, maybe you're a seer, maybe you know what it means or what it's about, but I don't. What's going on? What the hell are those violent earthquakes that sometimes occur on this island? Yeah, well. Guin stopped talking when he was about to say it. I suddenly winced. Oh, Remus, it's you. It's you. Let go of the tension and reflect. Remus' face was blue as he emerged from the rock. My God, Remus, where have you been at a time like this? I've seen what's out there, too, Guin. Remus didn't even look at Linda, nor did he try to act surprised at Guin's sudden appearance. That's a big one. Isn't it, Guin? I don't know. But. Guin looked at Remus with a look of surprise. But his voice was calm. All I know is that it's something out of the ordinary. But. I thought that the best way to get rid of them was to lure the monster out of the hole and let it collide with the pirates, as I had originally planned, rather than using my sword. Remus explained. Just like when Istvan lured the big sandworm out of the desert of Nosferus and wreaked havoc on Mongol's army. Then he managed to evade them, got there, and slipped into it. Ha! That's quite a brave thing you did. Istvan made a crack about it. Without anger, Remus looked Istvan straight in the eye, and then, slowly, he smiled. I can't be a child forever either, Istvan of Wallachia. Remus said quietly, smiling. For after my father's death, I am now the sole and rightful king of Paro. Remus. Linda was about to say something. Suddenly, she looked at her twin brother with frightened eyes and stumbled back. Guin's arms held her in place. Oh, Guin. Linda whispered to Guin. She's changed. She's changed, I don't know how long it's been. I've been feeling it for a long time, but I've been letting it pass, thinking it's just this time of year. Oh, Guin, it's like that quiet, whiny Remus who's always clinging to me isn't there. What a grown-up, sarcastic laugh. You look like someone else. Somebody, oh, yes. It's just like my cousin Nair's cold, slightly mocking, gentle, sarcastic laugh that he never shows me when he's surrounded by people he doesn't care about or when he notices something that people don't notice. Guin, what the hell is wrong with that girl? So I told you. The color of the eggshell doesn't tell you the color of the feathers you'll have when you're a bird. Remus only became what he was because it was his time. A man cannot stay forever asleep in his mother's shell as the pearl of Paro. Oh. Linda clung to Guin anxiously, as if she had just realized that she was standing in the middle of nowhere, with the sand slowly being shoveled out from under her feet, and that it was the only thing she could rely on. Istvan looked at him sideways. Remus glanced at him, too, but remained unconcerned. We're not going to be here much longer anyway, and I think it's faster to let people see it for themselves than to explain what we saw in there. Besides, if I'm not mistaken, we should all be off this island in no time. If we don't, I think we'll die. This island is about to erupt. Chapter 3. The Crystal Conspiracy. Paro, the Crystal City. The story goes back a while. Hey! The guards of the Mongol soldiers guarding the gates of Crystal were much looser now that the marriage ceremony between Aldonairis, Duke of Crystal, the third heir to the throne of Paro, and Princess Amneris, the daughter of the Grand Duke of Mongol, had been officially announced. However, the soldiers of Mongol, who still hold the important places, are not wearing the light armor of normal equipment, but the monstrous armor of war, which covers their whole body and scares the people of Crystal with its clattering and clanging sounds. You there, traveler. Stop. When I tell you to stop, you stop. Show me where you came from, show me where you're going, show me the bill. Did you mean me when you called me? The one who was called out stopped and let out a muffled cry. Hearing the familiar and arrogant tone in his voice, the guards seemed to be lost in thought. I do not know about other gates, but that is the great gate of the north that leads to the Crystal via Salam and Juno, the gate through which most of the messengers and horses from Mongol pass. Yeah, that's you. Let me see those bills. But first, I need you to take off that headgear. Let me see your face. This? The tall traveler, who had the hood of his cloak pulled up tightly, looked a little hesitant. But then he shrugged his shoulders, raised his hand, snapped off the clasp, took off the clasp that covered the lower half of his face, and flipped his hood back. What emerged was a still young, noble face. It was the face of Viscount Asturias, captain of the Red Knights of Mongol. Asturias, who, out of love for Amneris, resolutely defied his master's orders and fled the city of Taurus to prevent her marriage, stopped his flight in Juno to ambush Amneris' party and evade her, but there he met Marius, who claimed to be a mysterious traveling minstrel. He did not make it to the masquerade ball, of course, nor did he show up at the formal announcement of the marriage of Aldonairis to Amneris. A little more than a month later, he suddenly showed up at Crystal's Daemon on his own. Where and what had he been wandering for that month? His young face had grown thin, sunburned, dirty, and stubbled, and it must be said that he had lost some of the youthful nobility that had made him so watery and pure when he left Taurus and when he appeared in Juno. If I had been extremely sympathetic to him, I would have said that he had added a touch of wildness and a bit of toughness to his character. Nevertheless, his natural goodness and dignity had not been entirely lost on the long journey. The watchman, seeing this, and seeing that the equipment, though slightly soiled, must have been of high quality and cost a great deal of money in the past, were somewhat more courteous. I want you to get off your horse, traveler. Yeah. Asturias gave an indistinct reply, somewhere between oh and oh. He is a young nobleman who has always been against the protagonist, and has no talent for obtaining bills of passage in the dark. Where would you like to go, sir? It's Crystal. I'm aware of the Crystal, sir, the one in Mongol. Yes, I'm from Taurus. Excuse me, sir, but how can I help you with Crystal? People, yes, I'm here to see people. To whom? Ha! Asturias clammed up. Feldrick. What did he say? Sir Feldrick of the White Knights Bannermen. Well, what's your name? Asturias, he almost said, realizing that he was indeed an early horse from the capital, and not one that had not been ordered to be punished. Aquinius. He answered, barely remembering the name of a man who had been his friend once upon a time. Sir Aquinius-san, what can I do for you? Do I have to tell you that this gate doesn't let people through? Asturias threw a tantrum. If you have any doubts about my identity, you can ask Feldrick or anyone else. My business is with Feldrick. I can't answer questions like that here. The guards looked each other in the eye. But even that silent consultation, Asturias's high status and his temperament seemed to have removed any doubt. Yes, sir. If anything, this is our job. Please forgive any impertinence. Let me see the bill. What? A bill. Well, this much is settled, and even His Highness the Grand Duke himself cannot fail to do so. It is customary to withhold everything, including the nature of your business, your plans for your stay, and your guarantor, but since you seem to be in a hurry, we will make it up as we go along. However, since you seem to be in a hurry, we will make it up as we go along. All you need to do is to show us the bill. Worm. Asturias will only be able to hold on tighter if he has the bill. I'm in a hurry. Every second counts. So all we need is a bill of sale, and we're good to go. You. Bill is. What is it, sir? Lord Aquinius. The bill no. Lost. No, well, it was too urgent, and I was acting as a secret messenger for His Highness the Grand Duke, so no bill was issued. You've got to be kidding me. I've never heard of an errand without a bill. And if you're in a hurry, you're in a hurry. Also, the attitude of the guards has changed. The spear which was almost lowered down is slowly lifted up once more. What is it with you people? Do you suspect me of being the Grand Duke's son? I don't doubt you, my dear Viscount. But it is our duty not to pass through the gate at all unless we have seen the bill for the first time. As long as you show us the bill, we won't hold anything back from you. So, the bill. If you are saying that the bill was too urgent to be delivered in time, I am sorry to say that we will have to wait until the bill arrives. What? Or you can go around to the other gates, although there are no guards in Mongol's army who will let you through the great gate without a bill. Rude. Asturias tried to put his hand on the hilt of his sword. With a flash, the guards jumped out of the way and held up their spears. But he thought better of it and let go of the hilt of his sword. I can't be stuck in this place. I was seized with a bad fever when I left Uno and have wasted many days. If I do this, the princess will fall prey to the demon's poison. What the fuck are you mumbling about? The guard had changed his attitude. Weird one. Put down your sword and we'll go to the hut and find out. Are you sure you know Lord Feldrick? They're probably trying to assassinate you, sir, for Kumu or Yolania. Hey, what the hell, that's rude. Asturias' furious face immediately turned red. I'm Urania's bitch. To whom do you speak, you vicious worm? To Asturias, the Red Knight captain of the Grand Duke, the Red Lion of Aurra. Huffing, Asturias kept his mouth shut. But it was too late. The Red Lion of Aurra. Asturias. Oh, yeah, I thought I recognized that face from the sketch. Hey, Sin, it's Asturias, the Inquisitor. Oh, you're a big deal. Hey, you guys. Don't play dumb with me. I'm not gonna let you. I can't help it. We'll just have to cut them off, open up a blood trail, and sneak into the Crystal City. That's when Asturias made his decision. Oh. A startled shout came suddenly from behind him. What are you? How's this, a rare place to meet? Hey, Calaman, it's been a while. It's me. Valerius of Salame. A young man in a long black mage's cloak stood there. What's up, dude? The guard keeps his spear in his hand. Oh, we've come to the right place. This is a friend of mine. I'll vouch for him. Let him through. Oh, hey. Asturias was about to say something when he was startled, but the man who called himself Valerius stopped him with a look. To the sentry. All right, that's enough. You've cleared your doubts, haven't you? Just put my name on the ledger and make sure I'm on it. I'll be living on ILS Street. Please wait. Master Mage. ILS Street is where the mages live. That, and the mage cloak he was wearing, made the guard a little more cautious, but not a little less suspicious. You've got the wrong man. This man is Asturias of Taurus, a fugitive from justice in the name of His Excellency the Grand Duke of Mongol. Oh, come on, there must be some mistake. This guy's Kalaman. And, look, he's got the bill. Here. Valerius' folded hands in his black cloak were untied, and his right hand appeared. Ha! Where? Here, look at this. Look at this. In Valerius' hand was a small, round, silver, clear bowl. That's when I thought I heard a faint sound. Suddenly, the two guards slumped to the ground like leather bags that had been deflated. Han, that's nothing. Mongolians are generally very hypnotizable, Valerius muttered. Hey, wake up. And the guards sprang to their feet. And then we'll break it down one word at a time. Look, the man you passed today is Kalaman from Audane, just a Vasha dealer. I have the bill and I paid the toll. Nothing strange happened to him. Kalaman is a small man with brown hair, brown eyes, a good complexion and buck teeth. Put that in the ledger. Listen. Wake up, forget all about me, and write Kalaman's name in your book. Goodbye. He turns to Asturias, who is looking at him blankly. Hey, what are you doing, bro? Come on. But. Do you want to be caught and taken back to Taurus? You won't be able to save your precious Princess Amneris from a marriage she doesn't deserve, Asturias. What? How did you, who the hell are you? My name is Valerius. Valerius smiled. I heard about you from Marius. Yeah, Marius told me about you. Marius, said Valerius, with an even firmer accent. And then something strange happened. Yes, of course. Don't worry, Valerius took care of you. Friends of Marius are friends of Valerius, am I right? Asturias barely heard Valerius' chorus. Suddenly, in my mind, an overwhelming, irresistible command. Asturias. You will follow this man. Trust him, tell him everything, and do as he says. A pair of shining black eyes, which he did not know who they were, came at him as if they were about to engulf him, and began to order him to do so once and for all. Asturias does not know, even in his dreams, that this is the post-hypnotic hypnosis that was put on Marius and the mages in Juno, and which will be revived immediately if the key word is heard later. But suddenly the stranger in front of him appeared to be a very pleasant, adorable, trustworthy man, and when Marius' black, shining eyes finally faded, he unconsciously nodded again and again. Yes. Friends. Yes, Valerius is your friend. Valerius, the young Crystal Palace loyalist and right-hand man to Count Linus, smiled with a strange, satisfied look on his face. You're all alone in this crystal, you don't know what to do, I'll give you lodgings as long as you like, and I'll give you soldiers, poison makers, horses, anything you need. I'm your friend, you know. I'm sorry. That's all right. And if you don't know what to do, I'm always here to help. I'm a bit of a wise guy myself. You look like you're worried. And, well, I'm a physiognomist. I'll tell you what it is, a love affair. Hey, you know. How do you know? I know. This is the city of magic, and I am Valerius of the streets of Aurras. Of course, even as I was saying this, the two of them, again lined up with horseshoes, had already begun to pass through the edge of Beydaji Road, which leads from Beydaman to the center of the city, onto Kulna Street. You're new here, aren't you, Paro? Oh. That's a first. I've always been a frontier guard. What do you think of the Crystal City? You can't see the most beautiful form of my crystal from here, but it's still gentler and more beautiful than any other city in the world. Don't you think so? Oh. Yeah, but still, when he looked at the scenery of the Great Road, which Valerius pointed out to him, he could not help lamenting, even though he did not know it and did not usually feel anything for the scenery. It's beautiful. It's really beautiful. It will be beautiful. Valerius was proud. I must say, it was definitely something to boast about. The Crystal City, with its crystal and calcite everywhere, and its delicate, flowing houses, was not just a city, but a city of order and harmony, as if it had been calculated beforehand for decoration. The cobblestones are all laid out in a mosaic pattern, green trees and flowers are carefully nurtured everywhere, and if you look up at the sky, you will see many towers that resemble a beautiful dream that seems to be sprinkling a cool ringing sound, glittering in the sunlight. They shine in the sun. People walked quietly and gracefully, the women were beautiful, and the shops were filled with lustrous fruits, beautiful cloths, and skillful craftsmanship. Moreover, it was not even a main street. It is as if the music of the heavens had appeared on the earth. Valerius said softly, "What do you think? Don't you think it's a shame that the city of the gods on earth should be tainted by the hooves of the mere barbarian Aurra? This shining city of towers, the holy kings, who are the gods of the world, to mix the blood of the holy blue blood of Paro, who never takes wives or sons-in-law from other lands, with the disgusting blood of a mere upstart. Isn't that unforgivable, hubris, arrogance and presumption? To mix the blood of a god-slayer with the crystal throne. What? No." Valerius's eyes seemed to glow brightly, but the light soon faded away again. "Well, here we are. This is or rather, my young master's house. Come on down and make yourself at home. This is a very fine." The huge pond in the front garden has been completely covered with marble, and around it, bushes of lunaria are now in full bloom with bright crimson flowers. Across the way, a beautifully calculated white palace was being built, and people were busy coming and going. "Is this the Crystal Palace? Don't be absurd. I'm sure my master Lord Linus will become a knight marquis and follow in his late father's footsteps as Minister of the Right, but for now he's just an earl. There are twice as many Count Avidus and Count Paris in the family of the Holy Knight. It is customary for the house of a holy knight to have a chapel tower. Well, come on in, you're tired, why don't you take a bath?" As soon as they got off the horse in front of the building on the right side of the pond, two female slaves came to take care of them. One of them pulled off his cloak with a gentle hand, and Asturias gulped and spat. They may be slave girls, but they are dazzling blondes who would be considered princesses in Mongol, and Paro is much farther southwest than Mongol, where the climate is better. They wore white, transparent clothes with softly folded folds, which showed the lines of their bodies, and the nape of their mild shoulders and nape of the neck were completely exposed, and they were tied with elaborate braided cords just below the breasts and around the waist. In Mongol, especially in the northern part of the country, it is the formal dress of the girls to wear a long, thick white undergarment, a shawl, a rolled skirt made of stiff woven cloth, a belt of colored stones, a hat of rich local color, and a long leather gaiters. It's strange. How can there be such a difference in everything between my Mongols and the Paro of Nakahara, even in the color of the skin, even in the face and accent of the people, even though it is only a distance of 10 days? This is your room. Valerius led him to a small, but well-furnished and magnificent room. I'll lend this Myrna to your lady-in-waiting for you to use. Myrna, prepare the baths. Our guest is tired. Yes, sir. Then, after a short rest, I'll invite you to dinner. Oh, yes, boys. Don't flatter your guest just because he's young and handsome. He's come all the way to Paro to get his one and only bride back. Well, my daughters giggled like flowers. Bride. These words suddenly awakened a forgotten pain in Asturias' heart. Hey. Hold on. He panicked and tried to get out of the way. I can't just sit here and do this. Amneris-sama, Princess Amneris, is now. I know, Viscount Asturias. Valerius's eyes shone with a deep, mischievous sneer. We know everything. So don't worry. You can trust me. We're not gonna do anything bad to you. Neither will we. We can't have your tomboy becoming the bride of our beautiful Lord Naris and exchanging sacred vows in the Tower of Syria. I, Linus, the Marquis of Renaud, and all the loyal subjects of Paro have always dreamed that our Lord Crystal and the Pearl would be united in the Tower of Saria, that she would save Prince Remus, or that she would make Neris the Holy King of Paro. That's all I wanted. Now is not the time to make your move. Don't worry, Astorius. There will come a time when I will need you to work for me. In preparation for that time, you should get plenty of rest. Wait a minute. I don't understand. What the hell is that? Asturias was about to say this when the two slave girls from both sides softly teased him, and he slumped down on the couch. In the meantime, Valerius had closed the door and gone out. Oh, even though he believes that he has awakened from a deep dream, some part of his body still knows that it is a dream, and a falsely unrealistic feeling has completely captured Asturias' brain. He clutched his head vaguely, as if he were a person who had forgotten something, even his own name, and just couldn't remember. Valerius, on the other hand, walked straight through the main house and into a room in the opposite house. Oh, Valerius, you're back. Yes, Mr. Linus. The young Linus is not much older than Valerius. Well, let's use him, that guy. I see. Well, I guess that makes things a little easier. I know, sir. I've got a good one. But we must be very cautious in our measures, or else, as Darvars said the other day, there are many things about his behavior that we do not understand. It is said in Alexandria that the first step to defying an enemy is to defeat him. Of course that's true, but although I've ordered the Fortune Tellers Guild to cover it up, no matter what, they're going to have the ceremony done by the end of the purple moon. That will change a lot with this food. I know. Well, then, I'm off. I've been waiting for you. Lord Renat and Darvars are gathering at Lord Durkin's, and then I'm going to the court. Follow me, Valerius. Linus is on his feet. His expression is grim. But then he broke into a laugh. Aldine, you're a man of style. So this is Master Dean's wedding gift to you, brother. All right, we'll put these tools to good use, won't we? Sir, you have a visitor. Simon, his son-in-law, came to tell him. Aldo Neris, who had been writing at his desk, relaxed his hand for a moment. For a moment, something like a faint shadow crossed her beautiful brow. But when he put down his quill and looked back, his face had become radiant. My favor. Don't ask for directions. Ask her to come through. We don't have to wait for the moon to wax and wane one more time before we can exchange vows. No, it's just, you don't think she's Princess Amneris? Neris's face tightened. It's a woman, sir. She won't tell us who she is. Good, I'll meet you. If you see anything suspicious, the guards will not let you into the Crystal Palace. Neris got up from his chair and looked at the golden, sunny amneria flowers that were arranged in a heap on the round table beside him. A faint smile appears in those black, suspicious eyes. Simon, have this put down in the antechamber. The smell is too strong. It's distracting. Yes, sir. In exchange, well, it's high time. Have them bring me some of Valia's flowers. Open the window and go, so the scent will dissipate. Yes. As the boy left, a slender figure in full warrior's armor entered in his place. Oh, my God. Simon said you were a woman. I have to scold him. No. The man who came in closed the door behind him, took the helmet, held it to his chest with his left hand, and fell on his knees. His Royal Highness, Lord Aldo Neris of the Crystal. A cool voice said. The expression on Neris' face moved. Legia. He murmured as if he had seen something incredible. Legia, well safe. I'm the one who's going to see you, Neris, in all your glory. Legia. Please raise your hands. To this chair. No, sir. I'm fine here. Legia. Neris, quietly, approached Legia, knelt at her feet, and took her hand. My lady knight. He said softly and with emotion, and gently placed his lips on the back of her hand. Legia's cheeks flushed. What are you doing? It's a shame. I am a knight who has given my sword to Lord Neris, and it is only natural for a knight to risk everything, even his life, for the Lord. I'm sure you'll agree. I will never forget the great sacrifice you have made for me. Nerys removed Lygia's hand and motioned for her to take a chair. When did you get to London? I'm not here yet. That's not right. You know how much your father cares for his only princess. My father and I are but two swords of Lord Nerys. Lygia smiled plaintively. Whenever it is for the good of Lord Nerys that I work for my father, I will come. Somebody, get me a drink. Nerys commanded his servants to bring him honey wine of a beautiful color. For the honor of my lady knight. For the glorious freedom of Paro. Aside from that. Lygia blushed slightly as Nerys looked at her with deep, smoky eyes. It was something he couldn't get used to. What the hell have you been up to? No, of course not, if you don't want me to. I thought it would be a good opportunity, so I disguised myself as a slave girl and went into Mongol's barracks to look for her. This bold daughter of Rena said. Fortunately, it was the Black Knight Captain Carthren's subordinate unit that captured me, so I managed to attract the attention of the higher-ranking ones and get myself attached to them, and although Carthren was unsuccessful in the end, I succeeded in getting close to his right-hand man, platoon leader Dallas. And he did all sorts of interesting things. Is this a good place to be? It's all right. You can't stand there with all this open. Leave that door open, by my side, Lygia. Yes. First of all, what may help you is that Carthren seems to be in a terrible hurry. Every day there are informants and informers, and he seems to be in a state of panic, wanting to take credit at any cost and recover his lost ground. Dallas, too, has been called out of bed in the middle of the night on a number of occasions. This was all because of a rumor that someone knew where the pearl was. Every night in the Tower of Lansvale, Karslan himself tortures the anti-Mongol youths of Paro he has captured, hoping to find something to take credit for, and the people of Paro hate him like a snake scorpion. But Chief Tyron won't stop him. Of course. Nerys muttered. It's easier for Tyron to take on the hatred and resentment of the people of Paro than it is for Karslan to take on the hatred and resentment of the people of Paro. Karslan's suppression of Paro's opposition would not only earn him points, it would have the opposite effect. And one more thing. The eyes of the knightess Lygia flashed. This is what I overheard in the tavern, but it seems that Chironia has made it a rule that the Princess Sylvia and the Prince Murhale of Mongol are to be Wednesday. I knew it, Nerys said. But when it comes down to it, very well, I'll take care of it. One more thing, though, this is the most interesting to me. There was a strange smile in Lygia's eyes. Carthren has a strong antipathy toward Lord Chieftain Tyron, and he is troubled by the delusion that Lord Chieftain Tyron is taking credit for his work and reporting it to the Golden Scorpion Palace as his own. On the other hand, he was very concerned about the story that Nerys had told him some time ago, and Dallas had said that Mongol was in trouble. If that were true, he said, he would not be working for Tyron or anyone else, not even me. Ho! Nerys' eyes light up. It is also. Does Lord Karslan wish he'd been the one to call on you instead of Burke? If that's the case, I'll have to live up to his expectations. Inwardly, no matter what they say, I can't stop suspecting Burke. And if Burke is the only one who gets the short end of the stick, you have the loyalty of a pig, don't you? Nerys burst out laughing. So, I've been thinking. Fortunately, I have not been spotted yet, so I think I will go back to Dallas and somehow try to be there when Dallas and Carthren meet so that I can get Carthren's attention. Don't do that, Lygia. It seems that I am like a celestial maiden in the eyes of the Mongol men. Lygia said flatly. I know how to manipulate a man's lust for power, lust for sex and lust for things, the three things that make a man twitch, by pulling and prodding. I will crush Karslan as I did Dallas. I'm sure Tyron will take it a bit better if you turn your back on his right arm. No, Lygia. You've sacrificed enough. That's enough. You are the daughter of Lunnan the Holy Knight. You are not a lady's maid. I suppose I and Lady Nerys grew up as double dairy siblings, with my father as my nanny and my late mother as Lady Nerys's nanny. Lygia smiled wondrously. It's a shame, it's as if the sun and the stones were put in the same box. I have always served not for the holy house of Paro or for King Aldros, but for you, Lord Neris. My father and I have always regretted that I was not a man, but now that I look at it this way, it's not so bad. Even a man can be seduced if he's beautiful, but he's a countryman from Mongol and has far less power than a woman. If this were Thais, the city of pleasure, there would be no men or women. So, for the first time in my life, I am glad to be a woman, glad to be born a woman. But, Ligeia. I am. Ligeia wondered if she should say it or not. Then he blinked his lips. Just say it. You can say whatever you want. Therefore, I would say that I will not use any means or use my body or my beauty as a weapon against you. I don't want a speck, a stain, or a blemish on you, Lord Neris. Ligeia, you don't have to marry her yourself. If you can get Carthren to betray you and take the girl as a hostage, you'll have all the advantage you need, as long as Chironia doesn't enter the war. Besides, Lady Neris has already entered the palace. Ligeia. I'm not jealous, make no mistake about it, the only one I'm jealous of is my father, the Marquis of Renaud. Because he's so close to you and I can protect him whenever I want, but I don't want to. I know it's the best thing to do, but the thought of you, the light of day, the Prince of Syria, marrying a country girl you don't love. Even if you kill her immediately, she will be inscribed as your wife on the holy tablet of the Tower of Syria. By hook or by crook. Ligeia. Your voice is too high. Because I'm going to have my own ideas about that. No. Ligeia lowered her voice, but her eyes were black flames that burned at Neris. My father and I have always thought. You're the one who deserves to be Holy King of Paro. You're too young, and you're far too quiet. You're like a shadow of your sister Linus and Darvis agree. If there's no one better, we'll make any king we can. But here's one who deserves the throne more than any of us. If Remus becomes king, the country will be in turmoil. I shouldn't say this, but I'm glad he's missing. I want Neris to be king of Paro. I want Neris to be king of Paro and I want Linda to be the only one who can be his wife. Ligeia. Keep your mouth shut. Remus is. He's alive. My brother Dean, who goes by the name Marius and secretly travels the world looking for me, gave me this news. But Neris swallowed the tip. Oh. Unbeknownst to me, Ligeia gasped. But then he smiles softly and turns away. Do not, Lord Neris. Do you not know your power? You can't exert that kind of power over your only sibling. My sword has been at your feet for over 20 years now. Ligeia. Darvars too, Linus too. Ha. No, nothing. Neris closed her eyes and when she looked up again, her face was brighter and gentler, with only a caring expression on her face. To let a man like you do such a thing, if Lunnon finds out, he'll kill me, I'm afraid. He's sorry he's a beautiful young woman and can't be of service to you instead of me. That's the way he is. Ligeia laughed. That's all my father said when my mother died, that she was dying and Neris was dying. He loves you far more than I do. And I, too, as I told you on. I'm jealous of my father. Oh, Ligeia. Neris suddenly became almost as innocent as a child, almost as happy as a child, and grabbed Ligeia's hand. Oh, my dear, what an Irina my sibling is. Hey, Ligeia, I've got to do something for you. After all the sacrifices you've made for me, tell me, what do you want? My sword, my dress, my place as queen of the ball, or my jewelry, my kiss, my hair? As I used to say, what can I do for you, Ligeia? Nothing. But, then. I only want one thing, and I'm sure Lady Neris knows that very well already. That marriage ceremony. But that is settled, and I shall have to endure torture in the Tower of Lansvale to make it stick. Of course, Ligeia, if you wish it to be at your holy sacrifice. It's not about that, Ligeia said as she stood up. I want only one thing, to stay by your side as Nerisama's shadow forever, to protect you, and to be your sword. That's an unusual request for a woman, isn't it? Or do I look so weak and frail? You are strong. Sometimes you are. Though, speaking of gentle, you seem even more gentle than Marion, the love of the legendary Ilana. Ligeia bows, puts on her helmet, and tucks her long black hair into it. Still, I would rather be Balbus, the woman who protects you, than a happy princess who is protected by you. I'd be grateful if I were a rough woman and had no one to marry me, and besides, I'm as good with a sword as you are. And I can use a woman's charm. You should be thankful that I am not a man. Not only do I have a female companion, but if I were a man, would have made you my brother-in-law. No matter what you say, I'm not gonna say it back to you, my one and only Ilana. The blessings of Z, goddess of purity and truth, are unlikely to come to either of us, especially me. How shall I contact Lady Nerys? If all goes well, I hope you and Carthren will meet again. I could use a little of my charm. But I'm not good enough as an unfeeling country bumpkin. Nerys smiled lustily. A man would be suspicious. Then I'll send one of my mother's children to be your mother's aunt or uncle. But be careful or your father will find you and bring you back and punish you. Excuse me, sir. Simon just walked in. Her Royal Highness, Princess Amneris, is here to see you. Let me through. Well, I'll leave you to it. Goodbye, Ligeia. Don't be too reckless. It's you, Mr. Nerys. The last was said in a low, almost inaudible voice. For already, in the antechamber, his fiancée, with Florrie in tow and flowers in her hand, was coming in, sprinkling incense and light that seemed to brighten the whole place. Ligeia waited by the door for Amneris to pass, then bowed and walked out with a manly gait, her helmet still deep on her head. Amneris looked back at him curiously while Florrie closed the door. Are you a retainer, a man? Or a lady knight? I asked. It's the quickness of your eyes, Nerys thought to herself. To her lover, with a welcoming hand. Of course it's a man. Why, oh, you're a lady of light yourself today. Do you like my hair? Of course I noticed. Like a tower of light. That's the new hair, Amarth announced. All the princesses in the Crystal Palace will be so jealous they'll secretly scrawl your hair in the corridors. By the way, what are you drinking? Judging by your clothes, it's obvious. Vagius red wine. Simon. Amneris lifted up the hem of her dress, which was made of a scarlet silk that rippled profusely and looked like a parrot. The scent of the perfume made from the spirit of Amneria's flowers filled the room, even more powerful than the Amneria that had been taken away. It's a strong scent. It makes me dizzy, Nerys murmurs. Amneris peers anxiously at him. What? How can I help you, sir? It's nothing. It's just that you're too hot, more like a flame than a light, and I was afraid you'd burn me if I came near you. Yes, like that little frost maiden who melted in the lure's fire. But come here, Amneris. I wouldn't mind being burned by you. Then I'll burn you to your heart's content. Amneris cried out in the triumphant voice of a love-struck girl. And she threw herself into the arms of Nerys. The merry laughter of the young girls could be heard outside the garden. Now it's your turn, Lucia. Oh, no, sir. Look, it's the princess. Oh, I don't think so. Because I was just saying, say something to him. This is troubling, Amneris. My head tells me Lucia's right, but my heart tells me you're right about everything, no matter the facts. All right, let's do this. Just this once, I'll take the place of the princess. All right, Lucia, Florrie, Elenia, everyone. They say a husband and wife are one flesh. The girls laugh as if the waves are breaking. The soft afternoon sun shone on the floor of the sun-room, which was covered with the leaves and flowers of the watermelon, and the place was filled with a golden fragrance. It was a picture of such extravagance and sophistication that it could rarely be seen even in this crystal city, which is so opulent and beautiful in every way that it could even be called a piece of art in itself. On the left is Nerys's room with a white overhanging window, and on the right is the antechamber leading to the main hall. The antechamber is a high-ceilinged, spacious and magnificent room, as if there were many people sleeping in a much smaller house than this one, and if a countryman had seen it, he might have believed that it was the throne room where King Paro, the King of Kings, reigned. In between, there was a magnificent sunroom, almost the size of a nobleman's house, with a ceiling covered with a canopy of watermelon and, on rare occasions when it rained, a rain shelter of crystal plates. The sunroom is surrounded by white columns in an ancient and elegant style, and the floor is inlaid with shells to create intricate ancient patterns. In between the columns, there are wonderful marble statues of beautiful gods, such as Ilana, Lur, Drydawn in the midst of the foaming waves of the sea, Iris in the clouds, Saria, her son Thoth, and Ze the pure, in a calculated balance, are placed. The space between them is further filled with flowers planted in flat white basins, spreading their intoxicating fragrance. Beyond the sunroom, there was a flower garden that was full of flowers. All kinds of flowers worth seeing were planted, beautifully colored, and blessed with the blessings of good care and sunlight. It was, indeed, the most beautiful and splendid garden in the Crystal Palace. Marinea, Lania, Lenoria, Thebina, Rosalia, Amneria, Carla, Salia, Millennia, all of them were in full bloom, 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 and all of them were in full bloom. They seem to be waiting for the time when they will be honored and celebrated. Although Nereus, young, beautiful, skilled in arms, and learned, was known not only as a master of the kithara, a famous songwriter in the Crystal Palace, and a prince who danced and played every game with distinction, but he was more than that. But there was more. In other words, Nereus was the most elegant person in the Crystal Palace, the arbiter of elegance, and his life from the time he woke up to the time he went to sleep set an example for the nobles of the Crystal Palace. People wanted to know how he decorated his apartments, how he dressed, how he mixed his perfumes, how he combined good taste with true luxury, and how he knelt before beauty and elegance. Nereus would not allow his servants to neglect even the myrrh that he threw into the hot water every day, so that wherever he went, there was always an abundance of the finest luxury, comfort, and elegance. This part of the palace, called the Petit Palace and the Palace of Kyllene, was, moreover, the private residence of Nereus, so it is no surprise that the good taste and luxury that abounded there were things that could not be found even in the Crystal Palace. When I entered this area, there was a sweet and refreshing fragrance that refreshed my whole body, as if even the air was different from the rest. Incidentally, it was due to the abundance of fragrant fruits, vacha fruits, Carla fruits, longan, limes, oranges of the meadow, which were placed in abundance in the small palace, and which were lavishly served in every room and in every corner in beautiful baskets, emitting their fragrance. And some of the slaves were entrusted with these baskets, and they went about constantly, both in the morning and in the evening, replacing the slightly sunken ones with new ones that smelled better. The life of Aldo Nereus was one of great luxury and comfort, but he had so high a taste that he feared that his comfort might become too much for his needs and too foolish. For example, in the case of soap ware, the quality was carefully examined and only one person was provided with more than the required number, to the extent that the ministers and others thought that the offerings were rather small. This was not well understood by Amneris, the princess of Mongol, who had more than one battalion of servants on her expedition. She first believed that Aldo Nereus was crippled and asked for more men, and was surprised when he simply refused. But a man who is to be my husband must have a certain amount of dignity. I will not stand against you, Amneris, no matter what. But for now, I want you to leave me free. In time, I will give you my body and soul, and then you will have 10 followers for every hair on my head. I've always been told that the country of Paro is the center of the culture of Zhongyuan, that it is the place where all things are known, that all proper manners come from Paro, and that all norms come from Paro. But, Amneris said triumphantly, it seems that the Golden Scorpion Palace of Taurus has now surpassed the Crystal Palace in terms of its splendor and the number of servants. Aldo Nereus smiled and did not answer. Amneris, who did not even seem to remember such an episode, fluttered the hem of her bright red dress, and threw into the game board at a distance a flower that she had decided was hers. Hers was Amneria. She throws in the flowers and scatters the other flowers in an elegant game of parrots. Those whose flowers are scattered must, as a penalty, be struck with a branch of each flower, run across, and pluck a new flower from the basin. Ald Neris, who had taken the punishment on behalf of Amneris, ducked under the rain of flowers like an agile young stag of Irana, plucked a lively amneria from the basin which held it alone, and held it aloft. Look! Oh, you're so quick, Neris. I would have given that lintel a good scrunching. The maidens are laughing. To your knight, a word of praise. Neris, her long black hair glistening in the sun, knelt before her bridegroom in the manner of a knight about to be baptized, but Amneris was dazed. My beautiful lady. What's wrong? Yes. Amneris, he realized. Please stand, my knight. He took the flower from Neris's hand and struck her lightly on the shoulder with the tip of the flower. Come on, try it again. Hold on, guys. Neris said. I think my princess is a little tired, so let's call it a day. Someone bring her some cold lime water. Oh, my God. It's boring. We're winning. Now, listen carefully. Take as many of the flowers from the game as you like and put them in your room. With a look in his eyes, Neris made his daughters shy away. Finally, Flory came in with a drink, but he, too, withdrew with a tray, and the sunroom was silent. The golden sunshine is shining brightly, and the sound of birds singing in the garden is beautiful. He did not immediately speak to Amneris, who looked as if he had been suddenly drawn into some kind of thought, and Neris looked at him gently. It was indeed an extremely beautiful figure, similar to that of a painting. Against the backdrop of a gazebo covered with pure white stones and a thickly green garden, the perfectly proportioned figure of Amneris appeared in the sunlight. The blazing red silk of the cum, rippling through the air, shone brightly on the Duchess's firm, mellow shoulders, neck, and arms, which were bare of the dewy white skin. The current fashion for the paro is to fasten it with a brooch above the shoulders, and then, by a clever technique, to roll the cloth up to reveal the arms, and then to fasten it below the elbows with elaborately carved glasses, with graceful sleeves that gently embraced the wrists, a waist tied with strings, and an intricately folded upper and slim trousers of lustrous fabric, or a richly frayed lower skirt. In paro, the wearing of thick undergarments under the skirt to make it fuller around the waist, or even the insertion of woven bone hoops to make the skirt wider, as in Mongol, was not welcomed. What Amneris was wearing was in keeping with the latest paro fashion. At first, she felt as if she were walking in a nightie or barefoot, but the supple, slender, paro-like garment accentuated and emphasized the lines of her beautiful body. The bangles on her white arms, the string belt, the long earrings and the shoulder pendants were all carved in gold. Like her fine, thickly coiffed golden hair, it seemed to emit a dull flame in the sun. I must admit, it's beautiful, even for Ligeia. Aldo Neris muttered in his mouth. Then aloud. What's the matter? Isn't it too sunny in here? Shall we go inside? Yeah. Amneris looked surprised. Then, when she noticed that the maids had left, and that Neris had been watching her closely, she felt a trickle of blood on the nape of her neck. Who did you think I was? Amneris said. Princess of the Crystal Princess Phyllis. Debbie Augusta. Lady Felicia. Again. Irana. No matter how many times I swear there's no one more beautiful than you never believe me. I have an eye for beauty too. I don't want to be lied to that I'm more beautiful than Phyllis. But I don't think you're much more beautiful than me either. Yes, Phyllis is beautiful. But she's so quiet, she's melting, she's a Marinia in the shade. And on top of it all, she's Beck's best friend. And Princess Aurelia. She's lovely, and very much liked by the gentlemen. Oh, they're cute and innocent. I can only think of you as 3 children. I don't want to talk about love with 3 children. What about Debbie Augusta? Aren't you old enough to be my mother? So, Debbie Minor. It's not beautiful enough for my taste. The eyes are too tight, just like my brother, Count of Edus. What about Princess Iris? She's really beautiful. I'm so skinny. But Princess Syria of the Marquis of Landsberg tends to be a bit too fleshy. You're just right. Lady Felicia is said to be a great beauty, is she not? I think so, too. Felicia. That Toto's daughter. She can do whatever she wants and still act like she's Z herself. Yes, Felicia is indeed a beauty. She's impeccable. But Amneris, she's 10 years older than you. Don't worry, Ilana. Your throne will never be unassailable. And if there's ever any doubt, I, the greatest swordsman in the Crystal Palace, will be your opponent. Thank you, my lady. But the queenship of Syria, which you have so forcefully defended, is a mockery to all. What a surprise. Did Eris, the god of discord, breathe into you and wake you up today? You were so radiant and happy just now. You've changed so much since then, you don't like being here. Shall I call Flory? No, come in. I was just remembering. What? So many things. And so much has changed around me that I sometimes wonder if it's all a dream. Those distant, white sands, the boundless wilderness, and Nosferus? Neris asked casually. Ha! Amneris looked up with a start and finally came to his senses. I'm sorry, did I say something? What are you remembering? You're a happy princess with no unfulfilled dreams. What memories torment you so much? Torment? Nothing can hurt me. I'm strong. Of course I know that. Although Neris, a wry smile on one cheek, stretched out his hand and touched Amneris' shoulder. Amneris shuddered. The moment Neris's hand touched her bare shoulder, she felt as if an electric current ran through her whole body. Amneris. Neris' eyes were right next to Amneris' face. Amneris couldn't look directly at the suspiciously shining eyes. Yes, my lady. I've always wanted to ask you this. Just the two of us, when no one else is around. Luckily Yarn gave me that chance. Hey, Amneris. What do you think of me, really? What do you mean? You and I are the bride and groom of a political marriage, in everyone's eyes. Of course, if people knew that you and I are a perfect match and that we love each other, they would look at us differently, but I am well aware that this marriage is very important and that its importance may become a burden for you and me. So I'd like to ask you. Are you sure you're happy to be married to me, Amneris? Why do you say that? Stunned and confused, Amneris murmured. Aren't we so lucky to be getting married? I don't understand why you're saying that. Do you love me? More than anyone. I've told you that before. That's not good enough. Now say it again, like this, in my arms, straight up, look me in the eye. Don't let it get to you. You're hurting me. I love you. Aldo Neris. It's my first love, more than any other love in the world. I've never loved anyone before. I swear it. My darling. Amneris received the kiss of Neris, closing his eyes and shaking his body. She felt as if she were already at the altar of some solemn and sacred ceremony, savoring this sudden moment in the light-filled sun room as if it were her destiny. So, you really have no regrets about becoming the wife of Aldo Neris, Lord Crystal? Neris's breath is gently tickling my ear. Amneris nodded. Not only because it is not in my golden heart to disobey the orders of my father, the Grand Duke, but also because you have found me worthy to be your husband. Do you not find it horrible that a defeated general, a man who lives on your mercy, so to speak? Oh, don't say that. I am not depressed, and the words that come out of my mouth are not like bubbles, vainly uttered and disappearing. It is true that at first I came to Crystal at my father's behest to enter into a political marriage with a stranger, an enemy general. But that was because I could not know who you were or what fate had in store for me without the eyes of Yarn. But now I know you and I know there has never been anyone like you around me. No man has ever defeated me in any way, so I swear by me, by my holy Mongol. I want to be the wife of Aldo Neris. And if you do, you will be my only husband for the rest of my life. Thank you, Lord Crystal muttered lowly. But then, suddenly, as if remembering. So you have no regrets about what you left behind in Mongol. Now can I ask you something? Who is this Astorius that Flory and the others were talking about? Oh, no, maids, you'll get your whips when I get back. You don't need to hide your husband from me. Besides, I have no intention of keeping a dazzling person like you hidden in my hands. Even if I did that, the light would shine through my fingers, and I would probably be a very generous husband, if a little jealous. Well, really, it's nothing to hide. It's a silly thing, yes, it's really a silly thing. Asturias is the son of Marcus Asturias, my father's old loyalist, who wielded a sword under me, and who apparently thought of me without knowing it. Oh, innocent, cruel Ilana. Don't tell me it's such a foolish and ignorant thing to think of you. I'm repeating that nonsense day and night. Except for you. Of course not, Lord Nerys. He's only the Count's son. And I've never given him a smile, a kind word, or given him any reason to hope for anything. And yet, when he heard I was to be wed to Nerys, he defied his father's orders, gave up everything and followed me to the crystal. Perhaps he wanted to say something to me to make me feel better. But seeing that he disappeared after that, he must have gotten caught in some barrier on the way, or been robbed, or gotten sick. I think a man does a foolish thing because he adores you. You talk about it like it's a funny story. You're jealous, Lord Nerys. A little. Really, he didn't make any promises to you, and he just got carried away on his own. Of course. It's just a one-sided love. You said earlier that it was your first love, but then, can I really rest assured that no man has ever cast even a shadow on your snow-pure heart? If not, I'm sure I'll burn furiously. I wish you would, but Amneris is completely convinced that he has control of her mind. She said with the subtle meanness characteristic of a woman in love. I'm sorry, but really, Asturias is just a laughing matter, and what's that? Oh, no, that's why I wanted to tell you that I've never really surrendered to anyone, and that's why I've never been attracted to anyone, Amneris said again. But then, for a moment, she suddenly saw behind her eyelids a face, very clear and languid, that was not human, a leopard-headed warrior with short, scary hair and yellow eyes. He did not know, nor did he want to know, why he had suddenly thought of that face so clearly. Amneris did not notice that Nerys' watchful eyes were fixed on him. So you're mine, then? Really? Yes. And you're mine too, I guess. Of course. If Paro and Mongol were to break up again, would you still love me as much as you do now? Ha! I'm kidding. I'm joking. There is no country like Paro anymore anyway. Rest easy, Amneris. I'm already kneeling at your feet. Nerys' hand was soft and lifted Amneris' chin, and their lips met. Oh. Amneris closed his eyes and nestled himself snugly against Nerys' chest, as if intoxicated with a happiness that was somehow laced with uneasy confusion. I wish time would just stop like this. Yes, and then we could have stayed like this forever. Kiss me, Nerys. And more. My lady. The sun is gently swaying, flowing. And finally, the sunshine that fills the sunroom seems to be letting in the colors of the crochet. Are you happy, Amneris? Yeah, really. When the young maidservant came in and announced her arrival, Amneris finally and regretfully removed himself from Nerys' embrace. In her green eyes, there was a loneliness that made her shake with love, as if she was afraid that Nerys would disappear if she did not stay within sight of her. Master Nerys. Oh, Linus. And Darvars and Renaud. After Amneris took over, a different, more upstanding visitor came into the sunroom. What's the matter? All three of you, you're making a big deal out of this. It's noisy when you're in the public eye again, or something. Don't worry. I've told Tyron that I'm here today to see His Highness Nerys and formally congratulate him. Renaud laughed. Between now and then, we'll have something to celebrate. Yeah. Nerys looked at Runan's loyal face and wondered if she should tell him about Ligeia. But in the end. I'm sorry you're going through all this. That's all I said. Renaud, Darvars and Linus looked at each other. Then Linus stepped forward and came close to Nerys' ear. I need your ear. Finally, Although Mongol surveillance is much looser, half of the people who take care of his personal affairs are provided by Mongol and must be regarded as secret agents. So, while Linus was whispering, Lunnan and Darvars continued their usual congratulatory speeches and idle chit-chat, as if they were talking to a wall, in case they were overheard. "What, Linus? I've got something for you, sir." "The thing. I knew it. It's in the crystal." "Yes, sir. Thanks to Mr. Dean, we're in control." Well, I'll let Valerius decide what to do with it. I'm sure he'll find some very interesting uses for it. After all, you don't seem to think anything of it on our side. He's a one-man show." "I'm sorry. You're not going to let them know that, are you?" "Well, that's it, of course." "That's it." "Yes. Very well." Neris looked up and again nodded to Rena and Darvars to indicate that he was done. "Have you made preparations for the matter in question? Wedding?" "Yes, it's taking a long time to figure out the auspicious day. I wonder if his father, the Grand Duke, will be there." "I'd love to meet you," Lunnan says with a smirk. "No, Lord Rena, that's not likely. I spoke with Tyron the other day, and he said that after the ceremony here, he and His Highness Neris will go to Taurus to have the princess perform the ceremony." "And Darvars?" "I'm just being cautious," Lunnan said in a low voice. "A maid brought me some drinks and snacks. I saw them off." "That's a Mongol, isn't it?" Darvars says. "Your Highness. Why don't you go to Marga's palace? Does it make you feel better, more convenient?" "But it's not. It's important that I'm here now, Darvars. Besides, wherever we're going, we can't afford not to take some people with us." "So be it. I'm afraid I'm not thinking clearly. A happy betrothed would never leave her beloved for Margahi." "You've lost, Darvars." Rena laughed, but then his eyes narrowed and he moved closer to Neris. "Why don't you come over here?" "Yeah." Neris and Rena left the sunroom, leaving Linus and Darvars behind, and walked into the garden. The smell of the flowers enveloped them. It was almost nightfall. "Master Neris." He looked up at the fiery flowers of the amnesia, which were spreading their acrid fragrance above his head, and was about to say something, but he said something completely different. "It's a beautiful flower. But the smell is too strong for an old man like me. Not exactly a Marinia flower for everyone, is it?" Neris reached out her hand and touched the flaming petals of amnesia. The Marquis of Lunnan gazed at her with a secret fascination, as if she were a picture. She wore a white and silver tunic, black trousers, and over it a long, open-fronted, loose-sleeved, thin upper peplum. The peplum, beautifully pleated at the shoulders, was made of lustrous black silk with delicate embroidery on the collar and cuffs, and when Neris's fine, lustrous hair flowed down over it, it looked as if it too had been expertly ornamented. "No, it's not Marinia. And I wouldn't necessarily say that Z gave me the language of flowers. True, the honey may be bitter and poisonous, but..." Neris laughed, and suddenly snapped off a branch of amnesia with a snap. A strong smell sprinkled the air. "But it's a man's worth to tame it. Do you know that every girl in the city is in danger of being hanged? I'll let them. If the men of Paro are not strong enough to win the heart of a beautiful girl, don't let your joke fool me. Some of us threw ourselves in despair when we heard of Lady Neris' marriage." Bedazzled, Neris smiled as she leaned her face against a folded amnesia flower. "Then I'll have the men of Paro to thank for that. Last night, the Princess Sarah threw herself into the Ira's river and died," Lunnan said in a low voice. "He seems to have been sinking for a long time." "Oh, you poor thing. We must tell Simon to bring the flowers." Neris' face didn't change a bit. "I must go and tell Mr. Geets that I'm sorry." Unknown to all but my men, Princess Sarah was already dead before she threw herself at me. She was stabbed in the chest. "What do you mean?" Perhaps Lord Geese heard what Lady Neris was like when she was captured and realized what the princess was doing. "You killed a traitor's daughter at the hands of her father, and then threw her into the Ira's river and made it look like a suicide." "I suppose, sir, but Lord Guise is so shut up that he will not receive any visitors." Lunnan. For the first time, Nerys has changed his appearance. And he stood up and went into a bower at the end of the garden, and there he wrote a short letter, which he gave to Renaud. Give this to Lord Guise at once, from me. If you leave her alone, Lord Guise will probably come after her. I don't want Lord Guise to die now. I'll be with you shortly. But, Renaud's thoughtful eyes stared at Nerys. What? Nerys had already noticed that he seemed to want to say something, but she did not dare to make it easy for him to speak. He simply fiddled with the amnesia in his hand, and a moment of silence fell. But eventually, as if in a daring moment, Master Nerys, Lunnon said low. What? Renaud flinched, but this time he did not stop saying it. I know it's an insensitive thing to say, sir, but, Lord Nerys. Recently, tensions have risen again in the Crystal City. Yesterday, in downtown Ambula, 20 young patriots were captured and taken to the Tower of Nerva after their plot to assassinate Lord Commander Tyron was exposed. It seems that the emotions of the people of Paro, which had subsided when they learned of the survival of Lord Nerys, are once again on the verge of becoming unsettled. Renaud kept his mouth shut. Before answering, Nerys slowly placed the amnesia flowers on the table, crossed his legs in a frown, leaned back in his chair in the bower and looked around. Then he took up the amnesia flower again, in a low voice. Why? He said. Of course, Lady Nerys and the ladies. Do the people of Paro not like my matchmaking? We are enemies, sir. Renaud said in a rather stern voice. It would be unreasonable to ask you to shake off the bitterness of yesterday and today and send your best wishes. She's beautiful and well-balanced. Not a bad wife, I'd say. I'm not saying that, sir. A hint of annoyance crossed Lunnon's cheeks. They are all upset because they feel that Lord Nerys has been tortured and forced to do this. Enough to throw eggs at a wedding carriage. I wouldn't say there's no danger of that happening. If we go on like this, what a bunch of troublemakers. Don't they know if I'm willing to be tortured? Nerys held amnesia up in the air, seemingly unconcerned. My dear, beautiful amnesia. I was the one who broke your hand. Because the symbol of the Paro royal family is the blue of pure blood. Renaud said with a stern face. All right, even if it was a match that would have happened even without this, it is unimaginable to the people of this country that two people who have killed and trampled each other could love each other. Sarcasm, Lunnon. It's outrageous. No, you look like you're trying to be sarcastic. I can read your mind. Nerys chuckled. But even I should have the freedom to love others. Even if it grows from a bloody root with blood smeared all over it, the beautiful amnesia will still capture people's hearts. I don't think so. Stubbornly, Lunnon resisted. Nerys watched with amusement as Renaud's mouth was tied in a frown and his eyes glittered with discontent. Why, Lunnon? Why do you not feel like congratulating me on my happiness? Thorn or no thorn, this flower loves me. I don't believe that's what Lord Nerys said. Why? I'm not. Renaud hesitated, then clenched his teeth. We, Linus and Darvars, have consulted with each other and decided that no matter what, today is the day we would like to hear the true intentions of Lord Nerys. You know, at the masquerade ball some time ago, you asked me if I would take the Grand Duke's daughter as a hostage. But when I tried to do so, he told me to wait a while because he had an idea. That's why we rubbed our chests and put down our swords. It's clear as day where Mongol's heart lies in wanting to bring Nerys-san and the princess together, but we still hope that Nerys-san had an idea. Thanks to this, the wedding is now only a month away. Renaud cut off his speech. But Nerys, who was staring at the crimson that amnesia was passing through, said nothing, so he continued. His Royal Highness is quite at ease with his fiancée, seeing her every day, giving her many gifts, attending her entertainments side by side, and... I'm just doing what lovers do. Nerys intercepted. I know that I, a woman, a beautiful woman, a girl who loves me, will never be able to keep her heart with only sweet words of love. I don't think that's a sane thing to say. Renaud said challengingly, with the privilege of having protected and nurtured him since he was a baby. That's my old friend Zhang Yihan, the commander of the Black Dragon War. But she's beautiful, young, and she's in love with me. Don't you? It's already, apparently, Renaud said. Therefore, we think that perhaps, if Lady Neris, who is said to be the spawn of the lure, is doing this, perhaps she has some deep and far-reaching designs that we, the servants, cannot fathom. Perhaps she is trying to make the unfamiliar girl fall in love with her and marry her off to Lady Neris. I believe that his plan to make the unfamiliar girl fall in love with him, to marry her off to Neris, to give her the right of succession to the throne of Paro, and to turn the tables on Mongol's dubious scheme to make Neris dead and the girl queen of Paro, is working. I did not say anything and did not cause any uproar. But the Lord Neris does not want to take off his robe for a long time. Why do you settle for a robe, Lunan? Neris's voice held a hint of laughter. It's okay for me to fall in love. I don't think this is the work of someone like Lord Neris. Why? You don't mean to tell me that this is not a ploy to deceive me, that you are in love with her, do you? But it is what it is, and so it must be. Amneris seems to be in love with me. How much more pleasant it would be to give oneself over to a love that comes like a whirlwind than to live this short life hating and mistreating each other with enemies and foes. Love is fickle, and in the night it pierces the heart like a stray arrow, as Orfeo said in his Psalms. And they will be so conceited. Lunan said irritably. Lord Neris. It's no exaggeration to say I know everything about you. I know if you're the one who's going to fall in love with the enemy princess after the misfortune. Tell me. I want the truth. Why are you hiding? I'm in trouble. Do you really want me to become a scoundrel who plays with innocent maidens in love? Neris laughed, plucked a petal of amnesia, and puckered her lips. Don't miss it. Love is a bitch. Sometimes I fall in love once in a lifetime. My heart is not a stone and my breast is not a tomb. Lord Neris. Lunan snapped, grabbed Neris' hands and peered closer. Why do you hide your heart even from me? Do you think that you can have a ceremony with that princess and become Mongol's son-in-law and let Paro be annexed by that disgusting barbarian? Lunan, there's nothing to hide. Neris looked up at him irresistibly as Lunan grabbed her by the shoulders and shook her. I love you, Lady Amneris, with all my heart. You speak these words on the Tower of Janus, the same Janus Tower where the hope of Paro was lost in a sea of blood. Amneris told me in that chair that he swore I was the only good man he'd ever known. I wouldn't be a man if I didn't feel something for that beautiful woman. Lord Neris. Renaud was turning red with excitement. It was a rare outburst for the mild-mannered man. Well, then, what of us, the people of Paro? I hate to say this, but the sacrifices of our fallen young soldiers, our loyal subjects, Minister Ria, my daughter Ligeia, the most trivial of them all, and Renaud said, seized with a foolishness he did not understand. And, oh, in case you've forgotten, the marriage will never take place anyway. That code, you see, of the Paro Saint royalty. Renaud's mouth was suddenly blocked. As soon as Neris stood up, he put a flower of amnesia, the petals of which had been plucked off, in his hand and pressed it to his mouth. Young master. Lunan. Shut up. Neris's black, usually deep and unfathomable eyes suddenly flared with something fierce and sparkling. Renaud tightly shut his mouth. A moment later, Neris smiled at him with a different softness. Lunan. Please forgive me. It's my first true love, too. In light of my love for you and Ligeia, please don't say another word. Well, then, Your Highness, the truth is, Lady Amneris. I love her. I want to hold her in my arms and call her my only wife. Neris said with a cryptic smile on his face. I don't want to win anyone over unless it's her. Oh, Lunan, love is a bitch. You gotta understand. Lord Neris. With disbelieving, broken eyes, Renaud looked at his beloved prince. He took him by the shoulders and touched him gently on the cheek. If you love me, tell the rest of them to wish me well. Good. It was that night. The Marquis of Lunan, stunned and dumbfounded, the Marquis of Dervalis, anxious, and the Count of Linus, sunk in thought, refused to invite him to dinner and left the room. The man had already come and was waiting like a shadow. He already knew that Nerys would call. Listen. Please tell me you're not going to screw up the date. Nerys said to the shadow. Be sure to do it yourself, he said, and if you fail to do it through others, I will make you do it. I'm sorry. See with your own eyes whether you have done well, and come back here with a report. Yes, sir. Good, Lorca. Tell Dean, if he fails, you'll never set foot in Paro again. Go. The black shadow, it was the mage Lorca, knelt in a kneeling posture, and moved through the shadows, and then suddenly melted into the darkness behind him, and there was nothing there any more. There was nothing more. A slight smile appeared on Nerys' cheeks. The smile seemed to carry a strange satisfaction, and even a hint of self-mockery. Chapter 4. The Wolfsbane of the Steppe. Amneris was happy. She was a maiden of 18 who was about to be married to her beloved. The date was often delayed by the incomprehensible pronouncements of fortune-tellers, but at last it was officially set for the 10th day of the purple moon, the day of Salia. The news was announced to all the towns of Paro, and immediately the Crystal Palace was abuzz with the great feast and the great ceremony, which made us think that even the huge masquerade ball was only an everyday light tea party. For the feast that was to be held more than half a month away, the great excitement had begun again. This time, and this time only, there was plenty of time to elaborate on such and such a plan, and to need. Everything had to be set in place, even more so than before. It is not that the people of the Crystal rejoiced in this wedding with open arms, as Renaud said. Rather, they whispered mournfully of curses, anger, and protests, but this was a contradictory fact of the old culture of Paro itself. To the people of Paro, however, Brass, the other form of Janus, the guardian god of commerce, was as much a deity of worship as Janus himself. In other words, as far as commerce was concerned, the people of Paro could not afford to close their eyes and miss the opportunity of a great undertaking. It could be said that this was the innate nature of the people who received the two-faced god Janus, and it should be noted that Mongol was not a rich man with a lump of gold. At the behest of Archduke Vlad, Lord Commander Tyron did not care about money. Many times a carriage loaded with gold traveled back and forth between Mongol and the Crystal, guarded by the White Guard. It was also the policy of Mongol to give Paro a chance to do a rich business and thereby distract him from his single-minded vengeance against Mongol. And so the people of Paro, vengeance and patriotism notwithstanding, went about their business, and the guilds that traded in silk, lace, flowers, food, and wine were busy with the greatest trade in hundreds of years. The guilds were busy with their once-in-a-hundred-years business, selling silk, lace, flowers, food, and wine. Sometimes they spat out curses at the thought of having to wed their beloved Lord Crystal in this way, but preparations were being made. But of course, such things cannot reach the ears of Amneris, who is deep within the Crystal Palace. Amneris was happy. It was a dream of love so sweet that she herself doubted whether it was enough for her to be so happy, even though she had been ordered to take the prince of a conquered country as her son-in-law in a political marriage, and to make him dead at some point. It was a sweet dream of love. Of course, Amneris didn't even try to think deeply about that order of Grand Duke Vlad. Of course, it was a policy for her to obtain the right to the throne of Paro, and if she were to become the wife of Lord Crystal out of true love and not by force, there would be no need for her to instantly lose a good man. She believed that she was telling the truth out of a lie, and that her father, the Grand Duke, would be pleased. Although Nerys lived in the small palace, and every day Nerys would either visit Amneris or Amneris would go to Nerys. Nerys was an ideal lover, and every day, even if she did not see him occasionally, she never missed a flower, a small gift, or a kind message. Whenever I met her, she was always gentle and calm, and sometimes her refined sarcasm added a pinch of spice to her gentleness. Beautiful words of love, the scent of flowers, embraces and kisses were showered on her as she waved, interspersed with the various elegant games of the Paro court, the guessing game with the maids of honor, the baka game with flowers, and the fey games of make-believe, flower matching, and elegance. Noun, when he grows tired of this, Nerys takes the Kithara by the hand and sings a love song. When he sang to them the old love songs and legends of the Paro region, Amneris and his maids were enraptured and entranced. Even Orfeo, the poet of legend, could not have been more beautiful than this, as he sat in his hut, leaning his back against a stone pillar, with one knee on the floor, holding the Kithara in his hand. It was the kind of day that Amneris had never dreamed would come upon him, the man who had been named Lord Commander of Mongol and who had been praised for his valor and his ruthless temper. Amneris still breakfasted with Lord Commander Tyron every morning and listened to his reports, but he was no longer as enthusiastic about reviewing the troops or watching the knights in training as he had been in the past. He no longer went to the stable early in the morning, as he used to do. He no longer went out to the stable early in the morning, as he had often done in the past, to lead the white knights in training the troops, or to torment the horses. He was usually at Nerys's the night before for some kind of party, so that he slept until late, and he had to spend many hours after a late breakfast tying up his hair. He forgot his sword training and bow training, which he had never missed since he was a child. Although Nerys praised the whiteness and softness of the skin of the princesses of the crystal, and said that there was nothing sadder than when the skin of a woman, even a beautiful woman, is softened by the sun that it becomes scaly, or when her thin, supple arms become stiff and muscular. I'm sure you'll agree. His mentor and advisor, Gaius, had been following Amneris from Taurus as usual, but he had not been summoned for many days. Instead, Amneris's room was frequented every day by the most celebrated dress designers of Paro, such as Khaleesi, Asta, Salvia Domina, the famous hair designer Amarth, and specialists who brought in jewelers, perfumes, cloths, and all manner of feminine goods. Amneris's slender body, which had always been wrapped in armor, was now constantly covered in silks, flax, lace, and satin that clung to her silently. The most famous dressmakers praised the beauty of Amneris's hair and figure to the utmost of their ability, and they made her dresses that accentuated her beauty, new riding clothes of unusual design, soft clothes with large hollows that delighted the eyes of her lovers, fancy skirts with rich folds, and slim ones with mysterious designs in the style of a kitai. They brought in soft clothes with large hollows, fancy skirts with many folds, and slim ones with mysterious designs like a kitai. Of course, for a princess of the traditional Paro royal family, there was no such thing as too much. As the number of dresses increases, so must the hairstyles, shoes, sandals, hair ornaments, neck ornaments, and all jewelry. In Paro, Amneris learned that they changed the perfume to match the color of the clothes and even the color of the hut. This was an eye-opening revelation to her, who had spent her entire life in war and training. Of course, dressed in the latest fashions in dress and ornaments, wearing a suitable perfume, having her hair tied up in a high bun, and carrying a fan of column feathers, she could not walk idly, and her speech should not be that of a soldier. The Marquis of Nerva, who had been given the title of the most noble of ladies, was sent as a partner to teach Amneris in a friendly manner, and the results were proved by the praise heaped upon him at night balls, bacca parties, banquets, and small tea parties. Amneris, of course, had a decisive and resolute temperament, and however much he may have enjoyed these pleasures, he would have grown weary of such elegance and gaiety within a month, if it had not been for Nerys. If it weren't for Nerys. After all, for a body and mind that had been trained to use their bodies intensely and to endure hardship and scarcity, it was literally nothing more than a way to pass the time. But there was always Nerys. It was rare to find such a person, but Nerys was the kind of person who, no matter what kind of gathering or event he attended, always became the center and sun of the gathering without saying a word. Even before Nerys opened his mouth, people crowded around him, eager to hear what he had to say, and repeated his every word like a jewel. When Nerys appeared, the throne was immediately filled with radiance and life, the eyes of the people became alive, and even the voices of laughter suddenly became brilliant. On the contrary, when Nerys left his seat, the people immediately became bored and dull, and lost their liveliness as clearly as their eyes could see. Indeed, Nerys was the ruler of all parties, knowing how to win over a crowd with her witty conversation, speaking to everyone equally, and loosening and tightening the reins at will. All the princesses smiled at her and were eager to say as much as they could to her, and she would call out to them, "Hey, Lady Neris," to get them to side with her, even the men. And for all his wit, charm and vitality, if not all his wit, charm and vitality, Neris's beauty, his refinement, his picturesque appearance, and the luster and elegance of his manner, which were apparent in his every move, would have been enough to keep the eyes of a full house. And that although Neris pours out on her, Amneris, an abundance of attentive care, tender compassion, and enchanting smiles that no other beautiful princess has ever shown, even a more solid, more worldly woman than Amneris would probably not have been able to help being blown away by it. Neris was so beautiful and adored, and the thought of being the sole possessor of his heart, envied and coveted by all the other princesses, was enough to make any woman feel elated and flustered. On top of that, Amneris was madly in love with her, with all the intensity and single-mindedness of a first love. At such a time as this, a girl of 18, with her lover by her side, intoxicated by his sweet whispers, could not be bored even if she wished to be. Before she met Neris, she had always thought of herself as a trifle, as nothing more than a waste of time, and had despised those who wasted no time in doing so. But now Amneris was not troubled by the fact that every morning he was told of the day's plans, and that the day began with a pleasant agony over what to wear, and ended with a sweet goodnight kiss from Neris, and continued day after day. The maids of honor are, of course, unreservedly delighted by their mistress's apparently enviable love. Although they worshipped the princess, who had no interest in dresses or balls, they still often felt a little inadequate. But to watch the beautiful dresses and jewels being brought in every day, and to see the lord's princesses wearing them and dressed so beautifully to the applause and amazement of the people, was, for Lucia, Flori, and the other principal maids of Amneris, like a dream that had never come true before finally becoming a reality. It was the greatest pleasure of all. "You're so beautiful, princess. She will not be defeated by Saria or Iris. No matter how beautiful and graceful the princesses of the Paro court are, we must let them know that there are people like them in Mongol. Now, pick up the flowers and weave them into the princess's loincloth. Today's dress is the blue of the sea, so the flower is a blue Corinia, isn't it?" This dress was brought by Ostadano, because he really wanted Amneris-sama to wear it. Yes, Osta-sensei, when he saw the princess wearing it for the Karinui, he marveled at how sleek she was, saying that no one but Princess Amneris could wear this dress as well as he thought she could. "Well, I'm looking forward to it. I hope the bells of Saria will soon ring in the daylight, and the princess will have time to wear them." The murmurings of the maidservants were like perfumed hot water on her skin, embracing and comforting her. Within a month or so of her arrival in Paro, Amneris's sun-baked white skin had regained its original flawless whiteness and smoothness, and her wavy golden hair had grown bright and shiny. She learned how to drink the beautiful Paro honey wine with its flowers in it, and how to spend her afternoons incessantly picking up candied moria berries, like purple jewels, and yellow lentil berries, like sunbeams, and snacking on kidera, and laughing and whispering. She no longer rode a horse much when she went somewhere, but went in a luxurious carriage or in a beautiful woman's carriage, a lady's carriage, on the back of two well-trained horses. That was not the only change. The greatest change of all was that Amneris no longer considered the great dream of the development of Mongol, of the conquest and domination of the Middle Plains, which had always been her chief concern, the ambition which had belonged to her father, Archduke Vlad, and which had been handed down from him to her, as primary, if only temporarily. It is that she no longer thought of that ambition as primary. "I didn't know, did I?" Amneris, who was very feminine in spite of her reputation for being superior to all men, leaned on Neris's shoulder and said to her in the sweet evening air as she was being caressed by his gentle hands, "I was once told by a man that a woman should pull down the hem of her dress and take the head of her enemy at a ball. At the time, I thought it was a terrible insult and that I would hate the man who said it for the rest of my life. But now that I'm with you, I feel that everything else doesn't matter and I just want to stay like this forever, and that's the greatest happiness of being born a woman. It's the best thing that ever happened to a woman." "Yes, Amneris. We can be so much happier, so much more. I'll be kneeling at the feet of my Ilana forever, and as long as you love me, and it's me who can't believe my good fortune, my life will be in your white, gentle hands. My life is in your white, gentle hands. When things settle down a bit more in the Crystal Town, we'll go for a ride together. I can't pass up the chance to show off my beautiful wife, Ilana. Yeah. Indeed, Amneris was at the height of his happiness. If it had not been for the incomprehensible gloom, melancholy, and anxiety that sometimes overwhelmed her mind, it would probably be fair to say that there was no one in the world happier than Amneris. However, there was no specific reason for the strange anxiety and panic that suddenly and without warning overshadowed her unblemished sense of happiness. When Amneris heard the news of Taurus's early horse, she was very angry at Asturias's escape, but without any further information, she did not even think of the poor Asturias once every 10 days. For a woman who is beautiful, young, and accustomed to being loved, a man who falls in love with her, unjustly, for him, is a man who falls in love with her, for women who have become accustomed to being loved, a man who is in love with them, unfairly for that man, tends to be the object of haughty condescension, a feeling of looking down on them, and unnecessary cruelty. Therefore, she was not disturbed by the presence of Asturias, and since she had been brought up as a duchess with confidence, pride, and nobility, she was not much troubled by the usual doubts of first love, as to whether she was really loved by her beautiful mistress. I was never troubled by the usual doubts of first love, such as whether I was really loved by my beautiful mistress. Amneris never dreamed that there would be a man in the world who would not love him as much as he loved Amneris, the young and beautiful princess of Mongols. Director Tyron reported that since the announcement of her marriage to Aldo Neyris, Crystal's disruptive and anti-Mongol plans had all but disappeared, and all was well. Therefore, Amneris could not think of any reason for being anxious or depressed, and so she regarded these occasional and inexplicable depressions of mood as an idle fear, a womanly dread, that perhaps she loved Neyris too much and was too happy, and that her present happiness might be lost. She thought it was a womanly fear, a fear that her present happiness might be lost. Neyris also laughed and said so when she told him of her fears. I knew from the start that you were much more feminine and sassy than you appear, Lady of Light. He used to say, oh my lord, as he played with the shining hair of Amneris. You're like fire and you're very feminine. That's why I've decided to rely on your mercy. Don't be so downhearted. Look at me and smile. When you and I are united in the Tower of Saria before the gods, then I will give you a great gift. My God, what are you giving me? Until then, it's a secret, my lady. Oh, you're such a tease. Don't be such a prude and tell me, I'll die of curiosity. Then you'll never know what the gift was. Wait and see. It's a real surprise to you, something you never thought would be yours. It's a gift from me to my bride. I'm sure you'll understand how much I think of you when you see it. Well, I already know exactly what you mean. You don't understand. I really miss you and long for the day when I can make you my own. So am I, the beautiful Lady Neyris. Only when she was with Neyris, the gloom that haunted her heart never came. The days passed sweetly and honeyed, and gradually began to emit a deep golden fragrance. The days of Amneris were filled from morning till night with nothing but Neyris and what he gave him. The only reason Amneris still maintained the custom of meeting with and hearing reports from Lord Commander Tyron every morning was that she had been born and raised a lady of Mongol and had become so accustomed to such noble duties that she was completely unconscious of them. But even that report was no longer of much interest to her. Even if it was a report of some importance. Are you awake, sir? Normally, Lord Commander Tyron waits for Amneris to wake up before dawn, finish his bathing and accompany him for an early breakfast, but on that occasion he was in such a hurry that he could not even wait. Amneris was awakened early in the morning. We apologize for the hurry, but we'll be in touch with you shortly at. What the hell, Tyron? Amneris, who was only wearing a luxurious loungewear over his nightgown, yawned and asked, can't you wait at least 2 more zangs? A messenger has just arrived who has been following the sun into the night. I thought you might want to hear it. You were a little slow last night, weren't you? Amneris was enchanted, remembering the wonderful poem that Neris had written for her last night. I'm sorry to wake you, but things are somewhat urgent. I've already figured that out. Amneris said. Where did the messenger come from? Taurus, or? On behalf of the Duke of Kauros. Kauros, again, from a long way away. Yes. Princess, I have bad news. At last, Argos has risen and raised an army to save Paro from its enemies. Treus and the horsemen of Argos and the surrounding regions also joined the fight. The forces of Kaurith tried to kill Lord Beck, who was staying in Argos, but were surrounded and defeated by the combined forces of Argos and Treus. As it is, the allied forces have rescued Lord Beck and are advancing north to defeat Kauros at once, steadily increasing their numbers with the participation of the horsemen's legions. If Kauros is defeated, only the villages of the free settlers will be able to block the southern side of Paro. To Taurus, Lord Gerard of the Duchy of Kauros has requested reinforcements from Mongol. He said that if he waited for the army to come from Taurus, he might not be able to help Kauros, but that he should send the troops stationed here at the crystal at once. Where's Gaius? I'm reading. Then we'll do as Gaius says. The crystal is at peace anyway, Amneris said in a troublesome tone. Leave it to Tyron. Do what you want. Oh, but if you move the crystal army now, what? The reviewing ceremony at the wedding will be a shame. I hope my father's army arrives in time, but isn't that a fearful thought, Tyron? Kauros is a land of brave stepfolk. Argos and Talaus are small. And the steppe stretches for tens of thousands of moats. It's not likely they'll cross it to reach the crystal. Why don't we wait and see? Maybe we'll get word from Kauros that they've been subdued. I'll check it out with Gaius. This indifference to the matter, which had caused him much astonishment and alarm, caused Tyron to shake his head and retire from the Duchess's chamber. He knew that Amneris had recently become completely absorbed in her marriage to Aldonaris, but as he only saw her in the morning or at formal balls, Tyron had no way of knowing that she had lost interest in world affairs to such an extent. Seeing the calm and collected manner in which the noblewoman and her troops responded, he was struck by the thought that perhaps he had been unnecessarily critical and agitated in his sleep. The lady might have been particularly cold, secretly trying to discourage him from making such a fuss over a quarrel between tribes of shepherds who slept in their wrappings on the grasslands far to the south. Well, we'll see what Taurus and Gaius have to say about that next. As soon as Tyron made that decision, his mind immediately turned to more pressing matters, the wedding preparations. There's a lot to think about anyway. Amneris, on the other hand, went into the bedroom once more and crawled under the quilt. The bedroom is darkened, incense is burning, and Flory and Lucia are constantly fanning the air. Tyron's too quick-witted. He wakes us up so early, it's because of men like him that Lord Neris makes fun of us Mongoloid hicks. It's so annoying, she muttered in a sleepy voice. Lord Becco, he's Princess Phyllis's favorite. Princess Phyllis, she's really pretty. She's Lady Neris's cousin, isn't she? He's a cousin of hers, which means he looks like her. I don't think so, there can't be two like her in the world. Neris is like Lur herself in a flesh and blood form. I don't know why he can do everything he does. His voice is like... His favorite maid, Flory, tried to answer him. But Amneris had already dozed off to sleep. No one knew for a long time that the messenger who had come to Taurus with the news of the coming of Argos had been slain at Juno, stripped of his horse and armor, and left by the roadside. It was a courier, and everything that could identify him had been stripped away. It was not until much later that Tyron learned that the messenger had finally failed to reach Taurus. Grasslands. Meanwhile, far away in Argos, as reported in the Crystal Palace, the curtain was about to fall on the war between the Duchy of Kauros, Lord Beck, Argos, and Treus. Is anyone there? Guards, guards. At the front gate of the White Palace of Mahar, the main city of Argos, yelling loudly was the Black Prince of Argos, Scar. Open the gate. It's me, Scar. Haha, I'm back. Without even waiting for the iron gates to be opened by the panicked guards, Scar mounted his beloved horse and darted through the gates at full speed. Take Han Yi to the stable. Tell Tarwong to wipe his body with straw and give him water. Scar jumped out of Han Yi in front of the building, carelessly threw the reins to the attendant and staggered in. With a black leather whip in his right hand, he was beating the heels of his long black riding boots in annoyance. Brother! Brother! It was in the audience chamber of his brother, King Stack of Argos, that the fearless wildling Scar stumbled in without asking for help. Ah, Your Highness. Please wait, I'm here, Your Majesty is. Shut up. I'm busy. More roughly than usual, Scar brushed aside the servant who was trying to stop him and went in, but he stopped as if he had just realized something. Oh, here we go again. But what surprised me more was the guest. Take it easy, Scar. This is Aurra, messenger from the crystal. Scar blew his nose. The black clothes of the mage, recognizable at a glance, a suspicious, dark atmosphere that does not fit this bright white chalk palace. Most likely, he must have just arrived from the crystal, using the black magic called closed space. This is my brother, the Dauphin Scarl. I know, sir. Brother. This is no time for idle chit-chat. I sent Han Yi over from the border. Scar, who never misses a beat, said, my brother. Lord Beck is in danger. I'll send men immediately. Give the order. What do you say? Lord Beck is hobbled near Liaga. Kaoru has finally decided to attack Lord Beck. 20,000 of the dukedom's troops have already left the border. Lord Beck had hoped to reach 20,000 with 10,000 at Troz. But Kaoru has him trapped. He can't get into Toulouse. At this rate, Lord Beck will fall into the hands of Kaoru before I've finished gathering the horsemen. In Liaga, King Stack is on his feet. The brothers are so unlike each other that it's hard to believe they were born of the same father. King Stack, wise and famous, but more like a philosopher, with a gentle manner, and Scar, rough and fearless, like a horse. King Stack has a Princess of Paro for a mother, and Princess Emma of Paro for a wife, while Scar has a Gur-woman for a mother. It's the season of migration for the horsemen, and it will be at least a day or two before we can gather them. Then we'll never get to Liaga in time. We leave now with the regular army of Argos. Scar. With a puzzled look on his face, King Stack looked between Aurra and Scar. Brother, every second counts. Scar, Aurra, which one is from Crystal Palace? Aldo Neris. Aurra clasped his hands together like a mage, and did not say anything, either yes or no. What's the point? It's, Scar. Your Majesty. Let me explain to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Aurra the mage slowly turns to face Scar. I am the messenger who came to Argos to ask for 60,000 men. 60,000. That's almost everything we can move right now. Well, then, divide it in two, and let 30,000 enter behind Mongol by sea from Paro and seize Taurus, and let 30,000 appear between Chironia and Paro by land. The combined forces of Lord Beck and Toulouse will be sent to the south of Paro, and the rebels in Paro will take control of all the lodges in response, and the contact between Taurus and the Mongols stationed in Paro will be broken. We'll hold the sea, we'll hold Chironia, we'll hold Kaoru south of Paro, and we'll isolate Mongol everywhere. It's a good plan, but it won't do us much good if Lord Beck falls into the hands of the Kaoru at Liaga. Give me 5 days, Aurra. 5 days will be enough time for me to lead the Argos army, rescue Lord Beck, and return. Scar. That's a little too big a mouth for you. King Stack frowned and patted the ebony table. Kaoru is a great nation. He has at least 100,000 men. Even if we beat him a little here, it will quickly turn into a full-scale war with the whole country. The power of the nations is almost equal. Argos will be blocked by Kaoru and will not be able to march on Paro, but we can't just leave Lord Beck behind. I promised him I'd come after him with reinforcements. Scar, when did I ever tell you to leave Lord Beck behind? If we don't do something, we're abandoning them. We're running out of time, brother. You'll be doing your sister a disservice if you let Lord Beck die. But King Stack turned a pained expression on his face. Scar looked at it curiously. What's the matter with you? There's nothing to think about. Argos was originally scheduled to go to war at his sister's request. It's just that the time has come a little sooner than expected, but he had always been prepared for a conflict with Kauros. All we had to do now was to take back Lord Beck, defeat Kauros with a single thought, and push on through the steppes to the rescue of Paro. What is there to think about now? It's... King Stack looked at Aurra in distress. Your Highness. Aurra slowly opens his mouth. When he begins to speak, it is as if a black cloud suddenly appears in Argos, a land of bright grass and sky, of white and green light. Your ear. What? You're too good for me. Scar did not like mages, nor the foul atmosphere they spread, nor divination, oracles, or black magic. He put his ear to Aurra's mouth, frowning as his dark brows drew into a straight line. Aurra begins to speak quietly, as if he were afraid to speak out loud, even in the pride of Argos, the White Palace. What the hell? With just a word or two, Scar's complexion changed and his lips tightened. Oh my God. As Aurra continued to whisper, his cheeks began to twitch and shake. Is the mood of this messenger of fire? When Aurra had finished speaking, Scar's lips were tied in a single line under his black, scary mustache. Scar. You can see that this is a matter of great importance to me and to Argos. If it is left unchallenged, the position of Argos will become very precarious. And it is not without reason that the allies of Tolstreth and the horsemen doubt the very fate of Argos. This, as Jarla said, is a matter of minutes and seconds. It may even change the fate of Argos. I don't think he heard what King Stack had to say. For a while, Scar remained motionless, as if he were a black, ominous statue named Knight, and then he suddenly raised himself. His hand, a whip of woven leather, is wielded. Oh, Scar, what are you doing? When King Stack gave a cry of astonishment, the whip that had cut through the air with a piercing sound was flung over Mage Aurra's head. Ah! The king of the stacks was about to jump out, but he stopped in his midsection. Aurra did not move, not a muscle of his face moved. I hate him. He doesn't even scream. With the whip fastened at the point of Aurra's forehead and skin, Scar said in a piercing voice. All mages are like this. Scar, what an outrageous thing to do to a messenger. Keep your mouth shut, brother. Scar said. King Stack's face turned red, but he kept his lips pursed and held his ground. It's not good to show a domestic dispute in front of a messenger. I don't like that kind of scheme. Scar kept his eyes on Aurra and continued in a loud voice. I don't know whose idea it was, and it's none of my business, but I'm not going to be a part of such a nasty operation. All right, suit yourself. If you want to send your men, then send them. King Argos is your brother. Not me. But I'll do what I want. I don't give a damn about anybody. I won't be moved by someone 500,000 motards away like one of Baka's pawns. As soon as he had finished, Scar flipped his whip and began to walk with a broad stride. Aurra bows his head, graciously, as if nothing had happened. Oh, hey, wait, here, don't wait. Scar, where are you going? What are you doing? We got a war to fight. I don't want to have to deal with that kind of complicated, sordid stuff that mages come up with. Scar didn't even try to listen to his brother's voice. He walked staggeringly, raised his foot and kicked the door violently, and then turned to see what he thought. I'm going to Ryagate to save Lord Beck. Hey, Scar. The soldiers. We don't need Argos' regular army. Do what you will with them, send them to Parohi, go behind Mongols' back, boil them, roast them. I don't mind if you don't. I am the Black Prince, Scar. Without an army, what the hell? There are horsemen. They will never betray me. Scar. Hearing King Stack's angry voice, Scar went outside. There, I almost stumbled upon a slender figure. Don't stand there, sister. This is your palace. Ma, Scar. Queen Emma blushed. Well, my dear, such but Scar. I know, my lord. Don't worry about Lord Beck, I'll get him out. It's the first time King Stack has refused to allow me into his council. The sister of the first king of Paro squeezed her hands. And you're a messenger from Paro. Such talk, such vile plotting, cannot be allowed to reach the ears of this woman. Even for a mage. Scar confessed. Well, I'm sure you have your reasons. I've got to hurry. Don't worry and wait for me. I'll bring Lord Beck back soon. Please do. Oh, Scar, you're my only hope. The king was so adamant in his promise to send reinforcements to Beck for Paro. Leaving the reeling Queen Emma behind, Scar walked out of the palace and shook his head as if he were trying to shake off the spider webs that were entangling his body at every turn. Then he begins to walk towards the stables, calling out loudly, Ta Wong. Tarwan, the horse. Saddle up for Han Yi. Hurry. There was a hustle and bustle around the Ghoul Pow. There were many puffs of smoke in the air. A group of warriors dressed differently from the gulls, who seemed to have come from far away on the steppe, ran through the air amid the excited growling of the horse. Taisher Sama. Oh, Lihua. Scar's mouth turned up a little when his girlfriend, a female warrior, came running out of the crowd and took Han Yi's reins. Guru Singh is. Chief Sheik Bao Pao, Your Highness. The Crown Prince. Lihua nodded her head. Today's Lihua, with her black hair tightly coiled around her head, wearing a turban like a man, and a light leather armor, is already ready to go into battle. What's wrong? I'm in a bad mood. Maybe. Give me a drink. Scar, wiping his mouth with his sleeve, drank all the milk he could. Why? Did I do something wrong, Taisher Sama? No, Lihua. It's nothing. You guys didn't do anything wrong. Then why? That's a stone town. Scar raised the whip of his hand and pointed. He seemed to be pointing to the city of Mahal, or perhaps he was thinking of the glittering crystal city far beyond. All kinds of disgusting things happen in there. Oh, Guru Singh, the Crown Prince. How is the gathering of the horsemen? The gulls can leave at any time. This morning, 500 men arrived from Wimt in the south. Are there 1,000 of them? All together, there must be 2,000. 2,000, okay, that's enough. On the run. Yes. Ryage, I'm going to save Lord Beck. Ryage, shall we break through Kauros and march north? If we get to Troost, we'll have at least 20,000 men, that is, if Lord Beck has any troops left. Finally, Scar seemed to be in a bit of a better mood. He was, after all, a child of the sky, wind and freedom, of the steppe to the bone. Guru Singh. Wolfsbane. Yes. To all the horsemen, in the name of Scar, gather at the original Ruan oasis before Liaga. It's faster to go directly to Liaga than to have them come here now. Yes, sir. When Guru Singh gave the signal, several young Gurkhas immediately ran out. Taisher Sama. Where are you going? Lihua asked as she leaned closer to Scar. Oh, here we go. This time it won't end in a scuffle. Nice. Lihua will fight on the right of the Crown Prince. I'll see to your work. The rest of you, get ready for battle, Guru Singh. We'll always be. Good. Scar was in a hurry. Let's go. We'll go as soon as I give the signal. Let's go. They blow a flute made of hollow wood, which is peculiar to the Guru people, and their high-pitched shouting is transmitted from one package to another. Ride the horse. They are dark-skinned and sunburned, with long turbans. Some of them have a toro tail hanging from a cap made of toro fur, draped over their backs, wearing black body clothes, leather armor, and leather riding boots. They are the horsemen of the grasslands, with their clear and brave faces, their ability to ride like the wind and their limbs, and their loyal and uncompromising hearts. Ride! One after another, the men jumped on the horse, and the horse scrambled, snorting and snorting. Dowdu! Dowdu! They line up in 3 gentle lines, coaxing the horse and squeezing the reins. Yes! Scar jumped on Han Yi, followed by Li Hua, who also jumped on his horse. Departure. It was a very simple departure, without any sentiment or ceremony. The children of the horsemen, the women with babies in their arms, calling out the names of their fathers and brothers, Prince. Prince. They ran with the horse, but soon stopped. I'll call you back to Liaga. We'll leave what we left behind. We won't rest until we join the others at the Ruan Oasis. Scar raised his voice with dignity, then raised his whip again. Hi! Immediately, the horsemen rode off, stomping on the lovely kalinka flowers that bloomed in the meadow and blowing in the wind. They number about 1,780. They aim for the Liaga and Ruan oases on the west side of Kor. In the sky behind the group of them as they ran past, a few black clouds began to rise up in a wavering manner. The wind clouds on the plain seemed to have begun to move rapidly. Look out! The arrow flew past the space where Lord Beck's head had been just now, with a piercing sound. Lord Beck yelped as he threw himself down on the horse's neck. You coward! Can't you fight a fair and honest war? When you're an ally of the despicable Mongol, you're a coward all the way down to your lowest ranks. Lord, please step back a little. The one shouting in panic was Count Telsides, Lord Beck's right-hand man. Get back. If you back down against a mere cowherd, you'll make Beck a laughing stock for all time. Riaga, Ruan Oasis. Although it is called an oasis, of course it is not the same as that of a desert country. Rather, it is more aptly named Ruan Lake, and its clear water looks like a beautiful blue jewel that has appeared in the middle of the grassland. It was a small town where nomadic tribesmen came with their sheep, horses, and cattle in search of water and to trade there. As a town in the steppe, it is not a large town by the standards of the Middle Plains. Because of the strong winds in winter, the limited number of animals that can be fed by the surrounding grasslands, and the constant attacks from nomads, many border towns have developed a peculiar form of small, mainly trading squares, protected by fortresses and fortifications. The oasis extends around the periphery of the fortifications and serves as a moat to protect the castle. It was already a few days ago that a large number of generals appeared around Riaga. The people of Riaga are situated between Kauros and Toulouse, and have been collecting tolls from both, but lacking the military strength to become a free city, they have been able to keep their fortunes lowly, falling under the protection of more powerful nations from time to time. In the last few years, however, the ties between Toulouse and Argos have grown stronger, and the power of the great power of Kauros and the Toulouse-Argos alliance have become almost equal, and thus Liaga has managed to maintain the appearance of a free city while somehow escaping being forced to make a final choice. Lord Beck, the brave general of Paro, who had left Machar earlier with 10,000 men, had planned to head straight for Liaga along the road, and then to recruit some mercenaries in Liaga to win Liaga to the side of Argos, and then to take a new road to Tolos, where he would join the army of Tolos at Talfia, the capital of Tolos. The plan was to join forces with the army of Taurus at Torfia, the capital of Taurus, to form a great army. Though a small nation, the people of Toloth were fierce and valiant, and their loyalty was so sincere and steadfast that it was proverbial, the loyalty of Toloth. Once he had conquered Riaga and joined forces with Tolaus, his forces would be too numerous for even the great nation of Kauros to underestimate. For Lord Beck had no other goal than the crystal city of Paro, and he was not wise to run headlong into Kauros before he could penetrate the steppes. This was not the position of Count Thersides, who was always with Lord Beck, nor that of the warlord Rans. They were of the opinion that they should rather avoid Liaga and go directly to Truz, but in that case, if Liaga were to join Kauros, Lord Beck's party would have to conquer Liaga in order to take the Red Road to Paro from Truz again, or else they would have to go to the next, and otherwise, they would have to march thousands of mots through the steppe, avoiding the roads, to the next in Chugger. The grasslands did not present the same overt danger of distress as the desert, but instead, there was no way of knowing when or how the fierce minority of the grasslands, all of whom were unknown even to the royal court of Argos, they could be attacked, or taken by surprise by the Kaurians. For this reason, neither Lands or Count Telsides were so strongly opposed to Lord Beck's theory of the passage through Liaga. With an army of 10,000 men, the Duke continued his march at a rapid pace, and by nightfall on the third day, he had already reached the point where he could see the Rouen oasis. The Rouen oasis has an extremely beautiful scenery, where the beautiful lake is surrounded by lily trees and flowers, and the white and square fortress of Liaga can be seen beyond the green grass. The nomadic herds of people who want to give water to their flocks of horses and sheep, or to trade in Lagos, are riding peacefully around the oasis on their horses, linking their horses and black sheep with flower-like ropes made of colorful woven rags, and wearing black, stained long robes. They chase their livestock toward the oasis, saying, "Hoi, hoi." The people in the vicinity had become accustomed to the repeated conflicts over the border area, and even when they saw a group of armored warriors, they did not seem to panic, but started to drive the livestock out of the way to clear the way. "Come on. Tonight, no more Lagos. Give your horse a good rest and a good wash. You'll be resting in a real bed for the first time in days." This is when Lord Beck, in a good mood, looks back at his advisors. With a whoosh, a long-bladed arrow shot through the throat of a soldier holding a banner, who was right beside Lord Beck. The standard-bearer falls from the horse with a strange cry. "Who the hell are you?" The Count of their sides, in a panic, was shouting with his horse to protect Lord Beck, when a multitude of generals, all of them wearing black headgear and armor, appeared, blocking the way between the oasis and the citadel of Liaga, and blocked the way between Lord Beck's army and Liaga. Wah! The enemy. The 10,000 men given to Lord Beck have been involved in numerous conflicts with the regular army of Argos and the Duke of Kauros over the borders, and they know the banner and the appearance of the Duke of Kauros. Without waiting for Lord Beck's advice, they immediately lowered their headgear, put the reins in their left hands, and drew their half-moon knives in their right hands. They wait for the order to disperse, keeping the horses' excitement at bay. "You got ahead of me." Lord Beck spat out a curse. "Damn." Liagas turned on Kauros. "Rands. Ha! Fight or retreat?" "Or retreat." "Fight," the mage said without hesitation. Lord Beck looked at their sides. The Count nodded vigorously. "We've already lost our way, my lord." King Stack had given him this 10,000 to lend to Lord Beck, and Kyle, the captain of Argos, had come to see him and had heard what had happened, but he wanted to be sure. Beck and their sides turned quickly. Behind us, the black chairs of the Kaurian army flicker as if they were emerging from a shimmering fire. "Scissors." Lord Beck frowned. "It's not fair." "All right, tell sides. Let's split into two groups back to back. Take 5,000 men and hit the army behind us. I'll take the rest and we'll hit the Liagas. If you put too much distance between the two squads, they'll split up and you'll fall into the enemy's hands." Rand says in a whisper. "I know." "Tell sides, good. Don't get separated from the main army. Lord Kyle, I need you to guard both wings." "I understand, Lord." "All right, spread out." And so on. Lord Beck murmured. There was a light in his eyes. "I did not think that the town of Liaga, would be so quick to decide on a position in Kauros, that they would be able to send out such a large army so quickly, even though they are constantly sending scouts to the borders." Was I too optimistic? No. Because I don't think Paro is already there. Only when Paro and Argos are holding hands across the plain can I stand my ground. But now that Paro belongs to Mongol's army, he must not only reinforce Paro but also, if he fails, greet Mongol's army. Now Paro, who was so prosperous in the Central Plains, is just a ghost to me. Lord Beck bit down on his mustache. "Damn it, watch me. I'm going to remind Kauros if Paro is a dead body or not." He was known in Crystal as Lord Beck the Brave. He gritted his teeth and jumped into the saddle and raised his slender sword. Come on, come on. Let the heroes of Argos and the traitors of Kauros be slaughtered." And so, the first shot has just been fired on the steppe. The grassland, which stretches almost all the way to the southwestern coast of the continent, is a place where the number of inhabitants is extremely small in comparison with its astonishing size. Even if tens of thousands of horsemen gathered on the prairie of the great god Moss, which, when seen from above, spread out like a green sea, surging and shining in the sun, it was like a swarm of small black insects gathered on a lump of sugar dropped into the sea. In the bright and ever-lightening sky, people and horses were yelling, whinnying, screaming, and shouting, and the grass was shaken violently, but it would not reach Mahal or even the border of Kauros, which was the closest to Liaga. The prairie where people are so small and insignificant. The blood that flowed out was soaked up by the grass, and the huge body of the fallen hippopotamus wiped away the pretty flowers of the Karinka. Lord Beck, of course, was a warrior of the Middle Plains, but all the Argos soldiers under Captain Kyle knew how to fight in this grassy plain. Knowing this, the Count of their sides tried to force Lord Beck to retire to the safety of the camp, but the valiant Lord Beck rode his horse into the Kaurian army on Liaga's side. The unique weapon of the Kauros is a spiked stinger that knocks the horse's legs off and makes it fall. At close range, when the bow is useless, the Kauros soldiers rush forward with their horses, shouting and pointing their spikes. Be careful. Don't let him get your feet. Don't let him get you. Mudbloods of Kauros. Mudblood. The Argos soldier cursed. Beat the shepherds of Argos to death. You smell like sheep. Let's burn the wool off the sheep. The Kauros soldier ranted back. But the Argos army was brave and unprovoked, and never attempted to divide itself, but fought back to back against the enemy. The Kaurians could not give the Argos army a reason to stay. In the meantime, the sun will come up on the grassland. The sun will never set on the great plain as far as the eye can see, but when it does, darkness will fall in an instant. Hike! Hide! Once we're clear. The Kaurians shouted and quickly drew back out of range of the arrows. Some of the troops on the oasis side even retreated to the citadel. A truce for once. Lord Beck said to Kyle in disgust. I see, he said, unless it's for the best, we'll just keep on quarreling, and it's unlikely that either of us will be able to deal a devastating blow to the other. Now we're going to have to do it all over again in the morning. I'm sure you will. Kyle laughed. Since you don't know this step, it's as if there were no border. We prairie folk call it the Great Sea of Moss. We are fish swimming in this sea. Suppose the Kaurians try to destroy Mahal. If they see we're no match for them, they'll drop Mahal and run. We can always build a city. And no matter how hard the Kaurians try to annihilate us, they will not be able to net all the fish we release into this steppe sea. I see, so it is better to open up the city and protect people's lives than to protect the city. What an amazing country. The Tulus and other nomads like the Gulls, Kuragals, and Wimps don't even have houses to begin with. Kyle laughed. We mock the Kaurians as mud puppets because they are a people of the steppe, but they cling to mud houses and fences and want to fill the sea with stones. The truth is, as long as we have the sea, we can live without a city. Just like Lord Scar, the hero of our Argos soldiers. Kuradashi Daroka. Lord Beck said in a somber voice. It is true that, as a man, I am not unmoved by that windy way of life, but even so, it is only possible on the steppe, and not for us who live in the middle of the plain. Because there is no land in the middle plains that allows such a free people to exist. Unless, of course, the cursed Nosferus. The frontier and the steppes of Nosferus are very different. Nosferus is a dead desert, an unknown wilderness. But the steppes is the mother sea. The point is, as long as we're on this steppe, we can survive any way we want. Even if it's not a big oasis, there are springs, rivers and streams here and there. Horse can graze at any time and there are many birds and small animals living in the meadow. Because anyone can live here, and because the grasslands accept everything and keep it alive, we can be free without clinging to the land, and we can live well without making money, Lord. That sounds like a dream come true. Lord Beck laughed. But it's true, even I've never seen such an idyllic hike. If I may say idyllic, I've never seen such a strange hike. Look at the lights. They're so beautiful. The soldiers will leave at the end of the day and come back the next day to continue the war. We dismounted and chatted as if the soldiers had finished their day's journey, and such singing came from the enemy camp. That's a chant for Moss when he dusts his sheep, Kyle said. But don't forget, Lord. This is a war. No matter how peaceful it may seem to you, it is still a war. There could be a surprise attack and a night attack. It may be natural for the Lord, who is a Paro, to find the ways of the steppe people strange, but the people who live behind stone walls, whether in Kauros or Liaga, are already half the fish of Moss. The grasslands will be changed, too, for the worse. The strange, mournful, and exotic chanting of the verses echoed forever in the sunken meadow. To Lord Beck, who was accustomed to the wars of Nakahara, it was indeed a very strange war. The next morning, at dawn, the battle began again. As if they had not easily withdrawn the previous night, the Kaurians circled Argo's army and shot arrows at it. The Argos troops drew their horses close together and formed a circle with their leather shields to block the arrows. As we discussed last night, don't let the Kaurian army lure us into splitting up. Messages were shouted incessantly to remind us. As we fight, let our main force fall back little by little and close in on Liaga from the oasis. That was the unanimous opinion of the general staff. The Kaurian army can always be supplied with men and weapons from Liaga. They are numerous. If we stay here and fight with the Kaurians on our backs, we will be pushed back and fall into the hands of the enemy. Instead, we should force our way into the citadel of Liaga and hunker down. It would be best to wait for reinforcements from Argos while we do so, to minimize damage. Lord Beck secretly felt that there was too much difference in the way of warfare between the steppe and the middle ground. At this steppe, there is no obstacle in the first place, either to run or to advance. The battle is being fought over the Liaga, but in reality, there is nothing strange about the sheep trade being conducted behind the fighting party. It would be impossible, Lord Beck thought, for a single nation to carve out this entire prairie without either extraordinary strength or an atrocious and brutal slaughter that would make them lose the will to fight. How else can they rule against a people of horsemen who appear from nowhere, smite their enemies, and then disappear again without a trace, and who do not even have a stronghold? The world is big. It may be an impossible dream for one country to control the whole world, even if Mongol wanted it, Lord Beck thought. The battle for Liaga is now in full swing, and a state of confusion is beginning to emerge, with both sides fighting each other. The sound of swift arrow blades cutting through the sky, the roar of horses, the clash of swords, the voice of time. We can't move like this. Lord Beck ranted in frustration. All those who do not agree with me, follow me. I'm going to go through them in a single breath, and I'm going to force my way into Liaga. Lord, that's reckless. Telsides cries out in a panic. You will not. I'm the one with the problem, not you. No, I'm going. Captain Kyle, you take care of this. Oh. Lord, that's no way for me to apologize to His Majesty King Stack. Don't worry. You won't be hit by their spindly arrows. Come, heroes of Argos, follow me. Oh. The Argos soldiers are on their feet. The hoofs of the horses chew through the grass, and the nomads flee around the oasis, screeching in unison. Ahahiril, water pigs, black sheep, and horses join them, bleating as they flee. The body of the knight, drenched in blood, falls on the back of those who have failed to escape. Ryagay. The heroes of Argos cut through the oasis and rushed to the walls of Liaga in defense of the shouting Lord Beck. Even the black cavalry of Kauros could not resist the fierce charge of these brave men and fell back. But as soon as the first Argos soldiers were on the walls of Liaga, or not, they suddenly saw the faces of many armed men on the walls, and they began to throw stones and boiling water down from above, and to shoot arrows at them. With a yell, the Argos soldiers fell back. No, run. Don't run, or you'll be accused of cowardice. Lord, I can't. For now, hold on and get behind me. There will be chaos soon. Don't run away. The day will come again and it'll be the same as always. I'll just have to make him look like a man and get rid of him. Let's not get carried away. Just give up here and pull back. Ah, an arrow whistles past you, Lord Beck. Back off. We've got the cowherds of Kauros and the merchants of Liaga to contend with. Lord Beck. Their sides was busy trying to persuade him, when suddenly. Ah, that thing. A piercing cry went up from both sides. What? Oh, that's it. The people who turned around shouted in astonishment. It's a signal. There is a signal in the direction of Mahal. Wobbling. Two strands of black smoke entwine and tangle as they rise into the blue sky. Lord Beck. Gorajitaka. Captain Kyle brought his horse to him and ranted with joy on his face. That signal is the signal of the Black Prince of Argos. Which one is Scar? My lord. Soon, Lord Scar will come to our rescue. If we're all lost before then, all the hard work we've done will be for naught, so let's make an oasis and hang on. Lord Beck growls in frustration. We have no choice. We'll get reinforcements from Scar and crush Liaga at once. Hey, get down. Count Their Sides is shouting at the top of his lungs. Run. Form a circle around the oasis. Message. The flute, the drum, the crack of the sword, the rustle of the horse. Even the same bloody battle is carried out brightly and loudly under the sky of the prairie, as if it were a festival. The battle will be fought tomorrow, Lord Beck. Kyle exclaims with satisfaction. You're a long way from home. I'd like to get to Paro as soon as possible. Secretly, in his mouth, Lord Beck murmured. At last, in the west of the prairie sky, the day that has opened up for battle is about to give way to the battle. The war situation began to change the next morning. At the same time as the sun was rising, the Kaurian army came again, shouting in a strange voice, but there was something desperate in their appearance that was different from that of yesterday. They are well aware of the prince's reinforcements, aren't they? Kyle laughed. In any case, when the crown prince arrives, even if we are slightly ahead, we will be overwhelmed and the war situation will quickly turn around. In the meantime, I think they want to do as much as they can and inflict as much damage on us as possible. Scar is well censured and feared, is he not? Beck said as he stood comfortably under the protection of his bannermen today. It is rumored that the Black Prince of Argos has been fighting with the Scar, and I would like to get a glimpse of him. You'll see it as early as after dark. Kyle smacked Horse on the neck. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have one more thing to do. Oh, men. Follow me. Shouting at the top of his lungs, Kyle led the lifeless horsemen who followed him with a shout of straight and recklessly into the midst of Kauros' army. The gates of Liaga remained tightly shut, but the top of the fortress, where until yesterday the Kaurian flag had flown high in the sky, was free of the shadow of the flag. What the hell was that? When they saw the signal yesterday, they saw the disadvantage to the Kauros, and they are preparing to turn to us at any time. And Count Tersides, with a wry smile. What kind of people are these? I've heard it said that the greatest virtue of the steppe people is to be double-minded, but not the Liagas. Not really, sir. Kyle's second-in-command, who was leaning back in the saddle watching his captain flail about with a worried look on his face, said. For Liaga has from the beginning traded with neither Kauros nor Argos on condition that they pay tribute. For Liaga's part, he has no double-mindedness to side with either side as the occasion demands if it is for the good of the city of Liaga. In return, a town or a country that has decided from the beginning to side with either side will never betray it. We will not make promises we cannot keep, my lord. Lord Beck started laughing out loud. It's a crazy argument, but you might have a point. All right, Telesides, my arm rings. I'll go out there and show my faithful Liaga and Kauros what I'm made of. Now, please be quiet for a while until His Highness Scar arrives. That's a very noble thing to say, Telsides. Your mind and heart grow large in these meadows. Kyle and a group of his men are returning to the main camp. Oh, Kyle, are you hurt? I'm afraid I've been somewhat remiss. A white cloth was placed over Kyle's right ear and cheek, which was stained with blood. But Kyle's morale has not diminished in the slightest. It's not even a scratch. If I don't take care of a wound like this, the fierce prince will say that you must have been trembling behind everyone's back. See you later. Okay, tell sides, I'll go with you. I have no choice. I'm at your service. No use. Come on, follow me, bannermen. Let's show them what we've done differently. He kills a horse's belly, raises his sword high. They rushed into the oasis, clattering their hooves. Horror! Horror! Hola! Argos! They run at each other, cut each other in different directions, and run back again. It is the war of the steppe. The hippopotamus fell and whinnied sadly, and men leaped on its back and cut it down with a cry. The Sechane Kauros shot at the horses' legs of the Argos men, and the Argos men shot arrows into the air with angry shouts. The fortress of Liaga, where people sometimes came out and shot arrows at the walls yesterday, was again silent today, with its doors closed tightly. It was after the sun had already begun to move around the middle of the sky that a distant sound began to echo among the deafening sounds of the battle. Oh, that was. People stopped their hands for a moment and looked up at the sky. The sky is clear and cloudless, and on the horizon, there is a single, tiny cloud-like glow. Or is it just a whim? Oh, I can hear you. I can hear you. They're coming this way. No. I wasn't just imagining things. A small, tiny blotchy spot slowly increases in size little by little, and eventually becomes a black expanse in a shimmering flame. Oh, here it comes. It's him. It's his reinforcements. Lord Scar's horsemen. Immediately, the Argos soldiers were visibly up in arms. Come on, if you're sloppy, the Black Prince will laugh at you. Let the Lord Scar see this work. Let the Kauros be scattered before the Lord Scar comes. Now you can clearly see that the black mass on the horizon is a troop of horsemen riding through the grasslands with Dodo. It's Scar. The Black Prince of Argos. The Black Devil is here. Kaulos's army was in a state of flux. Stay with me, stay with me. The enemy is small. The officers of Kauros rush to rebuke him. But only if you ask. Oh, it's Prince Scar. They're the horsemen of the Black Prince. A ghoul warrior. Kauros no longer saw Beck's army in front of him. His eyes stare at the growing army of black-clad men, their black turbans and cloaks fluttering, their hands already grasping the horses' bridles as if they were running away. Why do you always back down like that? We're a glorious army of Kauros. I don't know how strong you are, but you're only Scar. Don't be afraid. Fight. The officers of Kauros, who are stepping on the ground, are running around and scolding him. But there it is. Scar, come in. The officers flinched first when the brave and valiant warriors of the Ghoul tribe, led by the Black Prince Scar, rushed onto the battlefield, accompanied by the cheerful and loud rumblings. Kill him. Scar was indeed the long mane of a fierce black wolf that had broken the earth and emerged. A large half-moon sword was held up in his hand, and as he ducked out of the saddle, the sword in his right hand flashed, and he immediately and steadily cut down his opponent. Their hair, eyes, skin color, and appearance are all covered in the blackness of darkness, and only their bared white teeth appear to shine brightly. Guru Singh. Hola! As soon as Scar's left hand went up, a group of men led by Guru Singh broke away from Scar's main body and plunged towards Liaga. To Scar's left was the figure of a small female warrior who always followed him closely. Oh, this is great. Lord Beck gazes and murmurs in fascination. It's as if he were gazing at a fierce tiger. This is great. Better than anything I've ever heard. Oh, what a fight. Like a wolf. And the goals are second to none, even the Holy Order of Paro. Oh, and that lady knight. I was so taken aback that I let out a sigh, but then I suddenly came back to myself. This is not the time for me to be talking like that. We still have to crush the enemy at once. He rushes forward, knocks at the saddle urn, and leaps out with his rapier. Tell sides. Come on, Scar, flank and cover. I know what I'm doing. Follow me. Don't let Scar get the better of you. He clicks his hoof and enters the midst of the battle. The Kaorian army, which should have been outnumbered, was also outnumbered by the horsemen led by the Scar, and even if they had not been, they were already in a state of high spirits. Wow! Haikiai! Hide! Blow the whistle on the retreat. They all fell apart, screaming by themselves. Don't let him escape, Wang Yang, cut off his path. Scar added cheerfully as he rode his famous horse, Han Yi, like a man and a horse. No, don't cut it all off. Leave half of it open. Leave some for him to go back to Landos and report on what happened today. All right. Ha! Loan, chase anyone who tries to get into Liaga across the river. I know what I'm doing. The ghoul and the wimp, the famous horsemen, were sometimes free to charge in as arrows, sometimes as ropes, clinging to the Kaorian army, or transformed into ties that blocked the flow, standing in the way of the Kaorian retreat, and with the whip of the Crown Prince, he would strike the enemy troops to the left and right with his mind perfectly aligned. Oh, the Kaorian army has fallen. Lord Beck growled, waving his sword, which had turned red with blood. Follow me. Lord, let's leave the chasing to the gurus. Their sides, the anxious one, left Kauros to his own devices and came running to him. Are you all right? Of course. I didn't get a scratch. The Kaulos soldier has shown no sign of shame and has fled again so easily. Indeed. It would be so much easier with all these enemies. Oh, Kyle. Lord, you've been a lion. Kyle was covered in blood and his headgear was flying away, but he was smiling with his teeth. I'm glad you're all right. I'm all right, but the poor thing's got a bit of an IL no. Damn you, Kauros, I'll show you something next time I see you. Kyle is gently stroking the horse's neck. Does it hurt? Good, good. Don't go too deep. Scar's loud, deafening voice echoed through the oasis, where the figures of the Kaorians were already visible except for their slumped bodies. Don't push too hard. We don't want to crush you here. After driving them away for a while, the black horses of the guru clucked their hooves and gathered from all sides. Hello, Lord Beck. Scar grinned through his teeth as he brought horse to him like the wind. I'm sorry I'm late. No, Scar, you're just a small-time soldier from Kauros. I had sent the ghouls to guard Liaga and the borderlands in case this happened. But our promised reinforcements have been delayed by this and that, and I've only just arrived with the ghoul and wimp tribes. I'm sorry. No, no. Lord Beck looked at the little shadowy horseman of Scars that he had seen earlier, following closely behind him, and drew a small sigh of admiration. With her long hair tied up in a tight bun, Li Fa, with her pretty, wildcat-like face and shining, lazy eyes, stood patiently behind the prince. Her beauty, which smelled of wildness, and her unfamiliar feline appearance were completely foreign and unfamiliar to Lord Beck, who was familiar with the women of Paro. What about the damage? We have very little, Your Highness. About 5,000 Kauros. My troops have suffered somewhat. I've just had them lined up and they've lost a few thousand. Captain Kyle will report. Scar nodded, seemed to be thinking about something, and slowly let Han Yi walk around the area in a small circle, but suddenly looked up. Oh, the signal. Look, the citadel of Liaga. Everyone rushes to the sky. In the clear sky, a wisp of smoke rose from the white walls of Liaga, and suddenly a thread was pulled, and the star and moon flag of Argos went up on the flagstaff where the flag of Kauros had flown until last night. Looking up at the star and moon flags fluttering in the strong wind, the Argos army's mouths erupted in cheers. What? Lord Beck whispered to Telsides in disgust. Apparently, there's always a flag of every country in that citadel. You must be surprised, Lord Beck. That's when Scar starts laughing out loud. But you're not ready to be scared yet. It's just the beginning. Scar hadn't finished his sentence yet. Then, suddenly, the gates began to open, creaking from side to side. The drawbridge that spans the narrow waters of the lake at Wan is coming down slowly. A window opened, and from it came the cry of "Long live Argos." It's a beautiful thing. Lord Beck whistled. What happens if the Kauros hordes show up here again, Scar? Then, of course, we'll raise the drawbridge at once, lower the flag and see what happens. If they don't lower the flag of Argos, they'll think we're stronger than they are. I'd say it's a brilliant idea to go that far. I heard Guru Singh did it well. Instead, Scar said to Li Hua, "Get the gulls in line. Kyle, come in after us. It's Liga tonight." "Ha! Lord Beck." Scar turned around. "We'll rest in Liaga tonight, but tomorrow we'll be in a hurry. The Kaurians will attack us in force at dawn tomorrow. But I don't think the Duke will be in the mood to sit idly by as we take and leave. Lord, I'll try again tonight, but in my opinion, it would be better to pass through Liaga, enter Toulouse by road, gather our troops in Torfia and march straight east. I'm sorry to say, but we can't bring the regular army of Argos with us." No, of course, it's not that I don't want to talk about it publicly. As a matter of fact, a messenger from Crystal called Aurra came to me on the way out, urging me to split the Argos regular army of 60,000 into two and send them to hold off Mongol. Aurra. Lord Beck's cheeks grew tight. He looks back at the mage of lands beside him. Rans bowed his head slightly in silence. "So, we can either join up with Trust's army and prevent Kauros from attacking Argos from behind, or we can attack Kauros' home country and kill him at once. We don't have enough men for that. Or we could let Toulouse take the rear, and Lord Beck and I could join one of two groups, one to attack Mongol by sea, or one to march north to hold Chironia by land. I'll leave it to Lord Beck. It's hard not to think about. Well, in any case, we're now in the middle of a great war that will engulf the whole steppe. Lord Beck, this war is not going to end in a small fight. That's why I'm here. Either the Paro-Argos Confederation will blow up, or the nation of Mongol will cease to exist on this earth, but either way, this is going to last a long time, probably a very long time. It's not your favorite hunch, your inspiration. Overland to Chironia or, behind Taurus by sea. Lord Beck, suddenly brought back to reality, sank into dark thought. And what about the crystal? It looks like they're going to make a pretty big move over there. The final battleground is probably in Mongol. Naris is. What on earth is that cousin thinking about? Lord Beck fanned the sky as if thinking of the faraway crystal city. To that. Well, okay. We'll talk about it later. We'll decide tonight at the council. He's got a big smile on his face and he's got Scar whipping him. Lord Beck. You've been welcomed by the elders of Liaga. Let's go into Liaga and let them rest for a while. I'm telling you. I won't look back. Immediately, the Gur troops, who were well trained, formed 5 rows of horses and followed the prince. As if awakened from a dream, Lord Beck follows, with their sides in tow. The elders of the oasis, dressed in long, white, loosely cuffed robes with brightly embroidered collars, sleeves, wearing cloth shoes, their hair braided long on both sides, and white round hats on their heads, are waiting for them on the spring bridge of Liaga. In a show of reverence, he kneels, his hands clasped together in his long sleeves, and he raises them above his head in a gracious gesture. Prince Scar. All at once they rubbed their heads against the bridge board. Oh, Renner, Tang Fan. Don't raise the drawbridge when we're inside the castle. I don't want to be trapped here. From the top of his horse, Scar is laughing loudly, and his hooves are clicking loudly as he crosses the bridge. With Li Fa and Captain Kyle on either side, followed by 5 columns of Scar's SS, the Gulls, the Wimps, and the Argos regulars, led by Lord Beck, Telsides, and Rans. When the head of the procession reached the bottom of the castle gate, Scar shouted, "Riaga, open the gate." Following the first iron door, the inner door opened slowly to admit the army of the Black Prince of Argos and his allies into the citadel. The sun is still high in the meadow, and the moles of the fallen soldiers of the meadow lie in the oasis. It was the first sign of a war that, though small, would soon become a great fire. While Amneris was dreaming of sweet love and the peace of the crystal, the first fires were already raging in the steppes far away.